entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Tell us why, show us how. Look at where you came from, look at you now. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett. Amateurs can buck and suck it. Fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, ditto. CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Tell us why, show us how. Look at where you came from, look at you now. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett. Amateurs can fuck and suck it. Fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, ditto.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm a soft tiger, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy, cloudy, 54 degrees, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the first day of Black History Month. That's right, folks. It is February 1st, 2024. Woo! That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, is Black History Month, okay? Day one of waiting for Black History Month Durag stream. Yeah, well, you're going to have to keep waiting. Like I said, I have conditions that need to be met for this leap year Black History Month, which means there's an extra day. That's right. The white folk were kind enough to also do one extra day, even though it's the shortest month of the year. It's 1 day longer. Black History Month just got 1 day longer, folks. All right. That's it. That's it. That's all I got for you on the Black History Month front. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I've been talking to FD Signifier, by the way. Unrelated to Black History Month, but kind of related, I guess, but not really. Been talking to him about having him show me the ropes on Tekken, because a lot of people have been saying that FD Signifier, okay, Uncle FD, is very good at Tekken. I feel like other people call him Uncle, but like I can't, because I feel like we're close in age. I'm an old man. I'm reaching Uncle territory myself, to be fair. But yeah, he immediately was like, oh, I'll fucking whoop your ass. I was like, dude, I don't know anything about Tekken. I was just trying to classic fighting game community guy, okay? Classic FGC guy, immediately ready to fucking rip my throat. I'm like, I don't know how to do those things, okay? I just thought maybe you could teach me. Nah, Sam is uncle age, you're still brother. That's what I mean. But yeah. Anyway, that's what I was doing this morning. But also, I went to my old stomping grounds this morning. Yesterday, I ended the broadcast and I watched a little bit, just a little bit, like a baby bit, a little bit of not Breaking Bad. I always want to say Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul, right? A little bit of that, a little bit of this. Made my regular breakfast sandwiches, okay? And then after that, went to bed. Didn't tub max, which was a kind of an L. Just got word that American workers were kidnapped in Turkey. Wait, what? American works? You mean American workers were kidnapped in Turkey? What the hell? That's crazy. But no tub maxing. Are those prescription glasses? Yes. I hate glasses. I would never wear glasses. I don't think they look cool. I don't think they look hot. I would never wear glasses ever if it wasn't for the fact that I simply cannot see without them. Speaking of glasses, anyway, this morning I woke up, hit up a buddy of mine and said, let's go. Let's hit the fucking weights, baby. Let's hit the weights, which we did. We went to Equinox West Hollywood, my old stomping grounds, okay? My old stomping grounds, where we got active. We got active and we worked out. Here's a video of it. Here it is, my old stomping grounds. Here I am doing seated military presses with the 50s. Not too heavy, but we were going for volume and good form. Look at that. Look at that motion, baby. Do you see that? Look at that range of motion. Look at that range of motion. That's what I'm talking about. Jeff Nippert, where are you at? Hasan, it's Betelgeuse's birthday. Happy birthday, Betelgeuse. Would you ever consider getting LASIK surgery? No, because I'm scared. What? PNG plant evacuated after staff taken hostage in Istanbul. Turkish media. What the hell? 7 people are being held hostage at the Procter & Gamble plant outside of Istanbul. According to Turkish media reports, a group are being held in the factory in Gebze. While the rest of the employees have been released, a union representative of the factory said police are reportedly negotiating. Oh my God, this is terrifying. Local media say a Palestinian flag has been painted at the entrance of the building with a sign saying doors will be open for Gaza. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this guy's doing it to free Palestine. I mean, I'm sure his like, I have no reason to believe that it's not a real it's not a real thing. But yeah. Save them? I don't know how I can. I'm trying to gain 35 pounds by the end of August. Is that possible? Yes. I could gain 35 pounds by the end of this week. Lewis Hamilton is joining Ferrari. We're going to be talking about that. Yes. Not that I care, but Lewis Hamilton is a peer of mine. Anyway, you're going to Equinox and now this gay rights on the rise. Yes. Honestly, me going back to Equinox, at least like on some of the days of the week while still training with my trainers, is the gayest thing I can do. I think getting an Equinox membership is the gayest thing a man can do. It is literally gayer than sucking a penis. Straight up. Do you know Ludwig talks shit about Fear End on the yard? That's not surprising. The Times article you opened is from the 70s. Yeah, I saw that, and I think it's cool. Anyway, how many times you get hit on at Equinox? Actually, not a lot. Not at all, as a matter of fact. I did not get hit on at all. I think maybe someone is impersonating you. Big things happening. HasanAbi. HasanAbi 409 at Gmail. Hello, Wang. It's just a notice that you're getting canceled. No, he's offering me the following services. Yeah, that's me. That's actually me. Yeah. Definitely not fake. I'm offering video editing services now to other people. I've enslaved so many editors that like I've decided I'm just gonna put them to work. Anyway, is Asaf look maxing? Yes, he is. He's 100% mewing, dude. I'm tweeting that actually. Anyway, yeah, he's looks maxing for sure. Will you cut down 10 hours of my VOD content into a 50-minute video by next week? Thanks in advance. Yeah, I'll ask one of the... Yeah, we'll talk about Jordan Peterson shitting on Elmo and like losing his mind, okay? There's a lot to cover on that front too. Jaw maxing, jelk maxing, we got it all, baby. We got it all. You know what? I'm gonna tweet it. I'm gonna get started. That's it. That's all I got on my personal news and all on the world of HasanAbi Piker, basically. I'm gonna use the Kaya Kente cloth. Yep, no, that's the one I'm using. Yep. Okay. Happy Black History Month, everybody. To the what percentage of this community is black? We've done the demographics before. What is it, like 5%, 6%? Something like that. Yeah. Happy Black History Month to the 6% of this community. We gotta pump those numbers up this month. Kaya's itchy, by the way. Might need some scratches before she bites her belly. No. Those are rookie numbers. I agree. Happy Black History Month. Jordan Peterson beefs with children's Muppet. Biden retaliates to Iran. Border bill is trash. It's Muppet on Muppet violence, yeah. Elmo isn't a Muppet, he's Sesame Street. Isn't Elmo a puppet though? If you want to up your demographic, you can wish us Happy Black History Month individually, starting with me /J. Doodleburb, Happy Black History Month. To you and you only. Elmo is a Muppet, yeah. What about me? What the fuck? Hasan Stash, Happy Black History Month. Okay, hold up. Happy Black History Month. Jordan Peterson beefs with children's Muppet. Biden retaliates to Iran. Border bill is trash. Is the Jordan Peterson beef fake with Elmo? Is that fake? I didn't even check. It's so in line. It's so on brand with like what he usually does. I can't tell if it's like real or not. Muppets are a different show. Sesame Street is not Muppets, nerd. Okay. Variety, fun, reacts, TikTok time, and finishing Tekken later. Get in now. They're literally Muppets, chat. You fucking Muppets. Chatter is wrong. Sesame Street characters are Muppets. Should we even be mocking JP? Honestly, feels like he's having another mental episode again. No, I think it's fine. He still didn't get an Unalive Squad yet? No, I haven't played Unalive Squad. Will we get a Durack stream this month? I've told you what my conditions are, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs. I've told you what my goddamn conditions are. Joe Rogan on the Alex Jones show. Wow, that's so sick. Dude, it's great to see friends helping friends out. You know what I mean? Sorry for ruining this one, but yes, it's fake. Okay, well, I took it out of my thing already. If you're an absolute sucker, if you pay $10.99 for a book where he tells you to tidy your room and then you go on Twitter for free and see him trying to start racially aggravated abuse of Sesame Street characters, I try to be vigilant about screenshots, but I hadn't even crossed my mind that this might not be real. Okay, I'm undoing it. This might be one of those piggate occasions where it's so plausible we have no choice but to accept its canonical truth. Wait, he said confirmed is real. It's just like, this is one of those instances like, it says a lot about society that I believe. I believed it. It's fake, but it says a lot about society. I believe it's real, but it's like, but you know what it is? Like, he's done way worse shit than like beefing with Muppets. So like, that would be one of the more normal beefs that he has. You know what I mean? Like, he still gets mad about the thick lady from like 3 years ago on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Like, this is a guy who still to this day gets mad about a thick lady that he could not crank to, or maybe he could crank to it, but like didn't actually, I don't know, didn't actually like that he could crank to it. Like, he had post-nut clarity and it absolutely got like it really upset him, like felt ashamed, and he still talks about that. So it's like, that's, in my opinion, that's like way worse than the Muppet situation. Yeah, this is a guy who has literally tweeted about finding. Remember when he was mad that CP is getting harder to find on Twitter? Yeah. Which, by the way, that's not even true for funsies. This is real. This is what Kai's like final growth is going to look like. He's tweeted about cum extraction machines in China. So, updated Kai before and after. What is this? It's not the same dog. Yeah, I saw that. This one's funny. But anyway, did a lot more variety yesterday, and honestly, I loved it. And we're going to continue along on that journey with like more variety stuff, of course. Remember when I made a meme about Ben Shapiro cooming over Hillary Duff in the same mag, but about you?
Hasan Piker, sort of stereotypical model beauty. Looks like what you would imagine an airbrushed, beautiful person to look like. That's not a question. The pictures are immaculate. I mean, honest to God, these pictures are like, first of all, you used to have to actually
Okay, we should upload this on my TikTok.
buy a Playboy in order to get these sorts of pictures. Now it's just on the cover of Women's Health because women's empowerment and all of this. But the idea here is to redefine beauty, of course. And this is what the left is all about these days. What they do is they do something that is deliberately shocking and provocative. Then when you comment on it, they say, how dare you even notice? How dare you even notice? So in a normal definition of beauty, Hasan Piker is a beautiful person. So this is the stupid game that the left loves to play. Stupid, stupid game.
Thoughts on Hamilton and Ferrari? Guys, I don't know anything about Formula One. I don't watch any sports in general, and I feel like Formula One is the most inaccessible one. But isn't Lewis Hamilton like friends with Noel Miller? Noel Miller? Tell me, happy Black History Month. I'm the only Jamaican here. Happy Black History Month to the only Jamaican here. And because you said that, I have to do this to you. I'm sorry. I have to do this to you. Shit, I can't find it on. Oh, here it is. This is what could be potentially perceived as a hate crime, but you know, it's just gonna happen for you now. I'm sorry. No, it's not Steven Seagal, it's worse.
God damn, she get it wrong. Big bomber class before busting on me head. A sexy girl say she want to give me head. When me fuck pussy, pussy turn red. Gymnastic, know the pussy dead.
I love that guy. It's one of the greatest. As the other Jamaican here, I would like reparations. Dude, here, this is reparations. There it is.
God damn, she get it wrong. Big bomber class before busting on me head. A sexy girl say she want to give me head. When me fuck pussy, pussy turn red.
When me fuck pussy, pussy turn red. So this guy, first of all, I just gotta say something. Like everybody goes, yeah, this guy's like a white guy singing in patois, but like I don't know if he's like full white. He's like spicy white, I think, right? Is this guy like straight up white? I don't think he's like straight up white. He's Irish. I think he's so convincingly doing a decent job with the patois that like I think he's like, no, I genuinely thought this was like he's straight white and his sister used to date a Jamaican guy. He's 1% Jamaican. He did a DNA test. Bro, stop, my Jamaican ears hurt so bad. Also, no, fuck, he's not spicy. He's just from the UK. I know everything about this guy. Read my message. No, he's not. I've been watching M.R for 3 years, and he's actually really wholesome. He grew up around all Jamaicans and goes there twice a year now. He's cooking a kebab in Turkey while getting...
Oi, oi! Welcome to Cook and Vibe. My name is M.R. I've got temporary...
Oh, my God, bro. He is so white. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He is the most white. First day of Black History Month. We've done it. We've done it again. I think the patois was like pretty... Is that dude spicy to you, man? Listen, I was talking to FD Signifier about this earlier, but like, remember how he was saying like, you're spicy white. You know what I mean? To me. And I always was like, not really, whatever. And I was telling him about how like, no, these past 3 months, this is October 7, I have been reminded so much that I am not white according to certain fucking communities that like, I get what you mean now. Okay. Because in most circumstances, I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm just like a very white looking dude who gives a shit. And then it's like, and then after being called a fucking Muslim extremist fundamentalist terrorist for like 4 months in a row, I'm like, okay, all right, maybe some people don't perceive me as that. Like, I think so. I think I'm white, but you know, I look white as fuck. I sound white as fuck, but it's certainly not being perceived as such by many, it seems. Little bro, you think you're on the white team? It's not like I advocate for the fucking white team, okay? I'm not like Nick Fuentes, you know? I'm simply stating that, like, I personally think it's like funny for me to be like, I don't have white privilege. I do have it. I'm so fucking pasty. Wolf in sheep's clothing, Turkish salute. Yeah, wolf in sheep's clothing, baby. But yeah, considering that I've been like, considering that I've been told to go back to my country a gorillion times over in the past couple of months, like, you know, I guess I've officially been in the racial draft. I've been officially taken off the white team. Okay, I was a bench warmer on the white team, I thought. Okay. The other best clip of him that went viral on Twitter.
And if you look at your 1 minute, man, I little lion sound. Hear me, I say, look. But we no give a F and we no give a Ross claw. Bedroom bully, make the sitting talk. Big dirty bass, that one you're fully like a
He's fucking not bad, dude. I think people will be like, oh, because he's white, like, you know, he's like some fucking white British guy. You're like, oh, dude, he sucks. But like, it's kind of like almost like this guy is like better than Chet Hanks. Okay. I think he is. Can we admit that he's better than Chet Hanks? I don't think you understand music, dude. I had this man's song stuck in my head for weeks. I just escaped him. See? And you're Jamaican. Okay. There you go. It's like the racist funny spectrum you talk about. Yeah. Do you plan on covering more of the Pokey stuff? Why? What else fucking happened with the Pokey stuff? Better than Chet, not as funny. I think like you can't. This goes to the same dynamic of like, you know how I've talked about like being good at like certain accents of historically marginalized communities? Like it only comes from a place of acceptance and understanding. I think this guy is 100% like moved beyond the, like Chet Hanks not from a point of understanding and acceptance for the most part, even though like, you know, he's like a little bit teetering on the edges of that. But this guy seemingly is like tapped in. You know what I mean? Like he is definitely more tapped in, and you can see it. You can see it in like, yeah, he's the Hoff twins to the Chet Hanks. He's not dressing a different way or claiming to be black or anything, is he? He's just speaking a different language. He's not speaking a different language. It's patois. He's not. It's not a different. Oh Jesus. Okay, yeah, he's not speaking, he's spitting. Jamaicans I work with love when white dudes learn their dialect. Yeah, it's a dialect. Wouldn't patois be dialect and not like full blown a different language? I mean, there's different words and stuff, but like it's just patois. When we fuck pussy turn red. He's so good. Okay, stop barking. Stop barking. I have a Jamaican immigrant friend. When I asked her what bumbleclot was, she almost pissed her pants laughing. She kept making me pronounce words in her dialect. All right. We started off Black History Month in a wrong footing, okay? We started off Black History Month in the wrong footing. Okay, we're just moving on. We're moving on from this. I learned a lot about this guy now. Okay, maybe we'll get back to him actually, because I kind of want to see how he experiences Turkish culture. But later in the day, all right? Because we got a lot to talk about today. We got the funny Tim Pool clip. Yeah, I saw this. This is like Tim Pool is having a bit of a come to Jesus moment. It feels like recently. With like him deviating from the rest of the right wingers on the Taylor Swift being a psyop saga. Like he's unironically been like trying to warn everybody to shut the fuck up about Taylor Swift. Cause he's like, you guys come across like you're insane. And Taylor Swift is like infinitely more powerful than anyone else you've ever fucking imagined. So stop personally positioning yourself as like anti-Taylor Swift for no reason. And it's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny situation that he's found himself in, but this is the other funny situation he's found himself in. Here, let's watch this video
Tim
clip.
Pool is upset because something happened on the show yesterday, and he's calling out the guy who made it happen.
And he's reassessing his career.
So I'm not trying to be a dick right now, but like I've got 500 messages of like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you taking the show down? Are you fucking with us? You're trying to make money.
I thought YouTube took the show down.
No, I had to take the show down. You made 2 allusions within like the span of a couple minutes to murdering people.
Okay.
After I explicitly stated in the pre-show, do not make allusions to violence. Then went on to explain, we keep having people come here and saying they want people killed or people should kill people or this.
That's so strange, dude. Why does that keep happening? I have guests on my stream all the time. Ain't nobody talking about murdering people. I don't understand it. It's just like, it seems like a weird you problem. Like, why is that happening so frequently? Okay. It doesn't make any sense. Why is that happening to you so frequently, dude? Yeah, it's a real, why do these gay guys keep sucking my dick moment for Tim Pool? Okay. Everywhere I go, gay guys are everywhere and they're constantly sucking my dick. They're sucking on my pee-pee. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know how it keeps happening. Just stop. Please stop sucking on my penis, gay guys. I hate it. Ooh, no. Okay. I wonder where the fuck they are getting the idea of being incredibly violent. Like, why are they saying that? Why are they saying that on his show, on his stream, on his broadcast? What the hell? Oh, yeah. Remember that Texas mall shooter who literally was like, I love Tim Pool and I love doing shootings because of Tim Pool. Tim Pool has shown me how to do shootings. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I gotta text Cutie something. They keep sucking my dick from the back, but I refuse to make LGBT decisions. Yeah. They all know which side is violent. They're just liars and never stop projecting it onto their enemies. Yeah. He also said I'm a neo-Nazi and I fucking love Tim Pool. Yeah, it was crazy because like every time like a mass shooting happens, and at this point it's like we joke around about it because it's like so commonplace. It's become gallows humor. But like at this point, every time a mass shooting happens and like we scan through the Twitter and social media footprint of the shooter, if they have ever been like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be mean to gay people. They'll be like, that's it. That guy's a fucking communist. Okay, see? And then like their entire social media profile simultaneously is like just a target-rich environment of like a litany of insane right-wing things all the way down to like tort reform or something, okay? Deregulating industries. Like that's why I'm doing mass shootings or whatever. When a die-in-the-wool right-winger does a mass shooting, they detail it, okay? They detail it. They basically will be like, I love watching Ben Shapiro. I love watching Tim Pool. I am doing this mass shooting because of all of the wonderful information that I have learned from these guys. Here is my manifesto detailing exactly the talking points that I've learned from them. And this is why I went and purchased a gun with ease to do a mass shooting. And these guys would be like, whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, anybody could say any of those things. Come on, anybody. It's just like, whatever. It's just, come on. What do you mean? What? It must be a psyop. It's got to be a psyop. Everything's a psyop. Like, that's in order for someone to be considered like a leftist communist mass shooter, they just have to be like gay or a black or trans. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, that's a leftist. Like there was a trans mass shooter recently, right? Or like someone who was apprehended who was trans, and immediately they were like, see, there you go. And then you look at their social media profile and it's just like the most Nazi shit, like openly Nazi. Openly a Nazi trans person. No, not Nashville, the other one. No, not the Nashville one. There was another one that got like, it was another one recently, no? You literally have precog. Tim Pool did call it a psyop. Tim Pool calls the Allen, Texas shooters pro-Nazi online footprint a psyop and blames mass shootings on multiculturalism.
We have this from NBC News. What we know about the slain Texas Mall massacre suspect.
Yeah, I remember this. He said this when, the guy who was like, I'm a huge Tim Pool fan. Yeah, he did do that. Anyway, classic stuff overall. Did we do Biden already? No, we didn't. We didn't do Biden already. Seattle's what you're thinking of? No, there's a recent one that like was a blip on the radar. It didn't turn into a mass shooting because like I believe that the person was like actually apprehended by the authorities before they were able to do a mass shooting. Remember when Sam Harris said about that one racist shooter that we can't know that he's actually racist just because he said so himself in a manifesto? Sam said he might have been trolling. Yes. Sam Harris, when white nationalists openly say, I love white nationalist ideology, I am doing this mass shooting for white nationalism, will say, can we really know that it's about white nationalism? Sam Harris, when someone looks Arab or Muslim, will immediately go, see, they read the Quran and the Quran told them to do this mass shooting. It's because our inherent biases, the biases that we have directly lead us down intellectual trappings, okay? It makes you think dumber. That's it. No, this one. This is the one I think. Who? No, not this one. Or is this the one? Colorado authorities arrested a 19-year-old former Colorado Springs student over plans to carry out multiple shootings in a various school area. The suspect has been formally charged. According to authorities quoted by local media, Whitmer was a former student of the Colorado. Is this the one? Dude, we have so many fucking mass shootings. By the way, like, that's the other thing I was saying. Like, people always say, oh, dude, like, you know, well, look at this. Like, trans people are doing mass shootings. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's America. You got fucking elderly Asian people doing mass shootings, okay? Literally every demographic gets a piece. It just means that they have become Americanized, okay? That's all that means. It's progress, baby. Equal opportunity mass shootings for all. You know what I'm saying? We got DEI mass shootings, baby. Diversity in my mass shooters. There was a trans Nazi who was like 50 years old who was arrested in Portland. That was the one I was thinking of. Racist trans Nazi woman arrested after trans Facebook group raised alarms. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. Yeah. Which is crazy. Like, there are so many. Anyway. All right. In France, liberals went on a crusade against the term Islamophobia. No, even the media can't talk about racism against Muslims. It doesn't exist. Yeah. Related cavernical vid. Does the femboy community have a neo-Nazi problem? I'm not watching that video, okay? I do not want to get the fucking femboys riled up. It's not happening. Brother, it is not happening, okay? It's not. Okay? It's not happening. It's just not. Cavernical. I love Cavernical. I think he's great. I have grown fond of his commentary, especially in like recent months, I would say. I didn't really know too much about him other than the fact that he like did a call out, a video about me not living in like an ascetic lifestyle. But even then I was like I thought he was like pretty even handed. But since then he is, I mean, I really like his stuff because he's like, you know, I think he's a Middle Eastern studies guy, and it's pretty hard not to like the Middle Eastern studies PhDs and grad students, because like they are the final bastion, the last line of defense on all of the incredible misinformation that is spread about like Israel, Palestine in general. So, you know. He did a squash the beef video on YouTube. I don't remember that, but it doesn't matter. He has said you are not the biggest problem in the left, and people who get upset about you are grifters. Yeah, we've gone way past that. In the state where I live, you can buy a gun faster than you can get a hot breakfast, so you can be a good guy with a gun super fast. That's what I'm talking about. Please mention how anti-LGBTQ Nazis are and how rare / doublethink it is to be a trans Nazi. People are dumb and will think this is common if they hate trans people already. Wait, what? Yeah, it's like being a fucking black white supremacist. It is directly antithetical, okay? Yeah, you have to be deeply and severely mentally ill. Like actually severely mentally ill. And I'm not talking about like what psychotic anti-trans people claim trans people are like. I'm talking like actually... Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it is completely brain broken. You have to be completely brain broken to be like, yeah, I'm trans and also a fucking Nazi, and everyone despises me and wants to kill me. Anyway, it's probably less common than being a black white supremacist. Yeah, because there's just not that many trans people in general. So that's probably a big part of that. But it's just, guys, I don't think you understand. It's just, this is how intersectionality works. Intersectionality demands that there are privileged blind spots across the board. If you don't check yourself, you will inevitably wreck yourself. You could be a white trans woman and still have white supremacist attitudes. It's just kind of how it works. I mean, dude, you can be a black person and have white supremacist perspectives or advocate for white supremacy. Black people do it all the time. What do you mean? It's just we are all products of our environment at the end of the day. And America still very much is pumping out white supremacist commentary. And also, bruh, chill. No, it's 100% the truth. And I'm not even just talking about Jesse Lee Peterson or Candace Owens. The obvious professional white supremacist black people are on a different level. I'm simply talking about like black people that are educated within a white supremacist framework that still have a tendency to not even recognize that they have like white supremacist opinions. Okay, it is a byproduct of being born into an environment and being educated in an environment that is consistently feeding you white supremacist perspectives. It's just the material reality. Holy shit, you were so right when you say Europe is a few years removed from the American brain rot. Greece is facing the shroud of prey, the gay away. It's crazy. Yep. This is correct. FD says it's important as a black person to recognize your internal anti-blackness as a product of us living in white supremacy. Exactly. Hasan is entering his socialist rap era with this outfit and fact slapping. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, it's unfortunate, but it's the truth. And then you get baby progressives who maintain that only white people can be racist. No, it's just like everyone can be racist, except racism is not the same as like white anti-black racism is not the same as like anti-white racism, though. You know what I mean? Like that's an important distinction to make. Opinion on Alperen Şengün? He's the GOAT. I love him. Yeah. That Turkish basketball player did a Turkey USA Turkey vid. Bro, can you guys not send me Instagram reels? I know, look, I love you guys. A lot of us are old in here, but like, please don't send me Instagram reels ever because I don't want to watch Instagram reels. It's the hardest one to like actually watch on a desktop. Just send it to me in like YouTube form. I'm sure the original video exists on YouTube as well. Okay. Did you talk about Jank and Destiny? No. And I will most likely not watch it, and I will most likely not pay attention to that. Partially because, like, I don't think Jank is very good at... I mean, Jank is a great debater when he debates, like, right-wingers and stuff. But I don't think on the issue of Israel-Palestine, he has, like, phenomenal takes. He's exactly the type of dude who says stuff like, yeah, this is a religious conflict or whatever. And because of that, I don't think he's going to do a great job of like arguing these positions. Because like the framework that he operates off of is not exactly great. You know what I mean? He don't want to open his DMs by mistake on IG. Well, that's definitely a concern for sure. I would not want to leak them, but you're not missing much. Jank did own the shit out of him, though. Your uncle had some real winning ideas about the migrants yesterday. Yeah, I don't really care. Anyway, I'm 24. I was just on Insta on my phone. One sec. Yeah, 24. You're at the edge. You mean like his stance on Israel-Palestine is not super principled? I think his output is great. I think his heart's in the right place. And I think that when he's like on Piers Morgan, it's a pretty decent job, depending on what kind of right winger he's talking to. But overall, if your like framework on Israel Palestine is not built on top of like the fact that like Israel's an apartheid regime and you have like a materialist analysis on Israel Palestine, you are probably going to end up flubbing, right? You're not gonna have a great there are going to be intellectual trappings that you will fall into, like little booby traps in a conversation where you end up conceding points that I don't think are appropriate to concede on. You know? Or even just viewing it as a conflict over land and not religion. No, I think he views it as a conflict over religion and not land, because it is a conflict over land and not religion. Religion is just a motivator on top of the actual material interests. So anyway, that's my point. That's why I don't like listening to his debates on that kind of stuff, unless he's like straight up talking to like a weirdo right winger. Yeah. There was a Zoom call this morning with Gabor Mate, Angela Davis, Noor Erakat, and more people, and that's on the YouTube channel Just Peace Advocates. That seems sick. Okay. Don't care. Still voting for Jank, of course, obviously. All right, let's get started. U.S. has approved the plan to strike Iranian targets in Syria and Iraq, officials say. Let's take a look.
And Secretary concluding a very lengthy news conference talking about it being a dangerous moment in the Middle East. He said it had been difficult days for the Department of Defense since Sunday's attack, which killed 3 service personnel in Jordan. Then there was that lengthy apology about that controversy about his hospital visit, being treated for prostate cancer, which of course the president was not told about. He apologized to the American president, to his team and the public. He gave a long explanation, but he said it was an explanation, not an excuse. We're listening to all of that. Nick Beak is in Jerusalem for us. Nick, let's return to the many comments he made on the potential US retaliatory action. Obviously minimal details, but what we've learnt is that the attacks over a number of days, there'll be a series of attacks, they'll be inside Iraq and Syria, and crucially not inside Iranian territory itself.
Yeah, Matthew, I thought it was really interesting listening to the US's top defense official there, outlining how the White House sees Iran as stirring things up in the Middle East. We've already heard from one of his colleagues how this part of the world...
It's kind of funny because like this kind of back and forth has happened, not to the same severity, not to the same intensity for a while. Like, the only reason why the media is paying more attention to it is because right now, tensions are really high due to Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. But Iran-backed proxies and militia groups have been operating in the region almost in perpetuity. They've certainly been operating in Syria. They've certainly been operating in Iraq, especially with a lot more prominence and influence in Iraq as well. And this is this is not new. The fact that there's like a back and forth scuffles occurring with like minor, I would say oftentimes minor and maybe sometimes some serious casualties, often on the side of the Iranian backed proxies, but it's a real tit for tat. Now, of course, the situation is a little bit different because tensions have been elevated greatly. America's involvement in the region has escalated. Israel's actions are causing everyone to pay more attention to what's going on, right? And by the way, those yes, as this chatter correctly pointed out, a lot of those Iranian backed militias did a phenomenal job fighting against ISIS. Okay, so that's also something to remember. Like the major villains of like Shia militia forces or whoever the fuck Iran is like, Iran is oftentimes offering like logistical and structural support to, are going to be the Salafists. Okay, it's going to be like the Al-Nusra Front or Al-Qaeda or other like Wahhabi and Salafist movements in the region. It's not like people that America also recognizes as like the bad guys. One famous example is obviously like in the aftermath of 9/11, Iran was sharing Iran was sharing Taliban targets with the United States of America in Afghanistan, and Al-Qaeda targets too, if I'm not mistaken. So like, it's not as though these guys are, what the fuck? It's not as though these guys are not collaborating at all and like are mortal enemies or anything. So in this circumstance, usually there is way more collaboration than you think, by the way. Trump did this as well. They'll tell ahead of time to the other country that they are going to be bombing certain positions, and then those positions will be emptied out. It will still be harmful to the operations, but it's usually more of a collaborative bombing campaign. It's weird, but that is usually how it works. So I think America probably, I don't know exactly, but I assume they like cut a deal. I assume they cut a deal with Iran maybe, and maybe Iran didn't want to cut the deal. But why would they want strikes in Iran? No. None of this is in Iran. This is not okay, one thing to consider here, okay? Iran is not, as far as I understand, this bombing campaign is not going to target Iran. It's simply going to target Syria and Iraq, okay? That's usually how this works. They don't just like strike at Iran directly. They strike at the proxies in Syria and they strike at the proxies in Iraq. The people that suffer are going to be the Syrian people, the Iraqi people, depending on where they're striking. But that's usually how this goes. However, that's not enough for the Republicans, as Ben Shapiro, Lindsey Graham, and many others are currently salivating at the prospect of striking Iran directly. That would be a major escalation, which would lead to major retaliation from the Iranian forces directly. The IRGC would most likely start operating with great severity and most likely damage infrastructure that America and the rest of the globe relies on, specifically on the energy side of things. They would most likely immediately start launching missiles that are not as easy to apprehend or defend against on like oil refineries and the like. The campaign will reportedly target Iranian individuals and facilities in Iraq and Syria, as well as proxy forces, says Elant News. I think the aim here is to potentially kill Iranian-backed Iraqi militias members as well as their facilities. The reason they're saying it will be across multiple weeks is because they could wait until the IRGC forces let their guard down and re-enter Iraq and Syria and hit them. Iran is not seizing Iran, not have militia groups. USA just causing problem in the Middle East. USA needs to get their head out of their ass and leave Arab region. Isn't this literally what happened before Trump won in 2016 when Obama bombed Syria? Well, Trump did a similar thing. I believe the positions that Trump bombed in Syria were also depopulated beforehand. It's more so about in a lot of instances, these bombing campaigns are more collaborative than you would think. And it's about like crippling the infrastructure so that it's harder for them to push back and harder for them to actually attack next time around. And it's more of like an optical conversation. It's for optics. Like they want to show to the American public, like, you know, you don't fuck with America, right? Like Americans think like we bombed the shit out of them. We did a great job. And then, you know, they have something to show for it. It's a continuation of that same tit for tat.
Faces a danger it hasn't seen for some 50 years, and Lloyd Austin there was making clear that he believed Iran was responsible for this through funding and supporting various groups across this region. Chiefly, some of the groups that have been operating within Syria and Iraq. And of course, he said that it didn't really matter how much Iran knew about that specific attack at the weekend in which 3 American service personnel were killed. He said the fact that Iran are giving weapons and giving backing to these groups means that Iran is responsible, and that's why Iranian targets will be looked at in the coming hours and days at a time of America's choosing, he was saying. But yes, you're right, there will be no strikes on Iranian soil. I think that was always seen as highly unlikely. The White House saying they don't want a wider conflict, they don't want to exacerbate things, but they do have to send a message. And of course, that sending a message extends to a few different things in the Middle East at the moment, notably the Houthi rebels who have been firing from within Yemen out towards the Red Sea. They say they've been hitting ships which are linked to Israel, the US, the UK, and they've been doing this in solidarity with the people of Gaza. And they say they'll continue to hit shipping until the fighting stops and Israeli forces withdraw. Clearly, there's no sign of that happening at the moment. So there are concerns that with more military activity in the Middle East about
With that logic, he must agree that America is responsible for the idea of bombing Gaza, right? Yeah, but you don't understand. They're the good guys. And not scary. Okay? Whereas, you know, Israel, good guys because they are allies and they are the American proxy, and therefore their genocide good. Okay? Their genocide good. Their war crime good. The other guys, on the other hand, and their proxies, whether it's defensive or offensive posturing, doesn't matter. What their goals don't matter. What their goals are don't matter. Those are the bad guys. Okay? When you are the biggest power player on the fucking planet, it doesn't matter. Okay? You're the playground bully. You're the playground bully. You go in with a gun in most instances and scare the shit out of everybody. Sometimes you use the gun. And if anybody turns around and retaliates and say, hey man, fuck you. Not even like slaps you or anything. Just says, fuck you. You go, oh, sorry. I have to shoot you in the face point blank. How dare you? How dare you say fuck you to me? It is the worst thing you've ever done in your entire life. Here it is. It's the last thing you will ever do. Spin cycle full on now. Scoop, State Department reviewing options for possible recognition of Palestinian state. Yeah, okay, dude. Sure. American foreign policy summarized by Benny Boy. Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap, and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. Hashtag settlements rock. That's it. Anyway.
Escalation, but certainly America is setting out how it will respond after those deadly attacks at the weekend, but they say they do it in a calculated manner, at the same time sending a message to Iran that this sort of activity from their proxies will not be tolerated. Matthew.
Nick Peake there in Jerusalem. Thanks very much for the perspective where you are. Let's go back to Washington to our State Department correspondent Tom Bateman, who was listening to all of that. And Tom, what was your assessment?
Well, let's talk about Iran first of all, because, you know, what is new today is that our colleagues at CBS News reporting that the approval has been given for strikes over a series of days, and crucial.
What I mean by collaborative is like, this probably is not collaborative. Here's what my assumption is. Okay. Wee woo, speculation alert. The United States of America went to Iranian proxies or went to like the Iranian spokespeople and whatnot and told them, hey, you got to give us a fucking dub here. Okay. We have to hit some shit. And then Iran probably was like, if you hit our shit, we will fight back. Okay. We will have our red lines and we will enforce those red lines. If you go above those red lines, we will fucking fight back. So then America was like, all right, well, here's what we're going to fight against. These are the positions that we're going to bomb. The IRGC pulls out. Maybe like some of the militia pulls out too from those positions. You blow up a bunch of places. You blow up a bunch of places that are going to be mostly empty or maybe have like some militia in it. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Hold up one moment. And you know, that way, win-win. America looks good. America gets a little bit of a dub.
Usually on Iranian personnel and facilities, but not inside Iran itself. Now, I think there's two things behind this. The fact that this information is now coming out, because what we heard from Lloyd Austin, as they always say, they're not going to sort of telegraph their military action. They're not going to speculate before it happens on exactly where may be targeted. That's the very sort of public from the podium line. But this information is now coming out obviously from elsewhere in the administration, because I think what they want to do is to show to the Iran hawks here in Washington that they are going to respond decisively. It is coming, but they're kind of keeping things in a holding pattern because people will be asking the question, well, why haven't there been any military strikes already since these 3 soldiers were killed at the weekend? So I think there's one thing to say about the targeting, and that is it's very notable that this does not mention Iran itself. That's what some Iran hawks here want to see, but it does talk about Iranian personnel and facilities in Iraq and Syria. Now that is still would be a very, very considerable action. There are Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, Iranian personnel in parts of Iraq and Syria. So the targeting of them by the US would be significant. That is supposed to meaningfully deter further strikes against US personnel. But, you know, the fact is the reported approval here doesn't appear to be against Iran itself. They're trying not to draw in Tehran into a wider confrontation, direct action.
Mehmet Walsh says, instead of targeting foreign nations you've meddled with for decades and instead, I don't know, target your healthcare and shit education, yeah, good luck. Yeah, this is at the heart of my argument for decades at this point. I'm always saying this exact same thing. How about we do a war on like actually fucking things that genuinely, legitimately harm Americans? Okay, how about we do that? Anyway, we can't though.
Between the US and the Iranians. And I think it's important here that, you know, they've also mentioned the weather. And I think they talk about cloud cover. I think there is a suggestion this perhaps hasn't happened so far because they haven't got the weather to guarantee the targeting. That's a kind of sidebar mention towards those more hawkish members of Congress that I mentioned. You know, they're perhaps suggesting this is why it hasn't happened yet.
Really briefly, Tom, I mentioned there a really lengthy apology for that hospital stay, that cancer diagnosis that he'd had, but he'd kept it from his department, the public and the president. He went a great length to go through the detail of all of that. This, I think, the first news conference he's actually had since all of that controversy blew up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time he's been at the Pentagon publicly since all of this. This has been this has put huge pressure on Joe Biden during, the biggest military conflagration in the Middle East, in many, many years that he's been, this crisis that he's been trying to deal with. He's had his own defense secretary, literally taking part in calls about operational activity from his hospital bed.
Do they intentionally mispronounce words? Yes, bro. They're British. Okay. Controversy. Yeah, it's great. Lloyd Austin is supposed to be the big guy. Okay. Lloyd Austin is supposed to be the wheeler and dealer in this situation too, like more so than even Anthony Blinken. So the fact that he's out here dealing with fucking cancer and is like mostly in the hospital bed kind of puts things into a really weird situation.
On an issue of transparency, of accountability, because the senior level of the administration didn't know about the fact he was hospitalized at the start. So we had this very, very lengthy apology, a very, very lengthy explanation, as he put it, as to why he hadn't told the president at the start, and he said he was very sorry for that. It's been a very difficult episode, both for the White House and for the Pentagon during this very serious.
Yeah. Yeah, here's what I was talking about, by the way. Here's the horniness that you have from the likes of Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham and others look at the situation and go, it's not hard enough. We have to kill Iranians and hit them hard and hit them directly. Which, in my opinion, is one, immoral, two, really fucking stupid, and will escalate conflict, pull us into fucking World War III, okay? I don't know. It's just, there is no upside to this whatsoever.
Reaction. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator, good to see you. Let me begin tonight with this. And I did, by the way, love your comments that they'll have blood on their hands. What's happening in the hearing today? We just had Josh Hawley on about. Okay, Joe Biden said he's going to respond. There's been nearly 200 attacks.
Yeah, he's going to respond, except not hard enough. This actually is a perfectly analogous situation to what I always say. Pull yourself out of like pull yourself away from the actual story that we're covering for a brief moment. Let's take a deep breath and let's look at the situation that we have in front of us. Okay? Joe Biden, behaving in an incredibly reactionary manner, is never going to get the proper recognition from the right, because it doesn't matter. They will always defeat you. They're the right. They're the right wing. They're the real reactionaries. No matter how far right you go as a Democrat, you will always lose to the real right wing. You cannot out-patriot them. You cannot out-racist them. You cannot out-compete them on immigration. And the Democratic Party in this last quarter, for some weird reason, maybe because they just genuinely want to lose, I don't fucking know, has decided, oh yeah, no, what we should be doing is hit the most incredibly reactionary strategies that we possibly could, lending credence to the psychopathic nonsense that the Republicans push for on a daily basis, and completely lose to them. We're losing the arguments across the board. There is no counter messaging against immigration being perceived as a problem, a national security problem. It's done. We've given up on that front completely. Okay? There is no counter messaging against like potentially de-escalating conflict. We've completely lost ground on that front too. Okay? It's just terrible. This is why I say it doesn't matter what I do or what I say or what you do or what you say. You will never be able to change the results of an election if the Democratic Party itself is doing everything it can to lose. Okay? John Fetterman waved the Israeli flag from the roof of a roof at anti-Israeli protesters showed up at his house in Braddock, and the red pilling of Fetterman continues. Yeah, I saw this. This is like so weird. It's such a weird thing that he's doing. It's just so odd. He has become more pro-Israel than pro-Pennsylvania. Most historians estimate the U.S. to be a right-wing authoritarian dictatorship by 2040. Get the fuck out of here. Come to Germany is the better Turkey. Yeah, no. Germany is also awful, especially when it comes to Israel. Like, is it the stroke? I don't know.
Against American service members in Iraq and Syria. This day was inevitable because Joe didn't lift a finger with over 175 attacks. He didn't do a thing except take out an empty warehouse. So he's emboldened Iran the way I see it. What's your take?
Germany is also going full tilt fash. What are you talking about? AFD and its rise to prominence has been, you know, pretty devastating. Every European country is going full fash, okay? Direct descendants of fascists are no longer afraid. They are no longer afraid to push fascist opinions publicly. You got Geert Wilders in the Netherlands. You have the AFD in Germany. You have Marine Le Pen in France. These are all of the people. Yeah, Italy is another one. Italy's perfectly represented to this too. Italy currently is run by a fascist, like an open, out and about fascist. Something that I have brought forward time and time again. A party that was openly Nazi 20 years ago is now the third biggest in Sweden. That's another one. And it all happened because of the capitulation that supposedly center-left parties made towards fascist reactionary politics as they simultaneously allowed all of the social safety nets to be crippled. Okay? And instead of recognizing that this was actually diminishing the quality of life of the public, many people saw as their social safety nets were withering away and their quality of life was actually getting worse, they also saw a bunch of people that don't look like them entering the country. So they hyper focused on that and they went, oh, it must be because we now have like more Muslims here. Okay. It's a great way. If you want to privatize every sector that was previously nationalized or previously socialized, the greatest thing you can do is slowly but surely move towards undermining the public sector and defund it year over year over year. You can't do it at once. You have to do it over the course of like many decades. It's the frog boiling in the pan analogy, and before you know it, you're boiled. You're done. You're dead. And they do that, and while they're pulling on that one front with the inevitable interest of genuinely privatizing all of those sectors, okay, with the influx of cheap labor coming from refugee status, migrants, and just immigrants in general, the natural-born citizens of said nations become more and more reactionary because they associate cheap immigrant labor with the real problem. The real problem is not cheap immigrant labor. Okay? The real problem is the government's personally withering away all of those social institutions that you took for granted year over year, as they kept saying, yeah, no, it's the migrants that are at fault here. Anyway.
Well, number one, you're dead right. Why didn't this happen on Trump's watch? Iran was afraid of Trump. He killed the head of their Revolutionary Guard, Soleimani. Biden has yet to hit Iran directly. The Iranians could care less how many Houthis you kill. They could care less how many Iraqi militia you killed. The only way—
That's insane. We have to strike Iran directly is an insane statement that you are making. This should be, I don't know. You should be, I don't know how to describe it. This is not a thing that you should be able to say with no pushback whatsoever. But here's where we're at now.
The way they will change their behavior and stop killing Americans and attacking our troops and trying to bomb ships in the Red Sea is for Joe Biden to hit their oil infrastructure and start killing their soldiers inside of Iran. I'm not asking to invade Iran, but I am calling on President Biden tonight. Go to the source of the problem. If you don't hit the Iranian oil infrastructure and hit them in the wallet and make them fear you, they're going to keep killing our soldiers. To the 3 families whose loved one lost their life, it breaks my heart this was all preventable. So, Mr. President, hit Iran and hit them now and hit them hard to protect Americans in harm's way.
I don't know if he has it in him.
Yeah, dude, that will definitely make the situation better. You know? It'll definitely make the situation for Americans better. Just like American civilians and certainly American military in the region. Great idea, man. Thank you. He's not asking to start a war, but starting a war would be so sick, is what he's basically saying. Anyway, I'm going to move on from this. Here, what is
Joining
this?
us now is Admiral James DeVitas, the NBC News chief international analyst.
This is like, I like that we're hitting both sides of the political spectrum here. On the one hand, we went to Fox News, where Lindsey Graham is like, we got to hit Iran and hit Iran hard. On the other side, we go to MSNBC, and you have the wife of Alan Greenspan at MSNBC interviewing a general who is like, we have to hit Iran and hit it hard. This is how you manufacture consent. This is how you arrive at this bipartisan consensus that is always reactionary, that is always psychotic, that will always backfire. Okay? But guess what, dude? Guess what? We'll make a lot more weapons. Okay? Do you want any social safety nets? Fuck you. Do you want weapons? Well, we're going to make more weapons. Okay? Whether you like it or not. Okay? Love when we got like psychopathic generals that are on MSNBC going, we have to hit Iran and hit Iran hard. And it's like usually a dude that is directly working with the federal government on defense contracts after his 40-year military career as being like the most bloodthirsty general. It's like, yeah, that's right. This is here we have on MSNBC tonight, Mr. Spider Rapist. Here it is. This is General Douglas Spider Rapist McDouglas. And it's like he also now works for fucking, it literally it's always some shit like that. It's like General Douglas Spider Rapist McDouglas here joining us now to talk about the level-headed response to the Iranian acts of violence.
This former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. Well, Admiral, you've seen the drama coming from the Pentagon today. We should first point out that the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, he said that he was clearly limping. He said he's still recovering. He's having physical therapy, but he was very open about the ongoing investigation and the fact that basically he messed up.
Yeah, Lloyd Austin, whom I've known for decades, did what good leaders do and what men and women of integrity do. When they make a mistake, they admit it, they own it, they improve, they go forward, and any further action would be up to the president. And I think Lloyd Austin did exactly the right thing in coming forward now. He made a mistake earlier, but he's handled it as well as you possibly can at this point. I wish him well in his recovery. He's a fine military officer, and I think continues to serve the nation.
I think all of us wish him well.
Okay, get to the blood. Get to the blood.
Place of their choosing, and he pointed out that, as you know better than anyone, as the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, that will depend on a lot of other factors: how people are moving around, reducing collateral damage, civilian deaths, as well as weather and other conditions. But this has also permitted people to move, to get out, to evacuate some of these militias. So are they taking too long to retaliate?
These are military judgments that are being rendered minute by minute inside.
Dude, every time the person that is like the interviewer, doesn't matter if we're talking about MSNBC, doesn't matter if we're talking about CNN, doesn't matter if we're talking about Fox News, is literally asking, why are we not like skull fucking the Iranians? Okay. Hello, Supreme Commander of NATO Allied Forces, sir. When will we start skull fucking the Iranian soldiers? Okay. Why have we not canoed every Iranian child's skull? When will blood be spilled, sir? It's literally the most insane thing. American foreign policy is Holden Blood Feast, Republican from Iowa, 118 years old. Please, God, let us nuke Iran. Nothing else matters. I'll do anything, please. I just want to see burning flesh one last time before I die. Respectable bipartisan. Okay? It is true. Beanie Tuesday nailed it 100%. Brother, you are literally describing the gay airplane meme. Yeah. It's true, though. It actually is true. And where are all the people now that were like, Biden greatly de-escalated the drone wars, as a matter of fact? Well, I'm so glad he did, so we could just like catch up at the last quarter. You know what I mean? Like Atlas 2 just caught up at the top of the hour and gifted 10 people 10 gifted subs, so they no longer have to see the ads at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. It's just how it works. Yeah, this was a great meme at the time and still bangs. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now, ladies and gentlemen. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute outbreak now, brother. We must rain blood upon their heads, everyone. This is my foreign policy. Midterm elections are coming up. Keep an eye out on these rising stars. The 2018 election candidates of note. Weasel Snrat, Republican from New York, principled lawyer. Main principle is to only defend rapists. Stuart Paul, Republican from Ohio, libertarian, but also wants to use taxpayer money to find and kill his ex-wife. Jillian Drillint, Democrat from California, founder of a startup that sends underprivileged youth to fight in the IDF. Oh, that's such a good one. Numbers Fuckstein, Democrat from Maryland, just wants to fuck around with tax credits and shit to see what happens. Dylan Sled, Democrat from Pennsylvania, unemployed college dropout, heard about UBI on a podcast and went, oh, what? Sick. Free college, free healthcare, free schmurda, vastly more qualified than 99% of Congress. Scum shit, Republican from North Carolina, Nazi. Norm Respectable, Republican from Montana, also a Nazi. Dresden Norris, independent from Washington, spends 5 hours a day on Twitter, vows to have the rest of Congress executed if elected, encyclopedic knowledge of foreign policy, but doesn't know what a filibuster is. Dorian Salazar O'Malley, Democrat from Michigan, community organizer, highly unusual candidate, exhibit qualities of a member of the fabled white working class, but isn't white. 538.com rates him most likely to end up mysteriously dead a week before election. Holden Bloodfeast, Republican from Iowa. We've already covered that a million times over. 119 years old. Please, God, let us just nuke. Let us nuke Iran. Iran, nothing else matters. I'll do anything, please. I just want to see burning flesh one last time before I die. Respectable, bipartisan. Sex Tricker, independent from Florida. Oh my God, is that his real name? Holy shit, elect him. Ha ha ha. What the fuck is going on? Hillary, Democrat. Who cares? Oh, come on, not again. Only lost the election because her controller was broken. Third time is the charm. These are all really cringe. Sorry, this is some Reddit socialist shit. This is what is known as a joke. And this is what is known as... What? What are you talking about? Being hawkish on all Middle Eastern states is the epic-based socialist position. Haven't you heard? Yeah, those guys we joke about. I don't know if you know that. Like... The update to this would literally be like, I mean, these are all candidates that are running, but the update to this would be like, you know, xylitol Magnus, okay? If we were doing like BreadTube and like political commentators, it would be like xylitol Magnus, okay? Had a sex scandal 5 years ago, okay? Had a sex scandal 5 years ago. As questionable ethics on pedophilia and loves to debate it anyway. Okay, went through a libertarian phase and might still be in that libertarian phase. Last but not least, will always take the position of American foreign policy, will suspiciously always align himself or themselves or herself with the American foreign policy. You need to debate a fascist. It is needed for discourse. No, thank you. Okay. That is extremely specific, and yet it describes so many people. I know. That's why I don't actually fucking mention a real name, and I just made up a name that... Genuine question, why is it always your position that the U.S. should just take it on the chin and move on? I understand that the full-blown war should not be started or nothing for a couple casualties, but at some point the U.S. military has to retaliate. Genuine response to your genuine question. Why the fuck is the United States of America there to begin with? Why do they have to be there? Why must they also always have to retaliate? You have to take it on the chin if you're there. You shouldn't be there to begin with, but if you are there, you have to take it on the fucking chin. Why? Because you are the superpower. That's it. Democrat, Arizona. Yeah. Like, these guys are not attacking us inside of United States boundaries or United States borders. These guys are attacking are soldiers that are weirdly and suspiciously planted all across the Middle East. But because that is like such a normal position for many Americans that we take for granted, that it literally, no one ever asked like, wait a minute, why the fuck are there soldiers in like Jordan? Why the fuck are there soldiers in Iran, or not Iran, sorry, Iraq and Syria? Why are there so many U.S. military bases? Like, why are they on the oil fields? It's almost exactly like Israel. They keep sticking their nose in shit until they get some pushback, and oh, how dare they must retaliate. I don't know what this map is. I suspect is this like all the bases that the United States has in the region? Is that what you are showing me? I can't wait for like one of these bases to not be correct so that like every fucking neoliberal NATO head on Twitter could be like, look at this fucking dumbass, dude. There's no base there. It's probably dated. Wow. Out of the 85 military bases that you're showing on this map, one of them actually moved recently. Haha, therefore I have owned you. The major point that you were trying to make is that, you know, why the fuck are there so many goddamn bases in this region? This one, I know personally, literally has nukes in it. Why is Iran surrounding the American bases? That's what I'm saying. It's like, Iran, how about you fucking chill out, you know? Haha, there's only 84 bases there, dipshit. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Fucking owned. You mean like this video?
Save it.
The alt-right playbook. It's so funny. Innuendo Studio still makes these videos about like the alt-right. But nowadays, I feel like a lot of the bill fits mostly like the alt-libs, I guess, that behave in identical manners to the alt-right and defend, I guess, like a lot of the positions of like American foreign policy that most parts of the alt-right also agree with the exception of like the Nazis that deviate away from the rest of the alt-right that hate Israel because they're Jewish. You know? It's so cool that now just every American has, just like in the immediate aftermath of like 9/11, Americans have been able to basically fucking hold hands together and decide like how hard we want to kill Arabs. And that's the major distinction. The map I linked is from a 2012 article. You will get corrected. Watch out. I'm so sorry. I mean, it's fine. I already made fun of it. He's got good content on Seen Through Deceptive Rhetoric. No, I know. It's just like people that used to troll on 4chan but just found out about Nordic healthcare and social democracy and only support white trans people but will melt POC. Yeah, it's like a very weird, it's a very weird, oddly specific group of like new Hitlers, I think. It's just like the new wave of fascism with liberal aesthetics is awesome. And it's kind of funny because like even the alt-right, because neoliberalism has created this like liberal monoculture, even the dumbass right-wingers are also using like bodies and spaces ass language. You know what I mean? So like everyone is basically coming to this middle where people are like, actually, sweaty, I'm a white identitarian and you are attacking Point of privilege. Your reactionary sentiment towards my white skin, which is an inalienable characteristic of mine, is actually quite concerning. And it's like, dude, what are you saying right now? You're just like fucking a woke white supremacist. Like, what is happening? And then liberals do a similar thing as well. It's so funny. They call Garrett Wilders a conservative leftist now. I don't even know what that fucking means at this point. Literally, no one has said that ever. My friend, this is good. I'm glad that you said that, because that means that you don't go on Reddit. Okay? That means you do not go on Reddit. And that's really cool of you. I don't do it. Don't go on Reddit. Of course I don't. Yep, there you go. So there, you've never actually heard it. Stay away from r/LSF live stream fails. Stay away from r/neoliberal, because let me tell you, you're going to get a lot of that. Okay. Don't go on r/world news. Don't go on r/Europe. Stay away from Reddit in general. It doesn't help that there are super famous YouTube streamers convincing impressionable young would-be socialists and former groypers that it's actually very based on socialists and anti-imperialists to want to melt China or whatever. No, that stuff doesn't matter. No, that shit's for the birds. That is like incredibly specific and like incredibly marginal, just annoying to our little circle of the internet type situation. No, the broader politics does not come from YouTubers, okay? Like, there's no real influence there, okay? The broader politics comes from the underlying material conditions and the multi-billion-dollar operation that is built on top of that is consistently manufacturing consent. That's precisely why we're currently watching a General McFuckstick over here, former Supreme Admiral Commander of NATO forces, say the identical things that Lindsey Graham is saying, with like some slight deviation, right? Maybe he's not going to say we have to immediately melt Iran, we have to nuke Iran in the same way that Lindsey Graham was saying earlier, but like the energy is there.
U.S. Central Command, by the way, Lloyd Austin's command when he was a 4-star, so he knows this region extremely well. What's important here is that this is going to be a campaign, not a one-off, not a simple one-time precision-guided strike against a particular target. It's going to be an ongoing series of attacks, I think, against not only the Houthi Red Sea maritime threat that you were showing earlier, but also against these militias in Iraq and Syria. This will go on, I think, for a number of weeks, and probably accelerate in terms of the hammer blows we are landing. At that point, Iran, hopefully, will take control of these militias and pull them back. Otherwise, Andrea, I think the United States will have to at least consider strikes against Iran.
See, this is the reasoned, more tempered approach, which inevitably also is like, well, the United States will have no option but to nuke Iran. It's so funny that this is literally the MSNBC line. The Fox News line, as I showed you earlier, is nuke Iran now. The MSNBC line, led by a dude who is like getting, I assume, money from the defense industry now, because every single one of these guys are. I don't know what his background specifically is, but he was the supreme commander of NATO or whatever. If he's not getting if he's not lining his pockets with a shit ton of money from different interest groups and specifically the defense industry, then he's a fucking fool. Okay? The difference is literally the rhetoric of offense versus the rhetoric of defense. No, the Republicans are also saying we have to be offensive in a defensive posture. He's also coming to that same conclusion. He's just saying we got to wait a week to do it. That's it. He very much is. Yep. Don't trust the defense industry's Ukraine pundits. And they did this. They did this for a year. Okay? They did this for a year. That's why it's not the fucking dumbass YouTubers that like upset you when you hear people go like, I'm an anarcho-NATOist or something. It's not those guys, okay? It's not those guys that have like cultivated a space that is like incredibly horny for American foreign policy to be almost identically aligned with the reactionary Republican right, okay? Those guys are marginal. It's just what you see on Twitter. So like, because we have horse blinders, we think like, oh, well, these guys are dominating every conversation. They're so profoundly impactful. No, this is the real impact. It's having former generals and people who were like lobbyists directly for the defense industry go on every night and consistently push these positions over and over and over again, normalize the idea that America must retaliate, America must be violent. Okay? That is infinitely more impactful on the American collective consciousness and how jingoistic we are and how we become like little Western chauvinists anytime like America's feelings are hurt. That it comes from this. Okay? I was talking about this with a buddy of mine who's, let's say his immediate relative used to be a CNN producer and like a die-in-the-wool, like regular, straight down ballot, strong D Democratic voter. Producer for CNN, no longer a producer. And one of the things that like he readily admits, and I think like a lot of people, as a matter of fact, that work in this field in mainstream media readily admit is how unimaginably disingenuous the Israeli sources that they put on television are. Okay? They know. Every single person at CNN knows that when you put a fucking Israeli official on television, they're going to lie. Okay? And they do. They lie nonstop. We've shown it time and time again. They lie so much that they've limited their bookings now. But for the first couple of months, they booked them nonstop. Anytime they're blowing up a hospital, you got to have Jonathan Concuncrius or whatever the fuck that fat-headed dildo, whatever his last name is, go on and be like, these are terror babies. You do not understand. Jake Tapper. These are babies of terror. That's why we have to do this. Like, literally, they were these babies were throwing terror rocks. You know? Yeah, here it is. Our Nazi correspondent. Like, he did that. They did that every fucking... Jonathan Cocksuckrius. Fucking got him. They did that every day. They did that every day. Every fucking day. Do you think that is not important? Do you think that like that doesn't have staying power? Your grandparents don't, your liberal grandparents don't think that CNN is lying. They look at Jake Tapper and go, he's a handsome man. He's such a handsome man. He's so honest. I remember how he spoke out against Donald Trump. They have no framework where they think like maybe CNN has a different interest here, okay? They have no way of like looking at this or like reading the New York Times and thinking like, I wonder if the New York Times is biased. And the unfortunate problem is that many people who do recognize that these outlets are biased end up becoming psychopathic right-wingers who think everything is a psyop. Taylor Swift is a psyop. The New York Times is trying to make me gay by making me take a vaccine. It sucks. I feel so lonely all the time because those who are like supposed to be media literate, who try to like exercise a little bit of caution and like see through the lines and read between the lines and recognize that like American State Department is always going to have bipartisan consensus and like our media operations are regularly going to churn out propaganda that is like very, very pro-Israel, even when you don't think that it is pro-Israel, for example, or pro-war in general, even when you don't think that it's pro-war, for example. It just sucks that like, it sucks that when you have a more reasonable approach to this kind of thing, many of the other people on the sidelines that actually are like fake news, they're running the fake news line over and over again, are like weirdos. They're psychos. They're just anti-vaxxers and QAnon supporters and shit like that. It sucks. I want to pull them back into like reality, and I can't do that. And I can't even pull the fucking liberals away from the understanding that like the media does regularly have a serious bias when it comes to churning out pro-State Department propaganda. And I think this is a perfect demonstration of that. That's why I showed you the right-wing moment here, and that's why I showed you what the MSNBC line is on, striking Israel.
On directly. Let's hope we don't get there.
Well, there are a number of people in Congress, as you know, in both parties calling for exactly that. There have been more than 160 attacks against U.S. and international forces, and nothing seems to have deterred these Iran-backed militias.
Did I say striking Israel? Sorry, that's crazy. Striking Iran, of course.
Absolutely correct, and I think we're at the final exit before the tunnel, so to speak. We need to be communicating that directly to Iran. I think we are doing so. We need a very robust series of strikes. And by the way, not just against militias, but against Iranian Revolutionary Guards who are outside Iran conducting the training, the organizing, the equipping of these militias, this so-called...
All right, yeah, every day is the same. U.S. shoots down missile posing imminent threat to U.S. aircraft. Not to mention, libs have reflexively latched on to mainstream media more in reaction to the right's rejection of it. I mean, to a certain degree, I think so. Speech is heavily controlled in many different ways with mainstream media. People that are honest or honest speaking generally do not rise to the top. Or, look, the way it works is that there is a neat confine that, like, there's a box of ideas that are permissible, that are appropriate, that you can speak on. Okay? If you are anti-capitalist in any meaningful way, or if you're anti-American State Department in any meaningful way, which is just another way of saying anti-capitalist because American State Department operates at the behest of capital, then you have to toe a very serious line. You have to toe a very specific line. And if you deviate away from that, you'll get clapped. On the right, that line is on the right, that line is straight up like openly being a Nazi. If you are openly a white supremacist Nazi and you say that you're a white supremacist Nazi, you pull a fucking Kanye West, then you've crossed the boundary. Okay? But everything before that, like Tucker Carlson, you have not crossed that boundary. Tucker Carlson is a fucking straight up white nationalist, right? But he never says he's a straight up white nationalist. He simply asks, what's going on? These are all coincidences, right? And when he does that kind of rhetoric, it doesn't matter. But like if you're marginally center left on some of these issues that puts you at odds with the interests of capital, you're done. You're out. You're not getting elevated. You are not going to get elevated. So there is no like extreme principles on both sides that are equivalent to one another that you can actually point to. There's no moral equivalence there anyway, right? But there is nothing. I mean, there's nothing that even comes near. Like Mehdi Hasan is a liberal in many respects, right? He's a liberal in many respects. And yet he still got punished. He still got clapped. Who is doing the elevating? What do you mean? What do you mean who's doing the elevating? I never comprehend, though, how do they benefit from lying at the behest of the government if they don't work for the government? Wouldn't the truth be more controversial, more profit? How are the financial interests tied to agitprop? Very easy, okay? There are a shit ton of pharmaceutical ads on CNN. There are a shit ton of healthcare ads on CNN. So if you are pro-Medicare for all, openly a socialist, openly claiming that we have to eviscerate the pharmaceutical industry's profit motive, we have to destroy the healthcare industry, the for-profit healthcare industry, you're not going to get elevated. Because you can't say that in between Concerta commercials, okay? You can't say that in between Blue Cross Blue Shield commercials. That's like nutty. Why do you think I don't have a shit ton of sponsorships? Well, one, because I don't personally take them on when they come through. But the other reason is because sponsors hear what I have to say. I don't think those things are related, Hasan. Wait, what? I mean, here, this is a timeless
censoring organization.
Here, Noam Chomsky writes, manufacturing consent. Andrew Marr asked him a question. You talk about censorship. You talk about censorship in organizations like, and he very quickly retaliates and says, I'm not talking about censorship at all. I'm talking about elevation. And he describes how this operates. This is a perfect answer to your question.
Tell me how that works. You're not suggesting that proprietors phone one another up, or that many journalists get their copy spiked, as we say?
It's actually, Orwell, you may recall, has an essay called Literary Censorship in England, which was supposed to be the introduction to Animal Farm, except that it never appeared, in which he points out, look, I'm writing about a totalitarian society, but in free democratic England, it's not all that different. And then he says unpopular ideas can be silenced without any force. And then he gives a two-sentence response, which is not very profound, but captures it. He says two reasons. First, the press is owned by wealthy men who have every interest in not having certain things appear. But second, the whole educational system, from the beginning on through, just gets you to understand that there are certain things you just don't say. Well, spelling these things out, that's perfectly correct. I mean, it's the first sentence is what we expand on.
This is what I don't get, because it suggests that, I mean, I'm a journalist, people like me are self-censoring.
No, not self-censoring. There's a filtering system that starts in kindergarten, goes all the way through, and it doesn't work 100%, but it's pretty effective. It selects for obedience and subordination, and especially, I think that's
so stroppy people won't make it to positions of influence.
Behavior problems, or if you read applications to a graduate school, you see that people will tell you he's not doesn't get along too well.
It's like it's like the drill tweet, you know? Remember on like October 8th or 9th or 10th or something, like Kick 100% went to every big streamer. There is a reason they didn't go to you, even though regardless you would have never taken a deal. Yeah. Listen. Well, I mean, I guess by way of XUC, they kind of tried to prod that out, and I was literally like, fuck no. But, yeah, because they can't afford me, dog. That's why. By the way, as I've said before, for the record, like being consistent and being principled in this situation doesn't fucking matter, okay? It doesn't. You just keep getting punished. If anything, people will turn around and go, yeah, dude, there's no way he's actually this consistent. We must find a hypocrisy here. So, you know, he's just, it usually doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, this is the tweet that I'm thinking of. The Middle East is complicated because it's bad to support smothering orphans in hellfire, but I also really want to graduate Harvard. Okay, that's it. Same principle works in that in the media as well. It's like, yeah, like internally, I think what Israel's doing is like kind of fucked up, but also simultaneously, I kind of want to, you know, make more money and get elevated to a position of like executive producer inevitably, and that's it.
With his colleague, you know how to interpret those things.
I'm just interested in this because I was brought up, like a lot of people, probably post the Watergate film and so on, to believe that journalism was a crusading craft and that there were a lot of disputatious, stroppy, difficult people in journalism. And I have to say,
I guess what I'm saying is what makes an org like the Reuters or AP objective, but CNN and others not? The former arguably do more original reporting and scoops than the latter. Wait, I never said the AP or Reuters is objective either. No, I don't think the Associated Press is objective. The Associated Press, for example, in this regard, the Associated Press also is not even close to being objective. Okay? Guess what? For example, when the Israeli death squad went into a West Bank hospital in Jenin, okay, the Associated Press literally said the Hamas-backed health ministries hospital. It's the fucking West Bank. It's actually the Palestinian Authority that runs that hospital. Technically. Well, not really, because it's still, I believe it's like the Jenin brigades, but, or I don't know how exactly the hospital structure works in Jenin, but it's certainly not Hamas. Like, that's, the point is, like, it's little things like that, little errors like that here and there that demonstrate biases, right? There's no objectivity there. And yeah, thinking about that, it's like there's a person that I know personally that was fired in 2022 for being outspoken about Israel. If you recall, what was her name? Damn it! Like literally, they fired a journalist specifically for being outspoken about Israel. So Emily Wilder, yes. No, not Katie Halper. Emily Wilder. So my point is, I think actually Katie Halper might have been fired from somewhere too. I don't really remember, but my point is, like, none of these guys are actually objective. They come close to objectivity. I guess you could ask the question, like, what is objective, right? Katie Halper got fired from The Guardian for saying Israel was an apartheid.
I think I know some of them.
Well, I know some of the best and best-known investigative reporters in the
Oh, not from The Guardian, from The Hill.
United States. I won't mention names, but whose attitude toward the media is much more cynical than mine. In fact, they regard the media as a sham, and they know and they consciously talk about how they try to play it like a violin. If they see a little opening, they'll try to squeeze something in that ordinarily wouldn't make it through. And it's perfectly true that I'm sure you're speaking for the majority of journalists who are trained, have it driven into their heads that this is a crusading profession, adversarial, we stand up against power, a very self-serving view. On the other hand, in my opinion, I hate to make a value judgment, but the better journalists, and in fact the ones who are often regarded as the best journalists, have quite a different picture. And I think...
Yeah. And they usually do get the international recognition that they deserve, unless they are still alive, like Seymour Hersh, in which case, during the duration of their lifetime, they will still get ritualistically humiliated and bullied by mainstream media and constantly chastised, regardless of the fact that their contribution to the field is phenomenal. Okay? I guess what I'm wondering is, what's in it for CNN to warmonger as opposed to just reporting the news in a naive sense? They can still have access they want without being outwardly opinionated and pro-war, yet they're always pro-war. No, they can't. And they also want to spice it up. And Associated Press is not getting the same level of, like, advertisements from all of these, like, Raytheon and the defense industry in the same way that CNN is. It is a direct... The interest of the media overall, whether people recognize it or not, whether it's like people deliberately going, I'm going to do this, I'm going to promote this position, whether people recognize it or not, is still going to be aligned with, State Department narratives, but also aligned with the corporate oligopoly, because they are getting paid by the corporate oligopoly. Okay? Most people also don't recognize that they're being biased, as Chomsky's mentioning, because, like, if you're so ingrained in the liberal monoculture, then you don't even sometimes think about it. You just think, like, well, what do you mean? This is just the truth. This is just the objective truth. And people that are naysayers against the objective truth are probably naysayers because they have, like, a secondary a bias here, like they're Muslim, like Hasan. Maybe they just have a fuck America, I hate America attitude or something, not realizing that I live in the United States of America and obviously would not want it to fucking fall apart. Okay?
Under new threats as the Pentagon prepares to retaliate for the deadly drone strike in Jordan that killed 3 American soldiers. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz is in Jordan. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. We are in one of the most remote parts of Jordan. The Syrian border is just behind me. Iraq is off to my left. These are the countries from which the Iranian-backed militants have launched attacks against Americans. This morning, the U.S. finalizing retaliatory strikes for Sunday's drone hit here in Jordan that killed 3 American soldiers and wounded 47 others, the majority of the wounded National Guard soldiers. The deadly strike, one of nearly 170 attacks aimed at Americans in the region by Iranian-backed militants, the latest in the Red Sea. The U.S. conducting self-defense strikes in Yemen on a Houthi drone ground control station and 10 one-way drones. Just hours earlier, the USS Carney shooting down an anti-ship ballistic missile fired by the group, in addition to 3 Iranian drones in less than an hour. U.S. forces also striking down a Houthi surface-to-air missile Wednesday, which officials say presented an imminent threat to U.S. aircraft.
Here's a really cool, really good way to like de-escalate and engage in like actual self-defense that preserves the lives of many of these soldiers. Okay, these brave soldiers, the merchant marines and the like. Get the fuck out of there, and also listen to the demands being made, the very reasonable demands being made by the Ansar Allah government. That's a great way, is on 2 fronts. Okay. On 2 fronts, it's a win-win-win-win-win. You know what I mean? This guy has a different opinion, though. He said, nuke Yemen.
Operating in the area. This after the USS Gravely intercepted a Houthi missile heading toward the ship, splashing into the sea within only 1 mile of the warship, the closest call yet. Now, all eyes waiting for the response to the tragic attack in Jordan, with the White House for the first time blaming the Iran-backed militant group Islamic Resistance in Iraq, an umbrella group of numerous militias. The Pentagon preparing to unleash a multi-day, multi-target campaign bigger than anything seen this far, in hopes deterrence will prevent more loss of life. President Biden calling Oneida and Sean Sanders, whose 24-year-old daughter Kennedy was killed in the attack.
I know, everybody, I know there's nothing anybody can say or do to ease the pain. I've been there.
Yes, sir, we understand.
The parents overcome with emotion when the president reveals how their daughter will be honored.
We're promoting her posthumously to sergeant.
Oh, wow, that is the best news I've heard today. Thank you so much. You don't know how much that means to us.
Oh, well, I tell you what.
Dude, it's like, it's such a waste. It's such a waste. Like, she didn't have to die. Why the fuck is she dead? You know what I mean? Why is she in fucking Jordan? And now she's just dead. Oh, it's great. Yeah, she's posthumously elevated to the position of sergeant. It just sucks. It sucks so fucking bad.
It means a lot to me. My son spent a year in Iraq until I lost him. And,
she's not being sarcastic, no.
1% of all these kids are the ones that we're going to take care of 99% of us.
Such heartbreaking scenes. President Biden is not expected to hit Iran directly, fearing the conflict in this region will escalate, but it has already spread far beyond the borders of Gaza. George?
Okay, Martha, thanks. Hi, everyone.
What is this? Why do we have to pretend like we care about soldiers who were there to kill innocent civilians? Why is she signed up to kill Middle Eastern farmers? I mean, I don't know if you know this, but like, she signed up not specifically to be like, I love killing Middle Eastern farmers. She signed up like many others did, okay, to get their fucking college paid for, to have like some semblance of upward social mobility. That's what a big chunk of people sign up for. The idea that like the American military doesn't run on incredibly predatory practices that that specifically target like black and brown communities, for example, and offer some semblance of upward social mobility and educational opportunities as a you know, people say the poverty draft is a lie, right? But what they don't recognize is that, like, if you are middle class and you want some semblance of upward social mobility, like, you have to fucking go to college. And it's incredibly, incredibly expensive. Okay? And you have no other real options. Biden's son died in Iraq? No. He didn't die in Iraq, but he did die as, I think, a consequence of, like, the tire smoke that he inhaled. I mean, he died of cancer due to being stationed in a forward operating base where they were fucking burning tires. So, and the tar pits, the burn pits. It's really interesting to think about because it's like Biden couldn't pay for his fucking health care. Like, think about that. Biden couldn't pay for his health care and he had to, like, he was going to take out a third mortgage on his house or something. And Barack Obama was like, okay, don't do that. You're the VP. Like, I will pay for it. And yet this man still ran for president against Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders was going for Medicare for all. It blows my fucking mind. The U.S. Army's massive socialist jobs program, but man, it's so fucked up and predatory. My cousin got $60K in debt for 1 year of college and opted into the military to continue with schooling without committing financial suicide. Yeah. He literally said he died in Iraq to the woman. Oh, I didn't hear it. All right, anyway, here's the Wall Street Journal, which, by the way, sucks ass, okay? There's some good reporting that comes out of the Wall Street Journal every now and then about Israel, but usually, by and large, their reporting is ass-sucking, okay, of the ass-sucking variety. This is a video where they ask the question, why does the U.S. support and fund Israel so much? Let's take a look.
Israel's response in Gaza to the Hamas attacks has led to protests across the U.S. demanding a ceasefire, with many calling for an end to U.S. military aid to Israel.
If you want my money, you better listen to me.
The U.S. provides about $3.8 billion in aid to Israel every year, and since World War II, the U.S. has provided more foreign aid to Israel than any other country. But today, there are increasingly vocal
I wonder why, guys. Because it's a fucking state, homie. That's it. And the most important state. Not the most important state, but like one of the more important states. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Okay? The reason why I'm talking about like Wall Street Journal ass sucking on their coverage is like they had a former IDF PR person writing an article that cleaned up her fucking entire connection to IDF where she was like, you know, she was just like posturing with like incredible propaganda recently. Oh yeah, Israel is way, way, way more important than Puerto Rico. Are you kidding me? Anyway, reading the New York Times and Wall Street Journal is actually part of what started me on the road to leftism. I started wondering why they referred to Israeli soldier deaths so much more empathetically than Palestinian civilians slaughtered, even when the numbers were wildly disparate. This was back in 2014, 2015. Yeah, always. It's a very healthy question to ask, usually. Israel received more in total from the federal government than Mississippi? I don't know about that. But did you see the Wall Street Journal opinion page yesterday? Yes, I did. This is why I'm saying, like, they suck ass, okay? Chicago votes for Hamas. Mayor Brandon Johnson supports a ceasefire in Gaza and not Chicago. That's the editorial board, guys. This is not just like one fucking psycho. This is all the psychos of the Wall Street Journal editorial board. Just something to remember always, okay? If you want to understand like why these guys suck ass, Here is 1999 Wall Street Journal editorial board. Pinochet deserves gratitude, not punishment. Here is a Guardian article about Pinochet, and Wall Street Journal says Egypt needs a Pinochet. Can it get away with that? Wall Street Journal in 2000. Pinochet free at last. A brief history from Huffington Post on Wall Street Journal's support of right-wing authoritarianism. This was because they also defended Jair Bolsonaro. Wall Street Journal was very openly in defense of Pinochet long after his death, and even up to his death. They consistently talked about how sick he was. When Pinochet died in 2006, more peacefully than any of the more than 3,000 people who we know of who were murdered under his regime, the Journal ran an unsigned editorial that attempted to paint his brutal rule as more complicated than accusing it of murderous human rights atrocities carried out solely for the benefit of wealthy elites might suggest. He took power in a coup in 1973, but ultimately he created an environment where democratic institutions would prevail, the Journal said. So the Wall Street Journal is fascist. The vibes were right in all the wrong ways. The Wall Street Journal isn't fascist in the way that you understand it. They're fascist in the neoliberal way. Okay? That's it. In Peru, Pinochet may be the editorial board's darling, but the Journal has found ample time to praise his contemporaries too. They wrote, hailed Peruvian President Alberto Fujimori at the end of his decade in power with a cheerful column that excused the strongman's litany of human rights abuses. In Argentina, gave them some credit. O'Grady and the Wall Street Journal have at least shied away from unabashed praise of Argentina's military dictatorship, which was led by Army Commander Jorge Rafael Videla and ruled the country with an iron fist from 1976 to 1983. Shortly after Argentina returned to democratic governance, he was convicted of crimes against humanity because of the number of political dissidents who appeared during his regime. The worst estimates pin the total somewhere north of 30,000. Okay. In Colombia, former Colombian President Alvaro Uribe was not a dictator, but Uribe, who was in office, exhibited plenty of authoritarian tendencies as he sought to defeat the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, or FARC, the militant left-wing rebel group that was also responsible for widespread human rights violations. Anyway, in Saudi Arabia, when King Salman replaced his nephew with his son as the heir to the throne, the Wall Street Journal predicted that the new crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman, would usher in an era of modernity and reform. In Egypt, Egypt was one of the first countries to overthrow its dictator by popular protest during the Arab Spring, but the Wall Street Journal's extreme relief, Egypt's Army General Abdel Fattah el-Sisi ousted the country's first democratically elected president, Muslim Brotherhood leader Mohammed Morsi, as I've talked about before, just a year after the election. In July 2013, as Barack Obama's administration scrambled for ways to avoid calling the military coup a coup, which would have required a cutoff of U.S. aid, the Wall Street Journal urged for the U.S. to back el-Sisi. Don't worry, we did that. Wall Street Journal won on that front. So yeah, the Wall Street Journal's position is clear. Pro-American dictatorships have more moral scruples, its editorial board wrote during the Arab Spring of 2011, because Wall Street Journal is the most neoliberal institution. And if you listen to neoliberal theorists, they will oftentimes say that I would rather have an authoritarian monarchist as long as they are not abiding by the principles of democracy in the way that we understand it, the tyranny of majority, of course, we don't like that, but instead democratizing the marketplace, ensuring that the markets are alive and well. That's all they care about, okay? That is how neoliberalism works. It's about government interference against democracy in most instances, and certainly against the labor union, okay? It's all about liberalizing markets through government interference, as a matter of fact, not the laissez-faire, not entirely the laissez-faire that we understand with a utilitarian approach, even though it's fraught, fraudulent, and also silly and childish to think that like pure laissez-faire economics would actually fucking yield laissez-faire. Economics would actually yield positive results. There's still a relatively utilitarian approach in the foundational principles here. They want to help as many people as possible. The neoliberals are like, I don't give a fuck about helping people as long as the markets are the best, because ultimately, as long as the markets with government interference are as free as they possibly can be, then, the strongest will always thrive and survive. And that will be good for people, even if like a lot of people die as a consequence. Okay, I fucking went to like a million different directions here. But anyway, let's get back to Wall Street Journal's video. Why does the U.S. fund and support
For
Israel
more
so
scrutiny
much?
of that aid from the left wing
It
of
could
the
be good.
Democratic
This
Party,
could just be like one of those
including
one-off good
threats to
videos.
scuttle Biden's request for $14.3 billion in additional assistance to Israel.
It's changing the nature of the discussion now. It was once frowned upon to criticize Israel publicly, and now you're seeing more and more that people are doing so, and those calls are getting louder and louder.
This is a simple request for information.
On January 16th, Senator Bernie Sanders introduced a resolution that sought to impose conditions on continued aid to Israel.
It simply requests a report on how U.S. aid is being used. This is a very modest, common sense.
It's so funny that like while Bernie is definitely still like a liberal Zionist, he is also one of the loudest critics of Israel in American Congress. I mean, it's true. He literally is. Aside from like Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and the like, even though after October 7, he certainly has refused to say keywords like ceasefire and consistently held the position that Israel has a right to defend itself over and over again, which led me to obviously take away the Bernie cutout that has sat behind me for many, many years, even though I still love him in my heart and still wish him very well. I feel like he tarnished his legacy. It doesn't matter. He's a liberal Zionist. He fucking went to the kibbutzim in like during his like USSR honeymoon. He fucking loves. There's a part of his heart that still believes that like Israel is a overall good thing. Okay. So it's disappointing. It's disappointing, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, he's still, in spite of his disappointment, in spite of his disappointment in the aftermath of October 7, he still is literally one of the most critical people against Israel. Think about that. Think about how slanted the American government is, that this dude who refused to push for a ceasefire, this dude who keeps saying Israel has a right to defend itself, Israel has to exist in the way that it does, who pushes this point, is the guy who's also saying like, we got to fucking dial it back a little bit. Okay. It's kind of crazy how sad the state of U.S. politics is, the state of affairs.
Proposal.
Sanders' resolution would freeze aid to Israel unless the State Department produced a report within 30 days examining whether Israel has committed human rights violations in Gaza.
What is going on in Israel right now is being done significantly with U.S. military aid. So the 2,000-pound bombs, which have the capability of wiping out entire neighborhoods, those are American bombs.
As expected, the Senate overwhelmingly rejected Senator Sanders' resolution in a 72-11 vote.
We can and should continue to push Israel towards a targeted prosecution of the war against Hamas in Gaza, but passing this resolution does not do that. In fact, I would say it is counterproductive to it.
Are we complicit? And the answer obviously is yes, we are. And that's why I brought up this resolution, and I and other members will continue to fight for accountability from Israel.
Even though the resolution failed, it represents a historic level of scrutiny for U.S. aid to Israel.
Just the fact that the Senate is now forced to debate this issue publicly really shows that there's a changing tide. Even if it didn't go anywhere and it was overwhelmingly rejected, the fact that senators are now forced to grapple with this question publicly shows that there is increasing pressure to do more.
An historic moment for Zion, which is celebrated in Washington at the office of the Jewish Agency for Palestine as a small boy runs the flag of the new Jewish state out on the staff.
In 1948, the United States was the first country in the world to recognize Israel.
The United States recognizes the provisional government
as the de facto authority of the new state of Israel.
But there really wasn't financial assistance attached. There was a little bit of money, loans to help resettling all the people into Israel. And of course, this was still right after the Holocaust.
Many had suffered great hardships in the past. She, for instance, was evidently once merely a number in some Nazi Belsen.
Which was an important part of the context for the creation of Israel.
In the 1950s and 60s, the U.S. provided the new country with economic aid, but by the early 1970s, U.S. aid became mostly military assistance. In 1973, two Soviet client states, Egypt and Syria, launched a coordinated surprise attack on Israeli forces in the Sinai and the Golan Heights. Israel ultimately repelled the attacks and regained lost ground, but only after the U.S. made the decision to supply the Israeli military.
Are you satisfied with the amount of equipment you're getting from the United States? I'm very happy with what we are getting and very thankful for that.
In 1973, Israel was defending itself against two Soviet clients. That created an incentive for the United States and Israel to align more closely. The real pivot came after the Camp David Agreement.
Signed at the White House by the leaders of Egypt, Israel, and the United States. After decades of mistrust and warfare, it looks as if American diplomacy has finally made possible a formal peace treaty between the two old adversaries.
That really created a very different relationship with Israel, a very different American security commitment to Israel. And it was also the 1970s where Israel went from being a somewhat partisan, mostly democratic cause to being a bipartisan national issue.
For decades, U.S. economic...
Yeah, I wonder why, dude. Because American foreign policy is bipartisan. That's it. That's it. American foreign policy is bipartisan, and Israel is smack dab in the middle of American foreign policy. It is an unsinkable aircraft carrier in the middle of a resource-rich region that we want to control. It is its very own unaccountable, yet still very much directed by the United States, espionage agency that is in the region. It's a forward operating base. That's it. That's it. That's it.
Economic aid to Israel helps support the Israeli economy, but since the rapid expansion of Israel's economy in the 1990s, U.S. economic aid to Israel began to gradually phase out in the 21st century.
So there was a shift over time, agreed to by both sides, where the American assistance to Israel, which had been balanced after the Camp David Agreement in 1979 between economic and military assistance, became only military assistance.
Part of America's strategy in the Middle East is ensuring that Israel maintains a qualitative military edge over its neighbors. This approach involves giving Israel first access to, or more advanced versions of, U.S. defense technology. It also offsets military sales to its neighbors with increased weapons packages or military aid to Israel.
What this means is that when the neighbors want to buy a weapons system, the United States often has to arrange to also sell that weapon system to Israel.
Annual foreign military financing grants from the U.S. represent about 16% of the Israeli military budget.
So let me share with you why making sure Israel and Ukraine succeed is vital for America's national security. You know, history has taught us that when terrorists don't pay a price for their terror, when dictators don't pay a price for their aggression.
Yeah, he's right. Except you should say that about Israel. Yeah, when terrorists don't pay a price for their terror, like Israel, they just keep getting louder and prouder.
They cause more chaos and death and more destruction.
He's right. He's right. That's what Israel's doing, dog. Do something. Genocide Joe.
In Israel, we must make sure that they have what they need to protect their people today and always.
Last year, President Biden requested $14.3 billion in additional assistance to Israel.
Sheesh.
A $14 billion funding request would provide an additional $10.6 billion for the Pentagon to better equip Israel. The U.S. military response to the Hamas attack includes ammunition and interceptors to replenish Israel's Iron Dome system, which is the bedrock of the country's defense.
Israel and America are connected now and forever.
Historically, U.S. aid packages to Israel have faced little trouble getting through Congress because Israel has long enjoyed bipartisan support.
Peace requires compromise, but we will never ask Israel to compromise its security. Can't do that.
Oh, dude, shit. That's crazy. Oh, my God. Good thing we elected Biden, dude. He's totally going to have a different approach to Israel. Oh, fuck, that's right. He doesn't have the exact opposite approach. He has the exact same approach. Oh, shit.
There has been remarkably strong bipartisan support for aid to Israel, but
so remarkable, so shocking. It's the same thing behind Saudi Arabia. The notion that we have like real distinct policy disagreements between both parties when it comes to American foreign policy is the most foolish, the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my entire life. There are slight deviations, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the fucking day, America will do what America must.
For the last 5 to 10 years, we've seen increasing signs, certainly on the Democratic side in Congress, that maybe it needs to be qualified, maybe it needs to be conditioned in some way.
Despite the different mood in Congress, it remains likely that Biden's new security package to Israel will pass the Senate.
Israel has to end the threat of Hamas. Hamas is evil. If Hamas is left to its own devices, they will do to Israelis everywhere in Israel what they did to Israelis on the Gaza Strip.
What? They will do the Israelis everywhere in Israel?
Along the Gaza Strip. We're going to support.
Also, the weapons cache already in Israel that's technically American, but will used almost at will by Israel. Yeah.
Our close friend and ally, Israel.
The U.S. has decided that providing aid to Israel is just a fixture in its foreign policy.
Thank you for the raid majority report.
One thing that I have talked to officials about in recent weeks is, you know, are there going to be conditions at any point? You criticize Israel's actions.
Fuck no. There will not be. Why would there ever be any conditions? It's only just like, oh, please don't do it. But also, like, we will do everything we can. We will do everything we can to facilitate the baby murder. The baby murder must continue. You have to. Okay? You have to keep doing the baby murder. I'll fucking die if you don't kill more Palestinian children. I need it. I need it so bad. Oh, fuck. I need it so bad. Oh, no. And I have proof. I am going to read out, and this is like a perfect TikTok, Prem Takker's, reporter for The Intercept's, bullet points on what the United States has done. Okay? This is a good TikTok as well. Since the International Court of Justice ruled 5 days ago that Israel is plausibly committing genocide, with a mostly 15-1 decision, by the way, to continue the court case, Israeli forces have reportedly killed 818 Palestinians and have injured 1,462 Palestinians. Also, since the trial that took place 6 days ago at this point, the Israeli forces reportedly killed, like I said, 818 Palestinians, injured 1,462. A 6-year-old girl watched as Israeli forces shot and killed her family inside the car she was in. She reportedly survived, but her location is now unknown. There was footage showing Israeli soldiers echoing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's rhetoric. We killed thousands of Amaleks. Morally, every Arab is a suspicious entity. This, by the way, is new videos, which is important to note because that is exactly what they showed in the International Court of Justice's court case. That's what South Africa showed. That all the way from Benjamin Netanyahu's mouth to the ears of the regular IDF soldiers on the ground, they kept repeating the Amalek genocidal rhetoric. And they still are. There were footage of 30 handcuffed, blindfolded, and executed bodies found in a school in northern Gaza. These bodies were under a pile of trash. Very little coverage came of this story. Okay? There was footage showing an Israeli soldier forcing a busload of kidnapped Palestinians to praise his family and say they will be his family's slaves. There's a new BBC story where UNICEF says its biggest concern for an estimated 19,000 children who are orphaned or have ended up alone with no adult to look after them. CNN wrote a story yesterday or 2 days ago. Palestinians are eating grass and drinking polluted water as famine looms across Gaza. A new Guardian story showed between 50 to 62% of all buildings in Gaza have likely been damaged or destroyed. Palestinians have been seen detained, blindfolded, and left barefoot by Israeli forces in southern Gaza, where it's supposed to be safe for the Palestinians in the safe zones. The Israeli forces have heightened the attacks around multiple hospitals. People in Israel are repeatedly blocking aid trucks from entering Gaza, where hundreds of thousands of people, including the hostages, are at risk of starvation and malnutrition. They have also talked to Defense Minister Yoav Gallant about their interest in this. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says that Israel will maintain military control of the Gaza Strip once the conflict is over, giving it freedom to operate similarly to the way it currently does in the West Bank. Israeli forces have infiltrated a hospital 2 days ago, where they were dressed as medical staff, which is a war crime, in order to execute 3 Palestinians in the West Bank and not in Gaza. Okay? They entered a hospital dressed as medical staff and executed 3 Palestinians, one of which was directly in the hospital bed getting treatment for his spinal injury. Okay? In the West Bank, by the way. Israeli forces, hundreds of settlers also recently hosted a conference headlined by officials including National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, calling for the settlement of Gaza, celebrating this. Nancy Pelosi has suggested that groups calling for a ceasefire are Russian plants and says the FBI should investigate. But last but not least, in the immediate aftermath of the International Court of Justice ruling that actually said Israel must stop its genocidal acts immediately, maybe not calling for a ceasefire, but demanding that Israel no longer continue with its genocidal acts. What did the American government and immediately the UK government do? That's right. They suspended funding of the UNRWA. UNRWA is one of the only institutions that Palestinians can rely on. Why did they do this? That's because Israel claimed, without any evidence whatsoever, that the 12 UNRWA workers had actually facilitated in acts of violence, had engaged in acts of violence and potentially kidnapping on October 7. U.S. Representative Brian Mast says more infrastructure in Gaza needs to be destroyed. Pro-Palestinian activists confronted U.S. Representative Brian Mast, who says there are no innocent Palestinians in Gaza, and says more of Gaza's infrastructure needs to be destroyed, and says that the UN was moronic for creating UNRWA, and says it needs to be totally abolished. This is a major point for Israel. Israel wanted to destroy UNRWA for many years. Okay, Brian Mast served in the IDF personally, but like in the background, I think he was like he was packaging med kits or whatever. But that's how much of a dick rider he is for Israel, even though he is not Jewish and nor is he Israeli, obviously, and just simply is a dick rider for any kind of apartheid regime that kills Muslims, brown people, Christians, Arabs in general. Now, one thing that I have to repeat here, as far as UNRWA goes, is that the UNRWA statements came from Israel, which we know lies all the fucking time, regularly, with great frequency. As a matter of fact, almost everything that you hear from an Israeli official about Palestinians, Hamas, whatever the fuck, whether it be like military bases underneath this cemetery, military bases underneath this hospital, military bases underneath this school, whatever the fuck they're saying, almost always is just a falsehood that is either like a complete lie or maybe like a half-truth. However, this latest report, the intelligence report that came from Israel, that was not given to the media until today, as a matter of fact, claimed that 12 UNRWA workers in 12 UNRWA workers amongst 13,000 UNRWA workers, many of which Israel has killed, by the way. More than 50, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? Israeli intelligence claimed that 12 of them had actually joined in on the October 7 attacks. Since then, 150 UN workers, by the way, Israel killed. Okay? Since then, information has come out where they had to revise that number down. They had to revise it. Now they're claiming only 4 UNRWA staff in Gaza were involved in Hamas kidnappings. Okay? Many of the people that they claimed, okay, were either not working for UNRWA at all, at least in the original batch. 6 out of the 12 were just either deceased, not working for UNRWA any longer, or wasn't working for UNRWA, or never worked for UNRWA, or impossible to find who they were. Like, it appears that iTrek, the organization that sends grad trips on students to Israel, took down an article featuring an old interview with Carrie Keller-Lynn, author of the Wall Street Journal story promoting Israel's allegations against UNRWA. In the interview, she discusses her time serving in the Israeli Defense Forces and boasts that her friend, also interviewed in the article, literally created social media for the IDF. The article featured a photo of Keller-Lynn in IDF uniform and was being widely circulated after her UNRWA article was published. The interview is archived here. Okay? Even if all 12 of the people that Israel claims were working directly with Hamas and fought on October 7 and engaged in kidnappings, the notion that you would shut off assistance to UNRWA, an agency specifically designed and created to deal with Israel's atrocious war crimes that have been happening for 75 years, to shut off assistance to UNRWA is unimaginable. It is disgusting. And it was done with very little intelligence because it was done to be cruel. It was done to say, fuck you to the International Court of Justice. We stand with Israel, knowing full well that they are engaging in acts of ethnic cleansing. We do not care. And since then, the United States, Germany, Japan, Canada, France, Switzerland, Netherlands, UK, Italy, Australia, Austria, Finland, Romania, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Iceland, New Zealand, and Sweden have suspended funding to UNRWA. In retaliation, one of the only countries that has actually increased its funding to UNRWA has been Spain. Just to think. Just think about it a little bit. Spain has now tripled its funding to UNRWA. It's not enough. Even if this intelligence was correct, it would be unimaginable to suspend funding at a time when there is ethnic cleansing happening to the one agency that is tasked specifically with keeping the Palestinians alive. Disgusting. Disgusting freaks. Just wanted to, fire it off. I feel like I don't talk enough about Israel-Palestine, but just wanted to give you guys a brief update on where we are in this circumstance. Okay? Norway is also continuing to fund UNRWA. So, yeah. Let's move on to Ukraine.
That was pretty fast.
EU summit agrees on Ukraine aid, overcoming Hungary's objections. Okay? This is the forgotten stepchild of Western hegemonic superpower-backed foreign policy. EU leaders have agreed on a $50 billion aid package for Ukraine, which also will allow many in the HasanAbi community to avoid seeing the top of the hour ad break. Many of you don't know this. It was quite controversial, but yes, part of that aid package is for all of the Ukrainian HasanAbi heads. You will get a gifted sub So you no longer see the top of the hour ad break. You no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. If you don't get the Ukrainian aid package ad break gifted sub, here's a 3-minute ad break now. It's not even $50 billion immediately. It's split over 3 years until 2027, and most of it is only economic aid and nothing military. This is just going to keep the country functioning as the stalemate continues.
Just an hour ago, we were saying we weren't sure if Viktor Orban was going to block this or not. Is this a big win for the EU?
Look, I don't want to be the doom and gloom monger, but I do think that we have to inject a slight note of caution here. I'm going to be the not so fast guy. What do I mean by that? Clearly, sure, it is a win on the surface for the EU. Last December, at a similar EU summit, Viktor Orban was the one-man road.
Viktor Orban's like, I can't believe you're giving any money to Ukraine. Why don't you give me more money? I love getting EU funding. Nom, 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 nom. Give it to me, please. That's what he was saying. And yes, let's not forget, Hungarians are not Turks. Okay? They are not Turks.
Roadblock. He prevented the EU from extending this desperately needed 50 billion euro aid package to Ukraine. It made big headlines at the time. And he has been sort of the roadblock all along. So just getting this aid through is a big deal. The fact that they've reached agreement, and the agreement specifically is that Hungary has agreed to drop its veto over funding to Ukraine. There had been that threat once again of Hungary being able to step in and defy essentially the collective will of the 26-member EU bloc aside from Hungary. So in that sense, they managed to push it through. And reportedly, and I'm saying Politico, which has a lot of inside information about what goes on behind the scenes in the EU, they're reporting that this was pushed through thanks to closed-door meetings that the top EU leaders, the EU Council President, the EU Commission President, plus a closed session meeting with the leaders of France, Germany, and Italy. They basically all, got Orban into a room and, we don't know, pushed him into the corner and basically said, you pass this or else. I mean, look, we don't know what happened there, but essentially there was a full-court press by the top EU leaders, which eventually also brought in the leaders of Poland, the Dutch Prime Minister as well, the Belgian Prime Minister. So you could see everyone sort of
Yeah, how do you fight a war with extra 50 billion but no bodies to throw at the front is a good question, because obviously, there is a funding problem with Ukraine because they need more weapons. They need more money for weapons. I don't even think that this is like a aid package that will help with on the weapons front anyway. And America very clearly saying like, listen, we don't have enough runway for both the genocidal campaign that Israel is conducting in Gaza and also the defensive campaign that you want to conduct against Russians, or even like push Russians away from the eastern positions that they've planted themselves into. So sorry, we don't know what we're going to do here. We just can't do it. We can't fucking do it. All right. Sorry, sucks to suck. Beyond the weapons, however, another issue with Ukraine is obviously the fact that Russia just simply has more people to throw at the fucking meat grinder, and Ukraine simply doesn't. There's also obviously internal conflict amongst Zelensky and the top general Zaluzhny or whatever his name is. I'm fucking all these goddamn names you have to remember. And that is going to. All I'll say is watch this space. Okay. Watch the space. There's there's that. Who, as far as I understand, is like a little bit more aggro about the position, like a little bit more realistic about the chances that Ukraine has, whereas Zelensky is like Mr. Cheerleader, and therefore, as Mr. Cheerleader, he has to present. And I'm being super kind here when I cover it in these terms. He has to be super positive about Ukraine's chances, yes, Zaluzhny and Zelensky are in a power struggle right now, as much as the Ukrainian state wants to deny it and project unity. And it seems like Zaluzhny has a way more like an assessment that is probably a little bit more realistic about Ukraine's chances. and things are not great. Things are not great in Ukraine. They're running out of people, and as I said a couple months back, Russia was able to, for one reason or another, completely thwart the counteroffensive that was promised, that was going to be, phenomenal. It was going to fucking kill everybody, and it was going to be great, and everyone was going to love the counteroffensive, and we were going to purge the Russian orcs. That never really ended up happening, and now they're just like completely planted on eastern positions, and that meat grinder is continuing, and Russia is also like routinely targeting and bombing positions where the Ukrainian population lives as well. Missile strikes on infrastructure, overtaking power plants, shutting off electricity, things of that nature. It's not great. Not great at all. The people of Ukraine are suffering. But having said that, Western interests in Ukraine are at an all-time high. Sold parts of the government directly to Western corporations. That's pretty good. They're making a tidy profit. American politicians can sit back, kick their feet up on the table and say, hey, listen, these guys, they want to fight. We're just helping them because that's the moral thing to do, because we care about Ukrainian liberation. Okay? We got to do it to them for the one time, right? We just got to do it to them. We got to keep giving them these sweet weapons, and, well, not all of it, because Israel wants a lot of it. And that way they can keep fighting against the Russian military and destroy the Russian military as a foreign adversary, of course. So, isn't Ukraine a rare moment where America's bloodthirst is actually morally good? No. Because America, in my opinion, is not being realistic about Ukraine's chances and throwing more Ukrainians at the meat grinder. Okay? The other part of this process is that there's a lot of, because the media no longer covers Ukraine with the same full-throated support that they used to, I feel like there's a lot of misinformation. I still to this day have no fucking idea what the actual death numbers are, whether it be civilian casualties or whether it be actual soldiers. Both sides are like either tampering with the information or lying about it. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking real number is. I do know millions of Ukrainians have left the country because they don't want to fucking either be victims to the war or be drafted, right, with forced conscription. So that's fucking terrifying. But I do know a lot of people have died. Okay? The fact of the matter is that Ukraine is being given just enough to keep fighting for the time being, but is withheld from what is needed to win, designed on purpose to extend the war, not ended. Ukraine is being sucked dry from both its economy and its people. Yeah. Bro, you have to stop saying, in my opinion, when you state objective facts. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Hot take, the federal government's position on the border is directly related to the Ukraine and Russia conflict. When Ukraine runs out of people to fight and America has to send manpower, will offer migrants permanent residency in exchange for military service. That is a hot take. Anyway. Ukraine shouldn't even exist, to be honest, which is the unspoken best of Ukraine. Says Ukraine shouldn't even exist, to be honest, which is the unspoken thing. Ukraine breaking from Russia was led by right-wing nationals who hated socialism, so worth acknowledging. Shit country from the start. Unpopular opinion, don't care. It's not only an unpopular opinion, but it's a ridiculous one because Russia is a right-wing nationalist country that is not socialist either. So what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, instead of having one big right-wing nationalist, anti-socialist nation, you now have two. Okay. It's so funny because Vladimir Putin is an anti-communist himself. The only thing that Vladimir Putin likes about the USSR is the fact that it was a superpower. That's it. That's it. It had more regional prominence. It had more access and control over natural resources in the surrounding countries. But Russia is not fucking pro-communism. Get the fuck out of here. So, these LARPers pushing Z should be airdropped into Ukraine ASAP. Yeah, it's cool that we have our own version of Redditors on the left that just have become like MAGA communists that push Z or some shit. I don't know why. It's like indecipherable to me. I genuinely don't understand it. It's got to be like America bad across the board, which means like America's enemies good, which is ironic because that's what people think I always push for, which is not what I always push for at all. Obviously, if there are like defensible things that like America's foreign adversaries engage in, I'm going to tell that to you. That doesn't mean that I'm like defending them or sucking their cocks. But with respect to Russia, the Russian people suffer, but the Russian government, specifically Putin, there's not a lot of critical support you can offer to him, in my opinion. Especially because he is NATO's greatest defender. Like, sure, he stopped Ukraine from joining NATO, which most likely could have been dealt with threats. Okay? With continued threats. They already had, stop glazing Hamas. Bro, you cannot be a black chatter that has been in this community for 51 months and come here with the most white Redditor energy I've ever heard in my entire damn life. Okay, I was about to say, Jesus Christ, not on Black History Month. Keith made me. Don't do it. Not on Black History Month. Who do you think is worse, Putin or Zelensky? What a question, dude. The fuck? It's 100% Putin. What are we talking about? Like, yeah, Zelensky's a charlatan in general, and everyone dick rode him and whatnot. But like, yeah, it's not even a question that it's Vladimir Putin. Like, it's not even comparable. That's insane. But having said that, where were we? Oh, yeah. Crimea was already taken over and annexed successfully by the Russian government. Crimea was already annexed. That's a piece of Ukrainian land. You already have LPR and DPR that's like causing commotion internally for Ukraine. All of those factors combined would be on top of like the understandable red line that Vladimir Putin had pushed for with respect to not letting Ukraine go into NATO was always going to be the reason why European countries will continue along with the NATO carrot being dangled in front of the Ukrainians while not really ever offering it to them. The point I've made for quite some time now has always been that like Ukrainians have been begging for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, which would require American forces to be flying over Ukraine, or at least NATO forces to be flying over Ukraine. The Ukrainians have been asking to join NATO since day one, and yet that never happened. Of course, it wasn't going to happen because America still wants to make money off of this war and not trigger a nuclear holocaust, because if you do a nuclear holocaust, then nobody makes money at that point. So I guess my point is that there are lines that America will not cross. So maybe they don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian interests at all. Maybe we just care about profits for the military-industrial complex. So
piling on Orban to get him to do this. So that's where the bad news is, right? The bad news is that this should never have actually been even an extraordinary summit. This should not have been necessary, this summit. It still shows the outsized influence that Viktor Orban, the right-wing prime minister of Hungary, has had over the EU over the past 14 years since he came to power in Hungary at the head of his Fidesz party. So he's still an outsized influence. He still is a thorn in the side of the EU. In this case, they overcame, and we'll have to see the fine print.
The long-term regional situation is fucked because once Zelensky is couped by his military, all the billions of opaque weapons transfers and shit we've given them is going straight to the Banderite fundamentalists and whoever else can get their hands on it. The people of Ukraine will suffer. The occupied regions will have Crimea-style referendums and join Russia. Putin wants to cut Ukraine off completely from the Black Sea because NATO. I don't know. I will not speak about Eastern Ukrainian territories and how that will be handled. Overall, I don't think that like the Crimea. I don't think I would. You can't compare Crimea to the eastern territories that are currently occupied by Russia, especially beyond the boundaries of LPR and DPR. You can't. You can't even compare LPR DPR to Crimea, in my opinion, because there is a. Didn't they vote to join Russia? Like those referendums and those elections are way more fake, in my opinion, than the one being held in Crimea. That one is at least held up with consistent surveys that have been done even before and certainly after by Western polling organizations. Like it's not like these guys have any interest in. It's not like these guys have any interest in like making Russia look good or anything. So, that part makes a lot more sense than Russia just like overtaking all of the Eastern Ukrainian territory and like having real elections. No matter how much nuance you try to have, libs have already decided you're a Russia stan. Yeah, I know. Again, defending Russian irredentism. Yeah, no, I love it, dude. I'm such a big fan. Never thought about the top of the hour ad break. Wait, what? It's 26 minutes into the fucking hour, and I already ran the top of the hour ad break, dude. What are you talking about? That's so insane. Supporting Ukraine doesn't mean supporting how the U.S. is handling the situation, aka stringing them along and using them as a proxy against Russia. Ukraine is awful for no other reason that the wishful doomcasting that it inspires in some leftists. What do you mean? Should we stop supporting Palestinians because their freedom isn't realistic? That's a great question. Crimea is mostly Russian, the rest isn't. So that's a great question. We should continue giving arms to Hamas, as is the American policy, as is the policy of all the NATO nations. I agree. We should continue arming the Palestinian Al-Qassam Brigade's very own Iron Dome defense structure. I think we should keep offering military support, offering positions that Hamas can bomb inside of Israel proper that are military positions like we have been doing. Oh, that's right. We've been doing the exact opposite. There's a reason why so many motherfuckers with the Ukrainian flag in the bio weirdly are also very pro-Israel. It's because they don't have any real opinions on the matter. They just simply are towing whatever the American State Department line is, and they get comfortable feeling like, at least like, they get comfortable defending that position because like they think, oh, well, at least I'm smart. I'm knowledgeable on the matter. I'm just repeating what MSNBC told me.
There are going to be yearly reviews, and will Viktor Orban have perhaps more influence and be able to, in some form, veto perhaps?
Isn't Crimea originally Tatar? Yes, it is. I'm also in favor of giving Crimea back to the Tatar so that the Turkish government can overtake it inevitably, because you know, that was a Tatar Turkic. It was what is it called? It's like a Khanate. No, that's Tartar. Tatars are a group of people, and originally they were there, And yes, they have been aligned with the Turkish. Their Khanate was aligned with the Ottoman Empire.
The renewing of this aid. But this seems to be a 4-year deal, and it seems to be, and I have to underline, seems to be something that Viktor Orban has acquiesced to. That is, he is not going to stand in the way next year, the year after, of this continued, as Charles Michel, the EU Council President, put it, steady.
No! Tatars are not Hungarian. Hungarians are not Turks. Tatars are.
Fast, long-term, predictable funding for Ukraine.
And 50 billion euros is a lot of money. What?
Can't shut the fuck up about the Ottomans for 5 minutes. Excuse me. Do you want me to fucking lie to you and act like the Golden Horde, the restoration of the Crimean Khanate that is aligned with the Ottoman Empire is going to inevitably happen, and as is what is just?
What will it mean for Ukraine?
Well, it's a lot of money, Jeannie.
Yeah, see all the Turks in the chat saying the Black Sea used to be not a sea, but simply a lake, a Turkish lake. Türk Gölü.
But guess what? Probably isn't enough. And that's not me saying it. That is a lot of military experts. That is a lot of politicians on both sides of the Atlantic, especially in the United States. At the end of the day, this is great news. Yes, they needed this. But this was not even sort of an option. Europe desperately needed to pass this aid in order to send a signal to Washington, because this is essentially what it's doing. It's not just saying to Ukraine, as we say, we put our money where our mouth is. We are here with you for as long as it takes. So yes, there's that signal to Kiev, to Volodymyr Zelensky, to everyone watching closely in Kiev. But more importantly, it's a shot across the Atlantic where Congress, the Republican Congress House, is basically stalling, hemming and hawing, refusing to pass that Ukraine aid, demanding domestic issues, tighter border security, immigrant controls, all of that. So it's basically saying to the U.S., we're here. We are giving the money to Ukraine. Please follow our lead. Do the same, because without the U.S. aid, the 50 billion euros from Europe, while it's a lot, which it will help Ukraine with its budget, with a lot of its military funding, it will not do the job. So this is hopefully going to be an incentive, perhaps, at least from the EU and Ukraine's perspective, a strong incentive. Okay, Europe's doing it. Let's fall into place. It will put extra pressure on the Republicans in Congress, a party controlled by its MAGA base right now that is reluctant to give Ukraine more funding. It will now give them pause, perhaps, in an election year in the United States to rethink. The U.S. perhaps doesn't want to look like the lone holdout when you do have the EU stepping up for as long as it takes.
All right, Doug, thanks for that. France 24's Doug Herbert.
After months of intense negotiations, there is still no clear path forward on a bipartisan border security deal. Even though the text of the bill has yet to be released, Republicans are denouncing it, with House Speaker Mike Johnson, calling it, quote, dead on arrival. A short time ago, President Biden was asked about the border deal. Here's what he had to say.
So let's talk about the border deal. Oh, yeah, this is also fun. Hungary parliament to meet on Monday. Opposition request with Sweden's NATO bid on agenda. EU threatened Orban with economic ruin, so now he's complying with demands across the board. The real question should be, why didn't this come sooner? That's one question. The second question is, dude, it's awesome. Okay, listen. My favorite thing is like Turkey always trying to do the Orban style thing when it comes to not EU, obviously, but NATO stuff, where Erdogan will always be like, oh, well, you need to, like, I don't know, assassinate Kurdish journalists or something for me to allow Sweden to fucking, for me to allow Sweden into NATO, right? And then, like, America will just open up the pressure valve a little bit, just like tightly, just like unsqueeze it a little bit to be like, oh yeah, here are 11 Department of Justice cases that we opened up against your son or your son-in-law or your daughter and the many different illicit deals that they have been engaging in. And Erdogan will be like, okay, never mind. All right, fuck, I was just kidding. All right, Sweden, you're good. Like always. It's literally, it's always just like, he'll be like, no. Okay, at least give us like F-16s or something. At least give us F-35s. Okay, no F-35s. Okay, keep giving us the F-16s. Okay, thank you. Ya saçmalama, ne Kürdüş journalist'i öldürmek. Ya şaka yapıyorum yani. Hani abartıyorum. Allah. Sarcasm. Exaggeration chatter. Turkish chatter. Anyway. Blackmail if you cross the line, Erdogan. Yeah, no, they do that. And then these guys turn around. What is this? You want to see the dumbest Twitter thread? We should have never stopped, says Aisha Muhammad. You didn't stop, you were stopped, says Cody All History. This is like my favorite type of dumbassery because it's just like both sides LARPing. Like alt history Cody is not like Austrian. And I suspect this person isn't even like, they're probably not from like the Ottoman Empire or some shit. You know what I mean? And it's so funny that like the Muslim person is literally like, the Muslims, areas under Muslim rule at one point or another in history. Like, first of all, this is such an idiotic map. Okay? Because it just it says like every Muslim nation is the same, like across the board. Okay? Which is so stupid because the Ottoman Empire, in order to get the caliphate, literally had to occupy all of those other Muslim nations. Okay? So that's number one. You're literally saying like all of the Islamic nations or Islamic empires throughout time are the same. And you're doing that as like, you know, I suspect a Muslim person living in Londonistan. Okay. And then alt history Cody is like some Ohioan white YouTuber who goes, you didn't stop. You were stopped. It's like, are we doing Holy Crusades narratives? Like, what the fuck's happening? Your name is Cody, dog. Okay. You were not at the gates of Vienna. Okay? Your ancestors were not at the gates of fucking Vienna. And neither were mine, mind you, but at least I'm fucking Turkish. You know what I mean? It's so dumb. I LARP and joke about like, oh yeah, we came to the gates of Vienna all the fucking time. But then you have all these people who like LARP as though they were like genuinely fighting or some shit. It's just two people having a mid-off. Probably the last time these were all on the same team. The 8th century Muslim tours into Europe were stopped by the order of Charles Martel. Anyway. My ancestors were getting their shit pushed in by Anglos at the time. Would you, Vienna, go out with me? First of all, I went to Vienna, okay? And it filled my heart with rage seeing how close the Ottoman Empire got to getting glory, okay? Just kidding. I don't actually give a shit. But I did find out recently that croissants actually came from that because of the crescent. But it's just so dumb. It's so, all of this part, you know, do you know that Ottoman was mixed both of Muslims and Christians and Jews? Wait, what? Yeah. Yes, I do know that. It's something I talk about all the time. Altershirt Cody has like 12 What If Germany won videos, Lamau, and all of his indigenous peoples won videos of them, have them becoming colonizers. I mean, that part does make sense. Anyway. Londonistan LARPers are the cringiest. They can't shut up about it. Yeah, I know. It's really, there is something going on there for sure. They LARP way too fucking, Cody actually isn't terrible, I promise. No, he has like funny bangers usually. I'm just saying that like, he has funny tweets. I like his tweets. It's just that the entire thing is a fucking LARP to be like, you didn't actually make it there. You were stopped. It's like, No, neither of you guys had any say in this, okay? Shut the fuck up. Everybody needs to shut the fuck up. Everybody shut your asses up, okay? The Londonistan Salafists did not have any say in the matter, and neither did the fucking Iowa Angloids, okay? Shut the fuck up. $20K fuckboys each trying to get sucked off by one man, the ultimate simps. It's cool, man. Well, I guess you're part of it. Are you trying to suck me? Is that what it is? Is that why you're in here? Cody's from Ohio, even worse. Oh, yuck. Anyway, speaking of Ohio, let's get to the speaking of Ohio and getting sucked off. Let's talk about Mike Johnson, also known as Mike Cock. Which is the other name that I give this border proposal. Democrats are doing what they know best, which is conceding and capitulating like the fucking feckless little cowardly worms they are to white nativist, reactionary immigration policy. That's right. Joe Brandon is hard at work trying to push forward one of the most right-wing reactionary immigration proposals, but from the left. With zero compromise, by the way, to any kind of leftist interest, like no permanence for DACA, no amnesty, nothing. Just straight up, we are doing permanent detention of brown folk everywhere, and I'm going to do it myself as the libtard here. Now, it's really bad. I mean, there's no way to look at the situation and go like, well, hold on, what are we doing here? Dial it back a little bit. Why the fuck is Brandon doing this? Kaya secretly left the room. Hold on, I gotta go deal with that real quick.
Some House Republicans are calling the border deal a non-starter. Can you get it done? Mr. President, are you doing enough to deter?
So for more on this, we are joined by CBS News immigration reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez. Camilo, good to see you again. What is holding up the release of this deal?
Good morning, Amory. Well, immigration law is very complex, so that is one reason. But we're also seeing now some pretty significant divisions within the Republican Party as to whether they should be supporting an immigration compromise, a bipartisan immigration deal with Democrats and President Biden ahead of the 2024 election in November. We obviously remember that Republicans were the ones, Anne-Marie, that tied these two issues together, that demanded a border security deal in exchange for support for additional military aid to Ukraine. But many of them are now saying that this emerging deal does not go far enough and that they want to see more stricter measures passed along the U.S.-Mexico border to deter illegal crossings. And the source of
so many of this is just like fundamentally broken. So much of the story is maddening. Okay. So much of this is frustrating. One, you cannot outcompete Republicans on racism. They will always beat you. Okay. The only thing you do when you concede or capitulate to right-wing framing on things such as immigration is that you end up normalizing it. You end up normalizing the concept that immigrants are a burden on this nation, that they are, I guess, poisoning the blood. Because that's where Trump is going to take it to. Trump is always going to push the ante. He's always going to one-up you. And you can never, ever actually outflank the Republicans on racism. And guess what? Immigration as a concept is exclusively cultivated for economic reasons, okay? It's so that there is a permanent underclass of exploitable poor people that are always coming in and getting cycled out by way of the ICE authorities that whenever poultry facilities or whatever want to kick you out of the country because you've demanded back pay, they just get a call and they deport you, and then they go back to fucking rehiring as many undocumented immigrants as possible. If you actually wanted to solve the immigration problem, if it was a problem at all in the way that like Republicans claim it is, you would actually target the businesses that hire immigrants, but they don't do that. And the way that they target immigrants or the way that they target businesses is by giving them a slap on the wrist every single time they are caught having hired undocumented immigrants. Okay? So, having said that, this conversation is one that has material reason. Aviva Chomsky wrote an entire book on the history of immigration, specifically talking about the Bracero program. I highly recommend you guys read that. It's very good. It shows the real reasons as to why immigration policy has existed in the United States of America. The white nativist immigration policy has existed. It's a way to basically, you saying Republicans are racist is a racist statement. Yes, I'm racist against Republicans. Anyway. So, as I was saying, this back and forth is propped up, even though it's an economic conversation. The reason why, what? Okay, I got to stop reading the chat. The reason why this conversation has shifted so far to the right in recent years is because mainstream media absolutely also continues along with the capitulation and caving to right-wing framing on the subject matter. Immigration is supposed to be an economic problem, even though it's not a problem at all. However, it has been presented in recent years as a problem of national security. The notion that immigrants are actually a burden, not only on the economy, but also on our law enforcement, that they're criminals somehow, that they're actually doing a lot of crimes left and right, and they're unaccountable, and getting all of these like beautiful government assistance programs, which don't even really exist. All of this is a falsehood. It is just it's complete lies, okay? Immigrants, according to studies conducted on the matter, and there's some limitations for it, obviously, undocumented immigrants in this country cause less crime per capita than documented immigrants, and certainly less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay? That's number one. Number two, immigrants are not a burden. Undocumented immigrants are not a burden on the American economy. As a matter of fact, they are beneficial to the American economy. And that's why they exist in the American economy. Okay? There are no benefits that undocumented immigrants can ever take from the U.S. citizens because there are rarely any benefits at all for even U.S. citizens that are documented. They pay taxes and they get very little in return for all the work that they put in. The solution, given that there is no lump of labor, that this is a fallacy that was correctly identified in like the 18th century, there is no lump of labor fallacy. There is no like actual finite pool of labor and jobs that are available. The real problem isn't that there are constantly people coming into the country. The real problem is that those people that are coming into the country are actually being pushed into a secondary position, a position that is the permanent underclass, a position that can be used against the documented labor pool in the United States of America to depress wages. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. The notion that immigrants cause trouble is a lie. The notion that they steal jobs from Americans that deserve it is a lie. Those jobs are always going to be filled and refilled by undocumented immigrants regardless. And the only reason why there is a documented versus undocumented labor pool instead of just like documenting everyone that comes in, for example, is because it is quite beneficial for the American capitalist corporations to keep cycling these permanent underclass people in and out of the country through incredibly violent means so that they can also turn around and use them as a cudgel, as a way to depress wages for the documented labor force. The goal or the solution should be to document all of the undocumented laborers and allow them to join unions. That is how you fix the problem. That's it. Doesn't it benefit neoliberal capitalists more if there's open immigration? How this is a fake brain drain in the global south? Doesn't it benefit? No. No. If documented laborers are allowed free travel, okay, if they can come into the United States of America and if they can join unions, okay, meaning they get better benefits, they can go back to their own nations of origin with great frequency. They can actually bring money back to their nations of origin. This actually improves their nations of origin and the economic circumstances there. But, and the big but there, is that the way that this process currently works has to stop. The way that this process currently works, unfortunately, is that these guys are not treated as documented laborers and have no way of getting better benefits, getting better wages, have no freedom of travel to begin with. Okay? Yeah. Here's another way that we legally fuck over people. H-2A farm workers should qualify for SNAP EBT because of their extremely low wages, but they do not qualify because of their immigration status. So doesn't that mean they pay income taxes but are shut off of services? Exactly. Exactly. And some of them are unionized, by the way, but it still doesn't matter. So we have a long way to go. Migrant workers are still exploited dramatically due to the currency exchange rate that American capital owners take advantage of and say, hey, guess what? Like, this is still very beneficial for you. All of that, of course, makes the American agricultural production so cheap. Cheap while the American agribusiness cannot survive without the metric ton of federal government assistance, for the record. So that's another thing to also consider. We're pumping money into the agribusiness, and that money is not going down to the actual wage laborers, the actual migrant workers that are basically doing slave labor. Okay? I can tell you most farmhands in Iowa are from Mexico, from an Iowan. I don't understand why Iowans hate immigrants since so much of our economy is based on them. Yeah, I mean, during the Bracero program era, it was actually the Texans that were literally, physically, violently threatening federales for trying to apprehend their Mexican farmhands. So back then, they had a very different attitude towards it. But since then, because we have streamlined the never-ending pool of migration into the United States of America, they actually love when the federales come and fucking kick out the Mexican undocumented immigrants, because there's always a new wave that they can just hire from. And then in Iowa, it goes as far as calling ICE in themselves because the fine was worth the overall revenue. Yes, no, that's what I'm talking about. Anyway, having said all that, my great-grandpa was killed by Texas Rangers during that era for starting shit with his boss who was abusing a bunch of workers. Flexicans have been in this fight forever. So, I mean, they weren't exactly nice to farmhands back then. No, I didn't mean that they were nice to them, but they were literally more cognizant of the benefits of keeping the farmhands. You know what I mean? Hold on. So, this is kind of starting to sound like chattel slavery. Yeah, wait till you find out how the prison system works, where we already also have slavery. Not chattel slavery, but slavery of a different order. But even though the criminal justice system obviously has a similar lens on black and brown populations that it previously had when they were slave catchers, so it just still ends up churning out similar results. But my point was this. If one party, the Republican Party, is advocating to kill migrants and detain them indefinitely and harm them, and knowing full well that there are still going to be like some that get through that they can still continuously exploit, for example, and usually just kind of using the immigration agenda as a reactionary agenda that like galvanizes the base and creates a base of support, but with no real interest in like legitimately stopping undocumented immigration from coming in, because after all, if that was the case, then our agricultural business would fucking fall apart entirely, right? Why is the Democratic Party not counter-messaging against that sort of thing? Well, it goes back to the same centers of power. As I've said, the Democrats are also in the same business as the Republicans are. They are still beholden to the same masters. They are still going to push the same bottom line. So this song and dance, this back and forth, this controlled opposition position that the Democrats are in is great for them overall. Okay? Because them cities are complaining too. Yeah, that is also another failure of the federal government. The federal government should have nipped this whole like shipping migrants, this human trafficking process that Governor Greg Abbott and even Ron DeSantis started by engaging in criminal punishments for these pieces of shit. Okay? You get federal assistance specifically to handle immigration processing. If you fucking use that federal assistance in like shipping migrants after giving them a court date, following the actual federal guidelines, offering them a court date, and then fucking flying them out to a different state, you should go to jail. You're doing human trafficking. You're doing kidnapping and you're doing human trafficking. You should go to fucking jail. Okay? I'll wheel your bitch ass to jail myself, Governor Greg Abbott, you fucking piece of shit. Monstrous idiot. So, that's important. That's important to understand. And if you can't fucking do that, then on the other side of the problem, you have to you have to offer federal funds for cities like New York and Chicago that are now dealing with an influx of migrants that are being sent in to these places without any prior knowledge whatsoever. Okay? Give them more funds. Give them more funds so they can deal with the processing themselves. It's fucking ridiculous. Then again, it doesn't seem to be that big of a problem in Chicago, but it certainly is a problem in Illinois. I mean, not Illinois, sorry. It certainly is a problem in New York. Now, do you know why it's not a problem in Illinois, but it's a problem in New York? Perhaps the reason why it is a problem in Chicago, it is not a problem in Chicago, Illinois, but a problem in New York, is because the mayor of New York is a right-wing reactionary piece of shit. Whereas the mayor of Chicago is actually kind of nice with it. And the governor of Illinois is also a big boy that's also kind of nice with it. It is a problem in Chicago that needs more assistance. Johnson has not done well in handling the issue. Nowhere near as bad as it is in New York, though. Point is, Brandon has been getting hit left and right trying to be a humanitarian with limited resources. Fuck no. Absolutely not. What do you mean he's been trying to help? That's bullshit. The Republicans have done a phenomenal job democratizing the immigration problem by, one, creating an actual problem. And the real problem is a lack of communication, by the way. Oh, you meant Brandon. Oh, fuck. I'm so used to calling Biden Brandon that I thought you were talking about Joseph Robinette Brandon and not Brandon Johnson, the fucking mayor of Chicago. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I'm so brain broken, dude. I'm so brain broken. I'm way more brain broken than you guys when I say avoid at the top of the hour and you immediately think, oh my God, a 3-minute ad break is coming. Like, that is so bad. It like ruins my life professionally. You know what I mean? Which, by the way, don't ruin the stream professionally. Subscribe for $5 or for free at the top of the hour, and you will no longer see an ad break that is 3 minutes long. That's right. It's coming for you regardless. Unless you subscribe or get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I wonder how many of you guys also thought when the chatter said Brandon that we were talking about Joseph Robinette Brandon and not Brandon Johnson. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, Eric Adams is a right-wing piece of shit. And also a criminal, so.
That opposition, it seems to be mainly stemming from former President Donald Trump, who has now, as you know, come out against this deal and has been asking Republicans in Congress to not support this. He has not said this explicitly, Anne-Marie.
Yeah, this is another great example that like immigration is simply a political tool for the Republican Party to like deviate slightly from the Democrats. And it's all a fucking lie. How do you figure that out? Well, they are getting a sweetheart deal. This deal, let's say the Republicans said yes to it, okay? And let's say that Biden was able to whip the Democratic Party to actually push this through, right? If the roles were reversed and right now we had a Trump White House that was pushing for this deal, the Democrats would be screaming bloody murder. Every fucking outlet, including CBS News, would be saying, this is Nazi Germany. This is Nazi Germany. You're doing the Holocaust to these migrants. Okay? And guess what? There would be truth to saying it like that, for the record. Okay? And then the Republicans would say, I can't believe we're comparing this to Nazi Germany. How dare you? These are concentration camps, but you can't call them concentration camps, yada, yada, yada. I've seen it. I've done it. I've had this discourse when Trump was the fucking president. Okay? And guess what? Guess what? When Brandon is doing it, and it's the only time Republicans are going to have the opportunity to push a bill like this, Trump doesn't want it passed. Why doesn't Trump want it passed? Is it because the conditions are not severe enough? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. These conditions are horrifying. It gives almost entirely the power to shut off immigration completely to the fucking to the executive. That's like a phenomenal misstep that I assume has to be deliberate, because it's not always going to be a fucking Democrat holding the reins. It's going to be Republicans. And when they hold the reins, they're certainly going to be even more violent. So the real reason why Trump doesn't want this to pass is because he doesn't want to give a W to the Brandon regime. Okay? He doesn't want to even like make it seem like, and it doesn't matter what this bill is, by the way. It doesn't matter what any bill is. Passing any bill will be seen as a W for the Biden administration. That's why Republicans run on obstruction across the board. And once they found out that no matter what, they do not get punished for obstruction, it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? That's it. This bill could be the most positive bill. This bill could be giving $1 million to every immigrant. Doesn't matter what's in the bill. What matters is if you pass a bill, that's a dub. There's going to be Americans that think, okay, finally, they're doing something about it. All right? And you can't have that. Even if it is a direct sweetheart deal that the Republicans will never get under any other circumstance other than having a psychopathic, reactionary, brain-broken, senile dipshit in charge who is like haphazardly trying to make a reactionary switch on the fourth quarter so that because he thinks that his like support is hemorrhaging and this will somehow allow them to win the election. Okay? Another reason why immigration has become a problem is because the media has regularly lent itself to right-wing framing on immigration. As I mentioned already, it's not the truth. It's not the truth at all about undocumented immigrants being violent and criminals or whatever. But you see that kind of narrative all the time, including the asylum seekers that like beat the shit out of a cop or whatever. Yeah, that's wrong. Okay? Fucking prosecute them. But the idea that like this somehow is like representative of all undocumented immigrants is so dumb. You know what I mean? You do what you do for anyone that does something like that. It's ridiculous. No, that's good. Fuck the police. Yeah, dude. Okay, come on. What matters is the facts of the matter. Okay? What matters is the facts of the matter. And the facts are that undocumented migrants cause less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. It's not even a fucking question. Okay? So it's hilariously idiotic that the liberal media does not, yeah, they're going to jail, so people pretending this is all migrants or highlighting it is weird. Yeah. The fact that the media is making it seem as though, like, the right does have a, the right does have a point on this is so frustrating to me. The Democrats should have been counter messaging against the Republican Party's border strategy for years, and they never did. And now, once again, there's another caravan. There's always a fucking caravan every 4 years. Every 2 years, there's a caravan, and we got to do round-the-clock coverage on that. Oh, my God, there's undocumented migrants coming in. Oh, my God, we are so worried. Watch out, guys. Watch out, it's a crisis. Democrats know that they're going to be using this recycled outrage bait. You're right, Hyrule Blad. So why don't they do anything about it? Because they don't give a shit. That's why. And now Brandon has moved on from not giving a shit to, like, so not giving a shit that he's going incredibly right-wing on it. But yes, if you're wondering why the Republicans are going to thwart this themselves, I will remind you of a time when Brandon was the vice president. And the Obama administration was looking to restructure Social Security by putting a cap on cost of living adjustments. I believe that was what was going on. It was just going to lower Social Security spending. And we do not have the Democratic Party to thank for that right-wing slant in that circumstance. We have the Republicans to thank for that because they were running their obstructionist attitude and they did not want to be perceived as giving Obama a win, which would have cut Social Security spending. So they are the ones who thwarted it. And the right-wing reactionaries are thwarting this again because they do not want to give Brandon a perceived win. So think about that. That's what America is about. Is so fucking right-wing that the far right is actually the ones that are going, this incredibly far-right policy will maybe make Joe Biden look good, so we're just going to push to stop it.
But obviously, any deal that fixes the situation at the border or at least alleviates the conditions there would undermine the opportunities he has to use this issue to criticize President Biden on the campaign trail. Still, there are some Republicans in the Senate who support this deal, and so we could still see the text of this framework very soon.
So that's what I wanted to ask you about. We don't have the exact text, but we do have an idea of some of the elements of what's in this new policy. Based on what we know, how would that change things at the border?
Well, we have been told, Anne-Marie, that this emerging deal will give the president a sweeping power to effectively suspend asylum law. As you know, right now, U.S. law requires officials to screen migrants who say that they are fleeing for their lives, even if they cross the border illegally. But under this deal, we are told the Department of Homeland Security will be granted the power to effectively shut down asylum processing in between official border crossings when the number of people crossing the border illegally reaches a certain level each day. And
5,000.
So those people would not be allowed to ask for asylum and would be quickly returned to Mexico without a court hearing. This deal, we are told, will also instruct officials to try to adjudicate asylum cases fully within 6 months. That's a huge change from the current years-long waits that many asylum seekers face. And we're also told that this deal would preserve asylum processing at official...
Gotta just make the wording confusing and push agenda so the right hates it. What are you talking about? This is an incredibly right-wing What are we talking about? This is like, dude, this is wordy, right? And Republicans are way more cut and dry usually, but like the notion that this is a liberal policy is insane. We're talking about stopping legal asylum seekers in an illegal manner from exercising their legal responsibility and rights to seek asylum in the United States of America. 99% of asylum seekers actually attend their court date, by the way. 99. The Republicans used to lie about it all the time and say they don't actually go and attend their court meetings. They run away. This catch and release, they run away, which was a lie. So Trump then changed the rhetoric. He added a secondary point to it where he would say, they run away. And if they don't, they're stupid. Why wouldn't they run away? When people started calling Trump out for saying they run away, and like Vox articles were written about it, about like how 99% of fucking undocumented migrants actually attend their court cases. Because why the fuck wouldn't they? They want to get asylum. Then he said they're stupid for attending the court case and not running away. Yeah, apologies, chatter. 95% attended, not 99. Sorry. So,
initial ports of entry, and also allow migrants who pass their initial interviews with asylum officers to work in the U.S. legally immediately after passing those screenings. So there are proposals here, Anne-Marie, that will garner opposition from both the left and the right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Camilo, I know you're keeping an eye on it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Governor Ron DeSantis ripping Congresswoman Ilhan Omar for her so-called Somalia First speech over the weekend.
Sheriff Cassoni from our sister network.
I'm sorry, but Ron DeSantis has literally been like, we will deport you if you are anti-Israel in the state of Florida. You can't be fucking talking shit about Ilhan Omar and be like, wow, she's Somalia first when you have like a genuine Israel first approach. What's that about? Like, what the fuck? No, he literally said that. I'm not even joking. He said it during the fucking... That dumbass said it during his loser-ass run where he was trying to be the candidate. Mr. Free Speech, by the way.
Fox Business is here with more. Quite the controversy.
January 27th, so she makes these remarks, and it's been really picked up. It's gone viral because of her comments about putting Somalia first. And to be clear, she emigrated here. Well, she left Somalia in 1991. She spent 4 years in a Kenyan refugee camp, and then she comes to the United States, and here she is. But in this speech, here's what she said and what people are criticizing her. For as long as I am in the U.S. Congress, Somalia will never be in danger. Its waters will not be stolen by Ethiopia or others. Sleep in comfort knowing that I am here to protect the interests of Somalia from inside the U.S. system. The woman you sent to Congress working day and night to protect your interests. Well, Governor Ron DeSantis responded to that ad, and he made it a little shorter. He said expel from Congress, denaturalize, and deport. Like, who do you care about here, Ilhan Omar? Anyway, she fired back at DeSantis and said no nation state can survive if its states start to get involved in land lease negotiations with other countries without the consent of the federal government. Somalis in Somalia and in the diaspora united in that effort, and I stand in solidarity with them. No amount of harassment and lies will ever change that. So, look, I mean, there's a water dispute between Ethiopia and Somalia, but it's again, you're here in the United States now. Yeah. You're serving in Congress.
Mm-hmm. Do your job here.
Yeah.
That's so crazy that they're saying that. One, they were also, Republicans smeared Ilhan Omar over a faulty translation. Here's what she really said. Bro, she's literally talking about, first of all, the people who know they are Somalians first, Muslims second. What she was talking to was a bunch of Somali people in diaspora, okay? Her own fucking constituents. Like, these are Americans, okay? Like, what are we talking about? The idea that, like, you can't fucking say, like, I actually don't want America to interfere in a way that like will hurt Somali people. Okay. Because like, you know, as a Somali representative, like as a Somali American representative, and one that is like responsible for the interests of a gigantic Somali constituency, I will do my very best to make sure that your needs are met. Perfectly normal. You know who else also fucking does stuff like that, but more quietly, but because she's a white lady and does it quietly, she doesn't get shit on in the same vein? Motherfucking Big Mama Gretchen Whitmer, dude. Why? Because she recognizes that as the governor of the state of Michigan, she is responsible for the interests of a shit ton of Muslims living in Dearborn, Arabs and North African Muslims alike. Big Gretch. Perfectly normal. But yeah, it's additionally funny because people are like, it's not even a question. Like that everybody unconditionally defends Israel too. So it's like extra funny when people make this big stink, like, oh, we'll deport your ass. It's like, oh, dude, what do you mean? Have you heard what you said about Israel? It's like, shut the fuck up.
That's why you're here.
What matters to you?
You know, you work on behalf of the Somalis. And the fact that she would even say that she's going to work from inside the system, that should frighten everybody. We don't want anybody working for any foreign country with inside our system. It's frightening.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
Anyway.
Georgia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A.1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows.
Recognized.
Censuring Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. Whereas elected members of Congress take an oath.
Oh, it's so funny. Dude, she's so funny. Oh, got him. Dumbass, stupid bitch. Fuck you. Fake ass, white supremacist, dumb bitch, looking like a motherfucking Titan. Ugly ass freak. Get the fuck out of here. Why don't you go fuck your yoga instructor more instead of doing this fucking smarmy, annoying real estate developing cunty bullshit. I hate her so much.
To bear true faith and allegiance to the United States without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Whereas Representative Ilhan Omar took an oath of allegiance to the United States upon becoming a citizen, declaring, I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen. Whereas on January 27, 2024, Representative Omar gave remarks at an event in Minneapolis in which she made treasonous statements. Whereas Representative Omar said she has spoken to many Somalians who asked her to intercede for the Somali government by pressuring the United States government into certain actions. Whereas Representative Omar assured the Somalians she spoke to, the U.S. government will.
Bro. By that logic, every Republican should be deported for supporting Israel hard. Oh, dude, Democrats too. The difference, of course, is that that's our ally. We don't know where we stand on Somalia. Who knows? That's it. That's literally it. God, I fucking hate this. I hate this so much.
Only do what Somalians in the U.S. tell them to do. They will do what we want and nothing else. They must follow our orders, and that is how we will safeguard the interest of Somalia. Whereas Representative Omar continued, for as long as I am in U.S. Congress, Somalia will never be in danger. Its waters will not be stolen by Ethiopia or others. Sleep in comfort knowing I am here to protect the interest of Somalia from inside the U.S. system. Whereas George Washington warned in his farewell address of 1796 to guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism, and further declared citizens by birth or choice of a common country, that country has a right to concentrate your affections. The name of American, which belongs to you in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than any appellation derived from local discriminations. Whereas these statements by Representative Omar clearly violate the oath she took as an elected member of Congress to defend and protect the United States Constitution. Whereas Representative Omar has exhibited the treasonous tendencies George Washington warned about. And her...
It's so fucking stupid, bro. This is done for Ukraine, it's done for Taiwan. It's done for every country that America has like openly said like we're on board with. People just don't know where America stands with Somalia. So that's it. So then it's like, well, ooh, scary black person. Talking about African country. Yeah, it's done for Israel too. She is literally talking to her own constituents that are American but are originally from Somalia. It's perfectly valid to say, I don't want American interference in this situation. And don't worry, I will protect your interests. I will protect the interests of your families. That's it. It's a perfectly valid thing to say. And people say it about Ukraine all the fucking time. People say it in a negative way when talking about Israel doing genocide even. And I don't think that they should, because what Israel is doing is an ethnic cleansing campaign, obviously.
Her actions must be condemned by all members of Congress who adhere to the oath they took upon assuming office. And whereas by openly admitting her efforts to advance Somalia's interest using her position as a United States representative, Representative Omar has revealed herself to be a foreign agent acting on behalf of a foreign government. Now, therefore be it resolved that...
Bro, when Ilhan Omar talks about like not doing a coup in Venezuela, in a similar vein, let's say, okay, you can't censure her. You'll shit on her, but you can't really censure her in the same vein because she's not fucking Venezuelan, right? If she was Venezuelan and like openly a socialist or whatever, and was trying to say like we can't coup Venezuela, they would try to do the same shit. The point is, when she talks about Somalia, because she is a Somali refugee first and foremost, then they can say, oh, this is like dual loyalty. Oh, you're doing secrets. Oh, you're pushing for this because you care about Somalia more than you care about America. It's very frustrating. It is perfectly valid for a congressperson to have foreign policy positions that you don't agree with. Okay? It's ridiculous that these foreign policy positions should require you to be censured or expelled because they're too black for you. You know what I mean? That it's just like,
Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota be censured. Representative Ilhan Omar forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. Representative Ilhan Omar be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker, and Representative Ilhan Omar be and is hereby removed from the Committee of the Budget and the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
In Washington, a big warning on Capitol Hill yesterday from FBI Director Christopher Wray about possible hacking attacks by the Chinese government. He said China could target our infrastructure, causing potentially catastrophic damage.
What?
Nicole Skanga has more now from Washington.
Why?
China has shown it will make us pay.
FBI Director Christopher Wray delivered this warning on Capitol Hill.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens.
Cautioning Chinese hackers are aiming to infiltrate the nation's pipelines, water treatment plants, transportation system, and even the U.S. power grid.
Imagine not one pipeline, but many pipelines disrupted. Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed. This is truly and everything.
It's so funny that America is so fucked as a country that half the shit she's mentioning is just like happening already, by the way. Like literally almost everything she mentioned, we're doing to ourselves, by the way. Like imagine if all the things that imagine if you had to go out and you couldn't find accessible healthcare because the hospitals are no longer in business in your rural town. Can you imagine? It would be crazy if China did that. Yeah. Oh, shit. Wait, maybe what she's describing has happened already because China has hacked us already. Fuck.
Everywhere, all at once scenario. And it's one where the Chinese government believes that it will likely crush American will for the U.S. to defend Taiwan in the event of a major conflict there.
This week, the FBI announced a takedown of Volt Typhoon, a Chinese-backed hacking operation enabling malicious actors to spy on U.S. critical infrastructure. Accessed through privately owned office and home internet routers, federal law enforcement disabled the hackers, obtaining court orders to delete the malware off hundreds of infected devices.
They target our freedoms, reaching inside our borders across America to silence, coerce, and threaten some of our citizens and residents.
They're targeting our freedoms.
U.S. officials also warn they expect Chinese hackers to wage influence campaigns online centered on the 2024 election, but added they're confident in the U.S. election system. Jerika?
All right, Nicole Skanga, thank you.
We begin with a dramatic moment on Capitol Hill at a hearing about keeping kids safe online. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg stood up and apologized directly to families affected by tragedies connected to social media. It happened during a hearing where 5 major tech CEOs faced tough questions from senators and accusations that they put profit over safety. Jolene Kent witnessed all of this firsthand and spoke to the parents. Jolene, good morning.
Nate, good morning. It was a real stunning moment to see Mark Zuckerberg standing up and forcing himself to face the parents of these children. Very distraught. The grief in the room was palpable. Now, the big question is what Congress will do next. These parents are hopeful but skeptical.
I already covered this shit. I mean, I guess we can go over it quickly, but it's just like, I already covered it yesterday. Texas is seceding from the union again tonight. Sad? Yeah, I doubt it. Show Holly? I don't want to show Holly's piece of shit.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about
The
to
CEOs of Discord, Snap, TikTok, X, and Meta were called to Capitol Hill Wednesday.
I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands.
In the room, scores of parents holding up photos of their children, some who they say died as a result of online sexual exploitation, bullying, and harassment. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg was pressured by Republican Senator Josh Hawley to face the grieving families.
Have you compensated any of the victims? These girls, have you compensated them?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now? Well, show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
I'm sorry for everything that you've all been through. It's terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered.
Watching in the audience, Shauna Pouch from Vermont. She's raising her 11-year-old granddaughter, who she says was sexually exploited on Snapchat, sending her into a mental health crisis.
I just never thought that this kind of stuff would happen, and it did.
If you had a chance to speak to the CEOs, what would you say to the CEO of Snapchat?
Snapchat is my worst enemy. They need to step up, and they need to make these platforms safe for children.
I'm so sorry that we have not been able to prevent these tragedies.
Did you and everyone else at Snap really fail to see that the platform was the perfect tool for sexual predators?
Senator, that behavior is disgusting and reprehensible.
Spiegel and ex-CEO Linda Yaccarino did express support for the Kids Online Safety Act, one of several bills that have been proposed. However, Congress has been unable to pass any meaningful legislation.
It's been 28 years, since the internet. We haven't passed any of these bills. And the reason they haven't passed is because of the power of your company. So let's be really, really clear about that.
Mark, are you putting profits over kids' safety? How are you keeping kids safe online?
Zuckerberg declined to take our questions, and Pouch says she wants the social media companies to do more.
What's going through your head and your heart as you leave this hearing today?
My head? I'm very frustrated with listening to these CEOs. How many more children do we need to lose in order for this to change?
The open question now is what Congress will choose to do next. The ball is firmly in their court. The committee ended on a note and a commitment to pass a package of 5 bills. Senator Graham, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, has vowed to me multiple times in our interviews and in person that he will bring reform to the Senate floor for a vote by this fall. But there's a lot of hurdles that have to be surmounted for that to actually happen. Tony.
Yeah, that's what people are waiting for. Joe Ling, those senators channeling a lot of the anger and frustration that parents feel. Thank you very much. And this is a real talker. We've been talking about it all morning. Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg says it's complicated, these safety questions for parents. It's not. The kids went on your app. Yep. They suffered, and there have to be consequences. Yeah. So far, they're not.
Yeah, and we've highlighted so many stories where people have lost children. And it's a tough one. I think all of us up here as parents have said, we want our kids to have access. We want them to be like the other kids. So we know the dangers too, but there's so much going on behind the scenes that we can't control, but we feel like these companies can do more to protect.
It seems like in most situations in America, we are held accountable and liable for things that happen, but these companies aren't.
They're not. If we libeled Mark Zuckerberg right now, he could sue CBS and us. Yeah. But if someone posts that on his platform, they're not liable on the platform. They're just hosting it. Yeah. Just like a corkboard in the park.
Yeah.
More to come on that.
It is complicated.
Thank you, Joe Ling.
I've got something else a little weird that I want to leave our viewers with. This is President Joe Biden at the National Prayer Breakfast. He stopped himself after he said a little bit of a bleep. Watch.
We really go at one another. But remember, let's remember who the hell we are. We're the United States of America. It's all about dignity and respect. So let's practice it. Thank you for having me. It's good to be back.
I love that he tried to change, Emily, the word hell. It seemed like he wanted to change it to hill real quick, as if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yep, we all got what he meant. Yeah, not surprised by that. I mean, we usually need a
what's it called when you have the translator thing on the bottom for him?
Yeah, and Tammy, so like Elmo, bring us together, he says, prayer breakfast, bring us together. He could model the behavior he's advocating for.
Yeah, he could, and yet I just keep thinking of him in Philadelphia with the blood red background, standing on the podium and calling half of America terrorists. Correct. That brings us together a hell of a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, a hell of a lot. If he could just
They're so funny. Like, like they're saying that Biden is somehow this like scary anti-Republican dictator. Okay. Politico. Yeah, this kind of stuff, for the record, is done by the Democrats to make Brandon look like a badass, to make him look more dynamic. That's it. They quote unquote leaked this to Politico to be like, look, Dark Brandon, it's real. So it's actually a good thing that you sent this in, because it kind of goes along with what I was about to say, which is that videos like this, Republicans cutting this kind of propaganda, actually, low-key but high-key, kind of make Biden look good. As though he is legitimately not senile, but an evil mastermind that has his brain capacity completely in order. I think it's a silly way to attack him. Just keep saying he's stupid and senile, because that is a good line of attack that has been pretty successful, because there's truth to it. If you try to make it seem like he's a big scary guy who like wants to kill Republicans or whatever, well then, is he senile or not? Yeah. So it's interesting.
eliminate the term MAGA extremist from his vocabulary, I think maybe that would help a little bit to prove that he really does want to bring people together.
And lose the MAGA as a clear and present danger and a threat to democracy. But yet, let's all unite. Let's do it. Totally. Good advice. Let's take it, Mr. President.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered.
For the record, this is why it's so fucking dumb to be like, oh, MAGA extremists, like we need a strong Republican Party. Like, shut the fuck up, idiot. These are people who personally say that they're domestic terrorists, say that they are extremists, say that they're MAGA. Like, the Republican Party is MAGA. Trying to weirdly separate the Republican Party from MAGA is so dumb. It's a foolhardy endeavor. It's dumb. It's dumb as fuck. Anyway. M-HUD, where is that? Is M-HUD in the chat? I want to watch the video that he wanted me to watch. Here, we're doing we're moving on to fun shit. But before that, here's a rapid fire. Okay, that's not it. Here's rapid fire. The USCP says they will not charge anyone in the sex video incident in the Senate hearing room. They were doing consensual butt fucking, and there's nothing wrong with that.
The question is, aren't you risking getting caught?
So, for them, I have to say, congratulations. I have no updates on the PNG plane evacuated after staff taken hostage in Istanbul. Congratulations to Lewis Hamilton for joining Ferrari in 2025. Twitch streamer Lewis Hamilton doing big things. This was the first frame from an Apple Vision Pro review that made me believe we're all going to be using and leaning into spatial computing soon enough. It always comes back to timers. I find this very stupid. The Apple Vision Pro is very, very stupid. Felix jokingly says paying $3,500 to live in a Ubisoft open world game. Alex Jones was on with, or Joe Rogan went on Alex Jones's broadcast, which I'm going to skip. And we are moving into, oh, here's one more thing. Andrew Tate is launching a crypto scam coin. Last year he said, I do not have anything to do with any crypto. I don't need to rob my fans. It turns out I, Andrew Tate, do need to rob my fans. I do not endorse shitcoins. I'm not a scammer like every other influencer. I don't need to rob my fans. I do not have anything to do with any crypto. Hey, crypto Twitter. If I launch a coin and back it with $100 million in my own money and never sell, then I'll let university.com members get in early at a discount. Yeah, imagine thinking he has $100 million. That's so funny. I did the Cody Co button episode, chatter. It's been too long. Your Tate is rusty. Yeah, for good reason. Anyway, all right. So I did it. I did the damn thing. I gave you guys a speed, a speed round of news. Let's get to why the FBI wants this TikToker. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are back. We are so freaking back. Oh my Lord, you have no idea. Murder is back on the menu. Who is this TikTok fugitive really? This is from CHUPPL. MHUD found this channel. CHUPPL has 146,000 subscribers. The video is called Why the FBI Wants This TikToker. Probably because he's fucking hot. Okay, let's continue.
Caught by posting? Here, you want proof? Here's my tattoo. If anybody doubts, check the website and call the FBI Pittsburgh if you want.
This is Chad Hauer.
Okay, bro, we get it. You're wanted by the FBI. I'm not hiding, FBI. Come get me. They've been after me for 16 years and can't get me. So what I'm doing here is calling them out. I'm mocking them publicly.
And this is his son. At the age of 11 years old, he went missing. Chad's son, Eris, was believed to be kidnapped and transported to one of two island nations in the Middle East, Cyprus or Bahrain.
I wrote parts of Skype. I wrote parts of the communication system on the space station.
Chad Hauer is a world-renowned computer programmer.
I was a public speaker for Microsoft. I was on TV. I was in newspaper articles. And then I traveled.
Okay, right off the jump, I got to mention something here. I don't know why this is the case.
I was a public speaker for Microsoft.
But there is something... why is every Microsoft guy from like the early 90s, why do they always look like this? What's going on at Microsoft? They always, this is the staple Microsoft guy look, dude. Can you turn it up a tiny bit? Sure.
Microsoft. I was on TV. I was in newspaper articles. And then I traveled to Bulgaria in September 2009, was arrested.
Here, he discovered that he's wanted by the FBI and Interpol.
I was a very public figure. I had a very successful career until the FBI absolutely destroyed it. I was the American Taliban when I was in Bulgarian prison. They nicknamed me the Taliban because when I explained to them what I was in for, they didn't believe it. No matter how many times we told them, they absolutely would not believe it.
An extradition failed from here for the same reason it did in Bulgaria. The FBI has no evidence whatsoever because it never happened.
So he traveled to this tiny island nation where he's been living ever since.
Uh-oh, another island.
Chad needed to prove to the world that he did not kidnap his own son. He turned to TikTok and has been using the app as a platform to tell his story.
16 years ago this week, my son went missing. Thing is, he was never missing and they always knew where he was.
His account has received widespread recognition from some of TikTok's largest creators.
It's maybe the wildest story on all of TikTok.
According to Chad, in 2011, he got critically ill. Life-threatening.
3 nights ago, I had 6 convulsions in the middle of the night. What the doctors told me, the new labs, is I'm in a race to find out which kills me first. Sepsis, kidney infection, kidney failure, heart attack, or stroke.
It's some vague illness that requires a specialist to diagnose and treat.
Had to revive me at the hospital twice already. They're surprised how I'm still alive as it is. They don't know. And beyond that, I need a lot more diagnostics. We don't even know what I need beyond that. Most urgently, I need electroshock wave lithotripsy.
The type of specialist that isn't available on the island nation he's trapped on.
The doctors have said, you need to not fly very far, even in an air ambulance. You need to go somewhere close. I'm painfully dying here. I need help. I'm begging anybody. This is a cover-up.
What? I mean, I feel like this is a scam, dude. I kind of don't believe him. Yeah, no. He just looks like he's scamming. I don't know. I inherently don't believe anything I see on TikTok. Okay? And neither should you, by the way. But I do feel like this guy's my neighbor. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, chatter. I don't trust that nonstop sense of urgency. He doesn't even have a nonstop sense of urgency. What he's saying is supposed to present to you a sense of urgency, but he does not have it. Does that make sense? Like, he's like, yeah, guys, I'm going to die soon. I'm in a lot of pain, actually. And it's like, well, you seem kind of chill.
If he travels for outside medical help, he'll be detained by Interpol like he was in Bulgaria and sent back to the US on a flight that he says will kill him.
What can I do?
All of this is why Chad Hauer has received over 121 million views and is known as the TikTok fugitive.
I'm Alex, and I'm not missing.
This man is dying because of a crime that he never committed. The victim, his son, even said that it never happened. Originally, I thought, if only the FBI knew.
Wait, what? Wait, okay. I thought he was lying about that. Wait, I don't understand. Okay, that part is actually, okay, never mind. That part definitely makes this a much more interesting story. Cuba is right there. HasanAbi bro is tweaking mad hard. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know why he's not in Cuba.
Here's a man that slipped through a bureaucratic loophole and is dying because of it. If media attention could help open up some doors to eventually save this man's life, why wouldn't I tell his story? So I started talking to Chad before this channel even existed. I've been interviewing this international fugitive on and off for over a year. I've been putting together a timeline with Mia, getting to know Chad's helpers, being knee-deep in court documents, tracking down anonymous online accounts, and fact-checking his claims to millions. And after all this time, there may only be one thing I've taken away. The TikTok fugitive is hiding something.
Hiding a child. The fuck? Why was there a Destiny? Why was there a Destiny jump scare? Oh my god, is this guy gonna fucking clap my ass cheeks into smithereens? And be like, wow, I can't, like, oh god. Is this guy like a Destiny dick rider? He was on the show with Destiny. Oh no. This content is fire though.
Chad is officially charged with the crime of
50-50. We might get fucking ass clapped, okay? Regardless though, CHUPPL seems to have a really cool channel. It's MHUD certified. Go check his video out. Give it a like.
Of international parental kidnapping. As you may imagine, the root of this is a custody dispute. A few years ago, Chad's missing son, Eris, who now goes by Alex, did a media blitz.
Well, it's a custody battle that didn't go too well. A 25-year-old who's still in the missing person database is trying his best to clear his name and his father's name.
25-year-old Eris Howard is seeking help to be able to travel back to the U.S. Now he and his father can't do so, all because of a custody battle that went too far.
But the now 25-year-old isn't really missing. He's been unable to leave the Caribbean island, St. Kitts, all because of a battle between his parents that went wrong.
The FBI spent so much money on this case, but they don't want to quit. way back when I was like maybe 5 or 6. My parents divorced. Tennessee has jurisdiction. My mother had full custody, and my dad had like visitation, but she kept disobeying the court.
See, it's a custody dispute, doing custody dispute things.
Others say it was a custody battle that shouldn't have gone this far.
Honestly, I don't even really know who's right here. And it doesn't really seem like my place to have an opinion. Everybody knows custody disputes are notoriously terrible and complex. But this is the part of the story that I think Chad wanted me to focus on the most. Or at least the foundation for it.
It's a farce. They know what's going on.
Chad believes that the way things played out, which is in favor of his ex-wife, point to a deeper conspiracy.
And that's what I'm telling you. This is not just a bureaucratic black hole I'm in.
That some powerful outside force, be it the US government, FBI, or CIA, has some ulterior motive.
This has been intentional from day one. They know what the hell they're doing.
That someone or something powerful wants Chad for another reason. He believes that the custody dispute is so dubious that there must be something else going on.
Now, here's the part I can't say too much about.
Dude, is this guy the ultimate divorce court victim? Like, we have seen throughout this broadcast history, divorce court victims come in all shapes, sizes, and backgrounds. Elon Musk, Kanye West, Steven Crowder. But I don't think we have ever seen a divorce guy that is so divorced that the FBI is hunting him as an international criminal. We've seen John Fetterman, who's not really divorced, but soon to be divorced. Destiny, XQC, also divorced guys in different ways. But I've never seen a divorce guy. I've never seen a divorce guy be hunted by the FBI and become an international fugitive. I take it back. I always thought like Kanye West went Nazi after divorce. Probably the highest level of like divorce guy you can be. This guy might be a tier 1 divorce guy. This guy is a challenger level divorce guy. Because under no circumstance did like Elon Musk's divorce turn into a criminal case. It did not happen. It did not happen to Kanye West didn't get a criminal case either. He was, however, criminally divorced. This guy's the end boss.
So, at risk of wasting my time, I tried to entertain that idea, to see this dispute as Chad does.
Chris, the new guy that joined the group, sorry, what was your name again?
Jack.
Jack, new guy that joined the group, Jack. Go ahead and send him all the documents.
But this is a highly unusual case.
This is from a podcast series called Wanted, where Jack Lawrence interviews a defense attorney about Chad's case.
Based upon allegations by the ex-wife, a claim of kidnapping, which seems to be readily shown to be false on its face. So,
yeah, I mean, that part makes sense. If the child, even if the child is like now an adult and says that it's not real, like it's not a kidnapping. At the time when he was a child, a custody dispute is logged as a kidnapping. That part makes sense. That's what it is. As a matter of fact, this is something I've talked about quite a bit. Like the 800,000 children are kidnapped every year number that you hear from psychopathic QAnon guys is oftentimes just simply this. It's literally custody disputes. Like in the overwhelming majority of cases, the supposed kidnapping number is just a custody dispute, which is pretty damaging to the child's psyche for sure. But like, it's not the white van kidnapping that a stranger conducts upon some random child in the way that like, you know, the movie Taken works, right? What's weird, however, is that I don't know if he's the one who kidnapped the kid or if his wife was, and he still got punished for it. Yeah, stranger abductions are notoriously rare. So I don't know. All right, let's just continue.
So it's interesting you got a U.S. prosecutor to even bring the charges in the first place, let alone then have the appetite to try to go all these steps to extradite the individual. So it's highly unusual on many levels.
August 3rd, 2000. Chad, his now ex-wife, and Alex are all living in Tennessee. Chad gets the news that he won the primary election for his campaign to become a representative in the Tennessee State House. 3 months later, Chad loses the general election by a landslide. The following month, he gets a strange invitation.
December 2000. So my friend, I don't want to reveal his...
Wait, I'm sorry. What happened? What?
August 3rd, 2000. Chad, his now ex-wife, and Alex are all living in Tennessee. Chad gets the news that he won the primary election for his campaign to become a representative in the Tennessee State House.
I'm sorry, what? This guy also ran successfully in a primary in Tennessee? What the fuck?
Months later, Chad loses the general election by a landslide. The following...
They're from Tennessee, but why does the son have such a thick-ass accent? Speech impediment. His son has a speech impediment. That's why he has an accent.
Month, he gets a strange invitation.
December 2000. So my friend, I don't want to reveal his name here, but my friend, let's just call him Harry. That's not his real name, but let's call him Harry. And he was like, hey, you like to travel to weird places and stuff, right? And they needed somebody to carry a lot of bags. So he invited me to go along to Russia with him.
It's a city called Irkutsk. It's out here in Siberia. Personally, you couldn't pay me to go to Siberia in December, but I'm not Chad. When Chad returned home, he and Alex's mom agreed to separate. So we moved to Europe. 2002, divorce is finalized. 2004.
This guy's a spy, bro. No shot.
Chad gets hired by Microsoft. And this is where the story really unfolds. Chad's ex-wife, at that moment having custody of Alex, violates court orders and moves to Pennsylvania. 2 hearings are held in Tennessee, and Chad's ex-wife is nowhere to be seen. The judge, holding Alex's mother in contempt of court, gives Chad primary custody. Chad's ex-wife tries to move the custody case out of Tennessee and into Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania says, no. Tennessee has jurisdiction. Fast forward through the trenches of a custody battle. Chad's ex-wife won't return Alex to him.
So the judge says, okay, no, there's a Tennessee order. It's still in effect. You have to put the child in the plane. And she's literally like, not going to do it. And a judge ordered police to remove him from his mother after summer visitation and put him on a...
I'm sorry, but there's something very funny about this. Like, what is this? Justice for Chad Howard. He's got like all these little buttons wanted by the FBI underneath. Like, there's no fucking way, dude. Come on, dog. This is a hilariously funny way to try to explain your situation that is like super serious.
A plane back to Europe where he lived the last time he's in the United States for visitation. I did not kidnap him. I did not run. And then a few weeks later, the same judge turns around and orders me to show up to court for a hearing. I'm like, fuck this shit. You just had him. I'm like, listen, you don't even have jurisdiction, right? And this is when he declared my son was born in Pennsylvania. Then he's like, well, the child's born in Pennsylvania, so I'm taking jurisdiction. But the child wasn't. We objected to that. And he's like, nope, I say he's born in Pennsylvania, so fuck you.
Alex wasn't born in Pennsylvania, but what I'm hearing is that Pennsylvania knowingly lied, forcefully changed their mind, and took jurisdiction of this case. But Tennessee still says their order is active. So
why does this woman have superpowers of like utilizing the entire organs of justice to her benefit? What is happening here? I feel like a lot of this has to be false, right? There is no way. She know people that it doesn't work that way, man. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, now I'm leaning on they're both spies. At first, I was like, Chad's a spy. Now I'm thinking they're both spies. This was 2001-ish? Oh, okay. So they did 9/11 is what you're saying. Okay, I like that. I'm on board. I think that they both successfully did 9/11 together and had an incredible amount of power as a consequence of that. So they were just like constant, but she did 9/11 more than he did. So she had the edge on him.
We have 2 custody disputes happening in 2 different states that don't say the same thing. And on January 9th, 2007, the Pennsylvania court warns Chad, agree to return Alex in the next 14 days or Pennsylvania will issue a bench warrant. Over time, this escalates to a secret closed-door hearing to indict Chad at the federal level.
And then when they put me in Interpol, I didn't know. It was done in a secret closed-door hearing. It was done in a grand jury. My lawyers were not notified, so they weren't even allowed to attend. And it was only the DA and my ex-wife and the FBI guy who basically framed me. That was it.
Okay, so something weird might have happened here. I'm not saying I'm sold on the idea of the federal government getting their hands.
I'm honestly losing my mind a little bit. I lived on St. Kitts, a part of a kiteboarding club briefly. I've met and have been on multiple parties on St. Kitts with Alex. Is that the guy? Is that Chad? Are you saying you met... Oh, the child? You met the son? Yo, what is going on, my boy? What is happening, dude? This is everywhere. This story's got legs, son. What the fuck? He's like, bro, this dude is not missing at all, dude. He's over here watching the top of the hour ad break because St. Kitts, they're serving 3-minute ads at the top of the hour, okay? But he's subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, so don't worry about it, son. He won't be seeing the ads, but you might. What a crazy way to find out that you know a dude that's like whose dad is being hunted by the government and the government still acts like the dude has actually gone missing. That's so crazy. Anyway, here's what's crazy. Thinking that you won't see the 3-minute ad break right now as I serve it unless you subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Remember that every murder case that we watched that happened in Canada always had some chatter that knew someone in the case? This is like that. Yeah.
Dirty in a custody case from Tennessee, but like millions of others online, I thought maybe making the next question, why is the TikTok fugitive really wanted? When Chad was at Microsoft, he was a representative for the Middle East and Africa region.
I was traveling all throughout.
Sauce! Okay, agent, secret agent.
The Middle East. Carte blanche, no problems. When I did have problems, Microsoft fixed it. I once got into Saudi Arabia with help of the royal family. After my visa had a...
The way he said that is like he went there to fix their Excel problems or something. I don't know why. He's like, yeah, I went out there to help the royal family. All right. Yeah, dude, they were fucking not able to get out of they uploaded Windows Millennium Edition and they could not download the newer versions.
To a lot of places. I have talked to high-level officials. I've spoken to cabinet members in Pakistan. I had Saudi officials from the Saudi Ministry of Defense approach me one time. I think that possibly they saw what happened and then this FBI guy got interested, and I think that possibly the CIA was trying to recruit me and they wanted to get me in custody and then be like, well, we can make these charges go away if you work for us.
I won't.
Yeah, I mean, he seems fucking nutty, okay? If that's the case, then why wouldn't you just talk to them and then become a CIA agent? Like, what?
Outright dismiss it, but for me, that raised a lot of red flags. Since gaining a large following on social media, Chad has started a Telegram group. Here, his minions, as he calls them, help him come up with a case, and they also generate nonstop.
He's more scared of his ex-wife than being arrested.
Conspiracy theories. I should also mention, Chad often cosplays as Gru from the Minions movies, hence Minions.
Oh God, he's such a fucking boomer, dog. What the fuck? Oh my God, we are reaching divorce dad levels I never thought was possible. This is incredible, dude. Oh my God. No, the FBI is actually searching for him for the crimes of cringe, okay? The real reason why the FBI is searching for him as an international fugitive is this. They saw the TikToks and were like, no, sir, you cannot do this. You cannot be this divorced. We have to arrest you. He knows what he's got. He's farming Barbussy. I don't know, dude. I feel like he's so divorced that it's like he can't even get the Barbussy.
Oh, you didn't see my Gru hat? I just got a Minion hat today.
You have a hat too.
Yeah, I got the scarf. I've got.
Please. I've been getting to know Chad's right-hand man, or head minion, if you want to call him that. His name's Chris, and honestly, he seems to be the most level-headed out of the whole group.
Hello, Jack.
It's just a random room of some really weird people, whether it's Chad or some of these other, like, minions, as he calls them, spouting off these half-baked thoughts about the CIA and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's like... That's why I don't read that group chat anymore. I have not seen any evidence.
Dude, there are so many fucking unhinged people online. Like, this is the greatest example of, like, you can have like a mini cult of people who just spend every waking moment online, even if you are the most divorced man on the planet. You know what I mean? This motherfucker's a HasanAbi hit for sure. No, I think a lot of the I think these guys, I'm getting real, like, he attracts a bunch of people who are mentally ill and thinks they're targeted citizens. Yeah, I think I'm getting real. Hey, that's me. Okay, shut up. No, I think like this is more, I can see these guys being fans of Destiny and like cyber stalking me. You know what I mean? There's definitely a little bit of like groped up shouty vibes here.
That Chad was ever approached by any foreign intelligence agency or...
Oh yeah, by the way, if Clip Channels post this, you are going to get clapped 100%. Do not post this. One, because this video is relatively new, so I don't want you to fucking kick it off the algo. Two, if you post this video, this person is probably going to come after you and take it down, and you will receive a clip. You have, by the way, you deserve it. If you post this video, if you clip this, if you edit it, and you post it, you're probably going to get a strike, and you deserve it. Okay?
that was ever implied by any U.S. agent talking to him after his arrest. I feel like when you're in a situation like his where he's now had like over 10 years to kind of just like piece together narratives, I think that reality and what he's put together in his own head around these things probably don't necessarily match.
AKA, it's all bullshit.
I can see this.
Surely there's got to be more to
level-headed,
this
yes.
than a simple custody battle. I mean, have you ever heard of a man being extradited or attempted to be extradited 3 times by the FBI, placed on a wanted list with an Interpol red notice purely over a custody battle?
Absolutely not, of course. And so as you correctly predicted, it's a highly unusual situation.
I kidnapped a child, according to the FBI. A judge ordered police to take the child and put him on an international flight. The same judge then laid charges of kidnapping on me. I moved to Europe 5 years before and wasn't even in the United States. Okay, so 2001, and I have to look this up, but I believe it was May. I'm pretty sure it was May when I moved to Europe. That's not what happened. My son already lived in Europe for several years at that point.
Out of curiosity, I wanted to know what other theories Chad had.
So one of the theories is that I moved out of the United States in early 2001, okay? And I moved to Russia. As an American moving to Russia, in fact, I moved to Siberia.
9/11 happens, you move to Russia? I don't know, man.
Not even like Moscow or St. Petersburg. I moved to Siberia in 2001.
That's not Europe. That's like as Asia gets. Chad moved in with his now wife. She's a Russian national.
But the thing is that she lived in a small town, not even directly in Irkutsk, but she lived in a place called Irkutsk 2. And this is a town that used to be closed to foreigners, so it's one of those secret towns. The whole second city is built around a military aircraft factory that produces Sukhoi fighters and has its own private airport that is only used for the factory. But here's where it gets a little bit deeper.
What?
The reason she lived in this city and grew up in this city is both of her parents worked at that factory. And not like sweeping the floors or anything. They had top level clearances. They didn't have like access to materials. They had the materials in their head.
Especially after Chad's...
How do you meet this person? How do you date this person? How do you get into a relationship with this person? How is that even remotely feasible? A meet cute? Yeah, no shot, dude. I don't believe anything this guy is saying. Oh my God. I think he's like one of those dudes who's just like kind of pathological. I don't believe this. I don't believe anything he's saying now. It just feels very, I don't know.
Outrageous last theory. I set out to verify all this. Directly from Reuters. October 23rd, 2022. A Russian military jet crashed into a residential building in the Siberian city of Irkutsk on Sunday. The second such fatal incident in 6 days. Declassified CIA documents from the Cold War. We were able to geolocate this photo of Chad.
Oh my God, did Rainbow get in this? Is this the part where Rainbow gets in? M-HUD? Oh my God.
Okay, we have a lead. But why tell the world you moved to Europe?
I moved to Europe. I'm pretty sure it was May when I moved to Europe. My son already lived in Europe.
So we know the guy travels a lot, but if you were to say when he leaves the US, he moved to X.
I wouldn't be able to say confidently.
In the year 2000, Chad ran for office in the state house of Tennessee. Patriot. A year later, he's living on a secret military base in Russia. Something changed. So we hopped on a call to clarify. We asked specific questions with dates and locations. Some things made sense, like...
This guy is what motherfucking Johnny Harris wishes he was, by the way. Oh my God. Like, the amount of work he put into this, like, random ass shit. Like, this dude's channel is incredible. I mean, just by this video alone, I'm 100% on board with whatever the fuck he's pumping. Okay. His editing skills are insane. It's not just editing. He's like actually doing like decent and rather responsible investigation. You will love the glitter video. It'll surprise you. Yeah, no, this guy, I'm on board. I'm on board with everything that's going on. Go show this dude some love.
In the winter, he would spend time in Cyprus and Turkey, Europe. But other things raised more questions. Chad and his Russian wife purchased citizenship in St. Kitts through a CBI scheme just months after the Pennsylvania judge threatened him with a bench warrant. After his arrest in Bulgaria, he traveled back to St. Kitts using his purchased passport. And he changed his name to Peters. It's reflected on his St. Kitts passport. It's his new name. On this call, Chad's demeanor started to change. To me, appearing like a man who felt like he was losing control.
I will talk to you about this now, but when you make the video, do not present this as the first part.
Oh, my God. Well, I do actually want to draw a clear line where in all conversations with you, we cannot give you any editorial insight or say, and if that's something that you want, we can't make this documentary. For months, I had been watching and documenting Chad's online activity. What he posted, how often he posted, number of...
Damn, the other dude is like also crazy for not like setting boundaries. He works for Johnny Harris, actually. Wait, he does? I can't tell if you're debating me or not, because this dude's like editing his fire, and also he's like actually doing real investigations. Whereas like Johnny Harris, I think, rehashes like NPR articles. He rehashes NPR articles and makes it seem like he's engaging in investigations, but it's usually just like an NPR article that he's like repeating. But this guy's like actually conducting interviews, shit like that. I think he was at Vox. Jesus Christ. How can you say this, then spend 30 more minutes talking about a lying guy? Lol, what? Yeah, I think this guy's got mental health issues. The guy he's talking to.
Likes, comments, followers, and look at this.
I'm gonna look up this channel too.
Many weeks where Chad went silent. This is really unlike him. So, what was he up to? I reached out to my friends Rob and Trevor. Trevor, is known for being able to look at any image and identify almost exactly where it is in a remarkably short amount of time. Shockingly, Trevor already knew Chad and his story. I sent them a recent photo.
It's not that shocking. He's a TikTok guy. I mean, also he knows everything. He's like, I already know where he is. That's right. He is here are the coordinates. Okay, found him. He's like, yep, found him already. CHUPPL doctor.
Look at the video as he.
Oh my God, there's drama. Yo, this is sick. I love this. Okay, let's keep going.
Photo of Chad from his Telegram group. Chad's not in St. Kitts. He's in Russia. In many ways, Chad is just like us. He leaves little breadcrumbs all around the internet that easily tell us more about him and his behaviors. Like this tattoo. Shown on his wanted poster, it's a phoenix, but it's also a logo for an old company of his that he didn't tell us about. And if you reverse image search the logo, you'll find Phoenix01, his online anonymous username, on a message board where he documents recipes to make meals made out of locusts, of all things. There are companies.
Dude, dun dun dun. I'm telling you, fucking CIA, dude. CIA, brother. That's right. It's a psyop. This guy's trying to get us to eat locusts, brother.
Out there that broker data professionally, and they have information on probably all of us. They can get this data from a variety of sources, like government records, birth certificates, voter records, court documents, or social media, like the posts that you've made, the posts that you've liked, the quizzes that you've taken, or the websites that you've visited. And then they sell it. Your data, information about you, they are selling online. Chad gave me permission to investigate him. If I, just some dude, can find out Chad's work history that he didn't.
There ain't no way he's juicing it right now for a motherfucking ad. I'm gonna lose it. That is that is fucked up. That is literally illegal. Okay, that ad break segue is so insane.
Tell me
Oh
about.
my God.
And that he might eat locusts just from like a tattoo on his arm. I don't want to know what an individual with malicious intent can find out or do with data on me. So I use this tool called Delete Me. They go through the strenuous steps of searching hundreds of data broker websites and removing your data from it. In January alone, Delete Me searched 3.
That's disgusting. Bro, that was like a 5-minute segue, dude. That is fucked up. That is fucked up. Kaya woke up from her slumber, brother. Jack Joyce, you are a bad man. Confirmed Johnny Harris employee. I don't know. God, you are so wet. Why are you so wet all the fucking time? Jesus Christ. My man talked about locusts, eating locusts and shit. That's fucked up, dude. Stop taking notes. I will never stop taking notes. I will become better. It's like I thought I had good segues, and then this guy basically upped the ante so much.
1,500 listings for my information, and they found it listed on 55 different data broker websites. And then they got it removed. Delete Me routinely checks hundreds of data brokers to see if anything new comes up. And then they get it removed on my behalf.
He actually was a CIA
Super
Harris
sweet.
employee until last year. Found his LinkedIn. Oh, he was a Johnny Harris guy. So, wait, he might also be a HasanAbi head for the record. I mean, I know he posted Destiny, but one, he follows me on Instagram. And two, I remember a chatter in here a long time ago saying that they edited for Johnny Harris. So maybe this was him. Okay, let's not stalk him, chat. Yeah, no, actually, don't stalk him.
Delete Me has also graciously sponsored this portion of today's video. And they're also giving a 20% discount to anyone that joins up using the link in the description. Join Delete Me.
Bro, Kai does this thing where she will just like try to trip me sometimes. It's fucked up.
.com.
Damn, you remember chats like that? Yes, dude, I remember everything. Okay, my brain is broken. I have lost formative memories. Please, please save me from this mortal coil. I am constantly trapped in this chat and I can't stop fucking reading the worst, dumbest takes of all time, and I filter it and it's stuck in my memory permanently. It is so bad.
/CHUPPL20. CHUPPL 20. So, if you are someone that doesn't like the idea of a corporation selling your personally identifiable information for financial gain, and you see the potential harms and risks of the data economy, click the link in the description, join Delete Me, get 20% off, and you'll get a report within 7 days. It's pretty cool. Thank you, Delete Me, for sponsoring this portion of the video. You enable us to make more videos just like this one. Back to the video.
Look at how much her fucking fur just comes off. This scares me. I don't know if it's because of her hormones or if it's because of like, it's because she's just shedding. Stop pulling it. No, it's like, it's coming off. It's got to be the winter coat, right? I can do this literally for hours, by the way. I can do this for hours and it'll come off. Get her on minoxidil ASAP. Minoxidil is actually very deadly for dogs, for those of you who don't know. I think she is balding. That's from one little scratch. Fuck, they're everywhere too. Do you brush her weekly? No. Every 3 weeks she gets groomed though. It's very normal for dogs with two coats. When you get her groomed, she's gonna look so skinny. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
One of the most difficult things about this case is that absolutely no one wanted to talk about it. Chad's ex-wife moved, and she has no public phone number. Chad's old custody lawyers never responded. FBI couldn't comment, and Alex, the kidnapped child, won't take our calls.
What the fuck? Wait. Technically, we have a point of access to Alex better than this guy does. We are one step removed. We are closer to Alex than he is. Maybe Alex used Delete Me, chat. You know what I'm saying? Chatter, come back. Get
Hello?
Alex in here.
He hung up. Feeling defeated, we decided to do our own digging in the endless abyss of the internet. Chad's a computer programmer from the early days. He's been on the internet for a long, long time. We thought, surely there's a paper trail, and there was. Personally, this one's my favorite. Caribbean sunsets.
What is this?
But there's many others. We documented all of Chad's pseudonyms and usernames along the way. Each one
Peter Turtle, what the fuck?
leading us to the next. What we found is that his life is much different when he posts it anonymously.
And I know, I'm not ready for control, but I mean, there's no like backdoor surprises I'm going to find out about here. Like, right, I don't know.
Like I'm part of the FBI. Well, I don't know what you're asking here. If you have any specific concerns, I'd be happy to address them. I just don't know what you're asking.
Nothing specific. I'm always in my position. Just, I always have to be concerned about everything. And I just,
Ain't nobody with a bisexual ass nose ring like that as FBI, dog. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? Fuck you mean, are you the FBI? He's got a nose hook, dude. What are you talking about? That's what they want you to think? No, that's a telltale sign, okay? Only the CIA is bisexual? CIA gay. Exactly.
I'm just hoping it's not going to come out and like, here's this asshole hiding from the FBI, and if he just turn himself,
I'm also really trusting you here. I'm putting my reputation on the line.
I'm probably the most honest dude you're ever gonna find. I mean, I like, you know, I've just honesty is just an integral part of my core.
Google his Russian name.
I got sick in 2011, 2012, and I was critically ill for over 10 years. I was unable to leave my house most of the time. I was in excruciating pain. I was basically slowly dying.
September 11th, 2015. Chad was...
Bro, guys like this always have crazy shit happening to them. You look sick with a nose ring, homie. Don't hate. Wait, what? There's nothing wrong with being bisexual. God, like another thing that happens. Wait, 9/11. Wait, 9/11. 9/11 2015. What?
Was the judge for a hackathon. Manager Peter KN, like his Russian first name, and
bro, what is he hacking, dude? He's hacking into the Twin Towers. Okay. All jokes aside, okay, and there's nothing funny about 9/11. Don't ever joke about 9/11. Worst mistake of my life, okay? So, fuck, I'm forgetting what I was gonna say. God damn it. All right, never mind. Let's just continue. Fuck it.
Kitts and Nevis, the island he lives on, couldn't work.
No, I have not. Basically, since 2009 forward, I haven't been able to do crap.
Peter KN is a computer store. In 2016, they were open 6 days a week. But Peter KN is also another YouTube account of his. It's where he documents his road rage incidents.
Okay, that's the most Russian coded thing you can do. Okay, dashcam footage is literally what funds the entire Russian economy, alongside hardstyle, different versions of heroin, and just like guys climbing tall things that they're not supposed to. Without these components, the Russian economy does not exist. So this guy is like, I think, spiritually Russian, even if he's not living in Russia.
Then fine, fuck off, lady.
At what point did you lose the ability to, like, I don't know, lift something over your head?
Well, I could do it. It's just, it was extremely excruciatingly painful.
Like you would be looking like, you know, trying to do it.
Sometime post 2015.
Now, labor ignored us. Patches, useless patches ignored us.
Yeah, and then I couldn't leave. I had a massage chair. I could barely talk. I remember from COVID.
Yeah, oh, dude, I remember what I was gonna say. Guys like this always have some like inexplicable and unimaginable amount of like diseases happening to them.
COVID. From like 2020 until 2022 or so, I could barely talk.
See this cone? I can take the whole cone, and you can't even see the cone anymore.
When you change your name on YouTube, it doesn't change your URL. That stays as your original username, Piotrby. On cruisersforum.com, user Piotrby says he lived in Cyprus.
That's awesome that he went so far as to find him on cruising websites. I respect it.
And Turkey, and has a Russian wife, and can see his 36-foot boat outside his office, which is right where the Peter KN computer store is. And that he can't sail every day because he has to go to work at his store and his kids have school. Chad says that some days he feels better than others. He's certainly sick. I've seen proof of it. But this made us think, is he playing this up? And if he is, has he always been doing this? So I went all the way back in Chad's TikTok. This is his second video ever. Listen to how he's talking. He is really sick.
Really, dude. Did I ever ask for money?
His third video ever was him responding to a comment of someone who doubted his illness.
Bulgarian prison over this shit.
I reversed the voice effect.
Everybody knows that if you have pen and paper, it's fake. But he's got pen and paper. Oh my god, it must be fake.
These two videos were posted in the same clothes, in the same chair, just 11 minutes apart.
Really, dude. Did I ever ask for money?
Everybody knows that if you have pen and paper, it's fake.
And none of this is fake. This is me on a good day.
But he's got pen and paper. Oh my god, it must be fake.
Who the fuck is this guy?
So what he refers to it as is a kidney disease of unknown origin. Because of his health situation, he is not able to like be up and active and sitting at a computer. So when he would have some new like court filings or he wanted to update something on his website.
Yeah, but like he is active like all the time. He's like lying about he's lying about everything, I think, right?
He would just message me to do it and I would do it. That's something that I would do to help him. So I guess that's the extent of me helping him.
You mentioned in the spring you got connected with Chad.
I was just kind of following around in the background on TikTok, and then like a couple times he had direct messaged me. The real catalyst was I
take back what I said about these guys that he's talking to that are being groped up. I've decided I need them on my side. Okay. Hey guys, if you hate me as well, while you were on this journey with this other guy, I'm here for you. I love you now. Please don't hate on me and be a fan of mine instead. I need your powers of having a shit ton of free time online and a genuine interest in like stalking people. I need that for good. I need that for, for my own purposes.
had taken a job. That job had a mass layoff in August.
Actually, these are basically like the normal ones in the stalking crew. So I feel like maybe they can work with the not normal ones and, turn them. Bro, you're curling the monkey's paw? Dude, it would be sick, okay? It would be sick if I've decided, no, we're going full-blown into stan culture. We're going full-blown into cults. Stand back, stand by, okay? Curling the paw. Need these guys on my side. I have, after years and years, I've decided, like, no, having, like, cyber stalkers that constantly and endlessly harass you is the only way to combat it is by having stalkers and cyber stalkers and cyber harassers that will do the same to your enemies. Okay, that's what I've realized. Your IP is 127001. Please pay lovable jacking wage.
I guess for a while I was just kind of doing Zoom calls with him every week as on top of my job search.
But this is a highly unusual case.
Some online theories paint Chad as a potential Russian intelligence asset. With the knowledge of his time in Siberia, I do wonder if there could be any validity to that. A now deleted page on Chad's Howard.org website includes a biography about his life. Chad's background includes work in the employment, security, chemical, energy, trading, telecommunications, wireless, and insurance industries. The earliest backup of this website occurred during the time that Chad may have been living on the military aviation plant in Siberia. Security, chemical, and energy. He didn't tell me any of that. Bulgaria is a former communist state, just a trip across the Black Sea from Russia. The two used to be great allies. But since 1989, the relations between the two countries have become really fragile. I gotta admit, it's a scary thought. The chance that Bulgaria might not want to piss off their all-powerful neighbors by extraditing a secret asset to America. Is that who we're dealing with?
Typically, you're seeking extradition for either a case that has a high monetary value or someone who's very violent or dangerous.
Why can't the FBI extradite me, and why have 3 extraditions from multiple countries failed?
But under the treaty that's in place between those two governments, it appeared that he would be someone who would be potentially eligible for extradition.
So if there's an extradition treaty in place, why wasn't he extradited?
And they're still trying to get me, even after multiple failed extraditions in multiple countries that were denied by the country's courts because they don't have any evidence. An extradition failed from here for the same reason it did in Bulgaria. The FBI has no evidence whatsoever because it never happened.
That's what Chad says. It's what I and millions of others believed. Here's the real reason.
But under the treaty that's in place between those two governments, it appeared that he would be someone who would be potentially eligible for extradition. I haven't seen any of the rulings from the Bulgarian side as to why they refused to do it.
I have. And it's so boring. It's so boring. Chad's story gets credibility from the attorney in the Wanted podcast, but the attorney admits it.
Oh, dude, I can't believe Peter Thiel is doing my dream. It's kind of fucked up. But anyway, let's continue.
He hasn't seen his documents.
And I haven't I don't know if you've come across any materials where the Bulgarian courts or officials have given their reasoning for not doing it.
Why Bulgaria chose not to extradite Chad is the foundation that his house of cards is built on. If there's an explanation for why Bulgaria denied his extradition, then it falls, one card after another. On November 24th, 2009, the extradition hearing was held and the request for extradition from Bulgaria was denied based on lack of dual criminality, meaning Bulgaria denied the American extradition request because Bulgaria did not, at least at the time, have an international parental kidnapping statute.
They aren't saying that Chad is affirmatively innocent.
They had the evidence. Bulgaria just didn't consider it an extraditable offense. This is just how international law works. Chad logically knows this. He's seen the document. I know that because he sent it to me. But he's still convinced that this case was escalated wrongly and maliciously by an FBI agent and a district attorney. He uses TikTok to attack these two and claims that they were in on a conspiracy against him. Is FBI agent Kirk Brace the Rosetta Stone to understanding this story?
He's one of two.
And the other is
Christian Traybold.
But the truth is, Chad's case played out by the books.
And then when they put him in Interpol, I didn't know. It was done in a secret closed-door hearing. It was done in a grand jury. My lawyers were not notified, so they weren't even allowed to attend. And it was only the DA and my ex-wife and the FBI guy who basically framed me. That was it.
Again, here's an attorney talking about Chad's case.
We have grand juries at the federal level, which would apply to Chad's situation. It's all secretive, right? And there's important reasons for that. Number one, you don't want to tip off the potential defendant or defendants that they're being investigated. And on the other side of the coin, you don't want to have people's names smeared in the public just because they're being investigated.
Custody cases happen.
So this guy, so it's normal process, and he's just making it seem like it's like somehow abnormal that it was like secretive because he's like a big ticket guy that they like this big fugitive that the FBI desperately needs to arrest or apprehend or something. That's what's going on, huh? Is that what it is?
And at the state level. In the 1970s, this caused a huge problem. A divorced parent would move across state lines, file for custody in that new state, and then ignore that old ruling. It was a form of parental kidnapping that the federal government noticed. So they passed the Parental Kidnapping Protection Act, which helps determine which state has jurisdiction. Chad cites some of it here.
Well, to transfer jurisdiction, you have to live in another state for 6 months. So it takes 6 months to transfer jurisdiction. And you have to be there legally. And she had only been in Pennsylvania for 3 months, and she was there illegally. Okay? So it didn't count.
If a child lives in a state for 6 months, it's their home state, and the law gives that state jurisdiction. But if the child doesn't have a home state, like in this case, the law has a way to resolve it. Chad is leaving out that detail. The decision to move the case to Pennsylvania was by the books, the part that Chad is leaving out.
Oh. Oops, that's kind of a big deal. Okay, but why is it still continuing then? Oh my God, are we going to find out that he's just lying about being extradited? Like he just straight up, and that's why his kid's like, no way.
Though there is one thing that Chad gets right. He's not guilty of what the indictment claims. Chad Zachary Howard did, with the intent to obstruct the lawful exercise of parental rights, remove a child from the United States, and retain a child outside the United States.
And a judge ordered police to remove him from his mother after summer visitation and put him on a plane back to Europe where he lived the last time he was in the United States for visitation. I did not kidnap him. I did not run.
Chad never removed Alex from the US, but all this comes down to is a typo. Look at this. The law doesn't say and, it says or retain a child outside the United States. This is the law that Chad's officially charged with. Chad could admit this, but instead he chooses to go on TikTok and claim that it's all a farce. And since the indictment says that he removed his son from the US when he wasn't actually there, Chad makes claims saying that the US government says that he's a time traveler.
I was not in the United States in November. They've accused me of time travel. But the FBI says, we don't care. We say you're a time traveler. And multiple countries have denied my extradition because time travel doesn't exist.
So how did I kidnap somebody? Was it time travel or teleportation? Because I'm confused
Wanted by the FBI, I think it's pretty funny.
here.
Chad views himself as the exception to the rule. That much I can say without a doubt. He also eventually told us how he slid under the radar of Interpol and made it back to Russia from St. Kitts.
And they swiped my passport. I could see the screen, it was like at a 45-degree angle. Yeah, it lit up like a Christmas tree. I thought, that's it, they're taking me. He's just like, well, there's a problem with your passport. And then he's making a phone call and he's talking. And after a while, a lady comes over from an office. She's like, okay, welcome to Cuba.
Wait, how the fuck did he... Wait, what?
Like, cool. 4th of July, I drove by the American Embassy and gave them a big old bird from a 1950s Buick.
Hola, FBI. Suck it.
Yeah, I mean, he should have just gone there. I mean, this guy is just inventing shit. Like, to be fair, if he was genuinely being pursued, yeah, you got to go to Cuba, or you got to go to, even better, Russia, which he went to both. And I feel like he's just, but there's no problem. Like, he's just making stuff up. It seems like he's just making stuff up, no?
What do you think? Once the plane took off, it was literally like, suck it.
Since getting back to Russia, Chad has received asylum. And he's using that as proof that his case is just as significant as Edward Snowden's.
It's like Snowden and now me. So
just like Edward Snowden. Yeah, dude. Yeah, he's literally our Snowden. He's TikTok's very own Snowden, dude. You know. Crack the case. Big whistleblower for divorced dads.
For those of you who say that my story is, full of it, let me tell you, they don't go to asylum that anybody just shows up. You gotta have legitimate reasons. And I've been telling you my story is legit.
So I reached out to my friend Tanya. She's a Russian-born journalist now working at Bloomberg. She was a producer on the Oscar-winning documentary Navalny. It's about a real high-profile case in Russia. What motivation does the Russian government have to give him asylum?
It's simple. If the U.S. has a beef with him, that makes the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
The Russians know the history of this case. They don't hand this out easily.
That makes sense for high-profile people that are wanted. You think this is just abundant with any low-level, high-level people, that Russia is just super interested in giving asylum?
If the guy with a U.S. passport shows up and says the FBI is after him and he wants asylum in Russia, they will get him to him. That part to me makes sense.
For them to grant asylum to an American wanted by the United States, that's extremely rare.
The United Nations High Commissioner on Refugees collects data on Russian asylum seekers. Since the war in Ukraine, Russian acceptance of asylum of people of any nationality is nearly 100%.
But
damn, bro, they're handing these out like hotcakes, my man. I had no clue. New meta. No, for real. These motherfuckers got open borders policy. It's like, yo, do you hate America? Hello. Come here, please. Putin doing open borders? Yeah, but then you live in a country that is like super sanctioned by the United States of America, so you don't even have like access to the same international franchises that you normally would.
The charges are false. We know they're false.
Yeah, you can't get GPUs, man. Unless, actually, yeah, you get asylum into Russia and then you're a conscript. They're like, all right, suka blia, time for the front lines for you.
And I can never prove this, and I was like 90% there, but recently we've got some more documents, and it's clear now. The Americans are trying to get me to spy on the Russians when I lived here in the early 2000s because we had family connections who worked with military technology.
I have the documents that Chad claims prove this. They're emails that he just forgot about. One of them from his lawyer. Chad, I just had another conversation with the FBI agent in PA, and he's talking about coming after you under a specific federal statute if we do not work something out with Nancy. The statute includes retaining a child outside the country and interfering with visitation rights. The agent was quite polite and non-threatening, but he says they'll have to do something soon if we don't reach a compromise.
Just look at the bias in there. They want me to work something out with her. They've already freaking July, if not June, of 2007.
To Chad, the FBI being involved as early as 2007 is proof. That's all he needs.
They were just waiting to come after me, and this is what I've always suspected.
There's another discovered email.
You can get the NVIDIA 4090 Dragon made elusively, you mean exclusively, for the Chinese market to circumnavigate the USA sanctions? Damn. Okay, it's not so bad.
Too. It's directly from the corrupt FBI agent. Chad, my name is Kirk Brace. I'm a special agent with the FBI in Erie, Pennsylvania. I'm contacting you in regards to the custody situation with you and your son. I'm not here to act as a judge, but merely here to enforce the law. With that said, I simply suggest that you research the law for yourself, specifically United States Code Title 18, Section 1204. Please feel free to contact me at the FBI Erie office to...
Okay, bro, Kirk Brace seems like a fake name. Like, I feel like if I was making up a name of a special agent with the FBI, I would say... Okay, I got it. I got it. Stop drawing attention to it, please. Jesus Christ, take 5 minutes off. The Dragon is a shittier version of the 4090, though, unfortunately.
Discuss this further. Chad, I'm a father myself and sincerely hope that we can resolve this in a cooperative manner in the best interest of all parties. Thank you. Kirk Brace, FBI. To me, I read this as a second chance from the
FBI would just show up to your house. They don't email you. Yes, they do. You're wrong about that. They will email you or they will phone call you. That part is true. Usually they won't email you, though. They will give you a phone call, though.
FBI. But to Chad,
completely, utterly insane. They were waiting, just waiting for something to happen and go right after me. While not conclusive proof, this is a pretty big freaking gunsmoke, even if we don't...
They don't just show up to your fucking house. Don't ask me how I know this. I've heard it from other people.
The smoking gun itself. I mean, it's like we have to...
Didn't they show up at JT's house one day, though? I guess that wasn't FBI. I think that was a Department of Homeland Security. And I think that's different. They fly out directly to your street and break through the window, guns blazing. Name is like Jack Reacher levels of fake.
Shell casing, and we just don't have the gun yet, but this is freaking huge.
child custody and visitation matters are handled by local and state authorities and not by the federal government. Wait, no, with the exception of international parental kidnapping. Straight off justice.gov. Buy the books. Buy the books.
Look at me. Can you even believe how crazy I look? Look at this. Look at this face. It's 3 days before this video goes live. I'm stopping the edit here because yesterday, Chad's attorney from Pennsylvania finally got back to us and I interviewed her.
Have you seen anything to do with Chad in recent days? Have you been following along with his updates?
It's probably been 8 or 9 months since I've seen anything. I knew they were doing a big campaign about Eris and him being missing, quote unquote, etc.
Chad has transitioned from my son isn't actually missing to now spreading a narrative of what I would call very high level conspiracy theories against the US government.
Oh dear.
That the FBI and the CIA are trying to recruit him to be a spy.
Oh, no, I had zero idea about any of that. And I can't see how that
Poor lady. Oh dear.
That will help his
First of all, her name is Barbara. Come on now.
On any front from space, even.
If your name is Barbara, you are definitely saying, oh dear. Okay. Deborah and Barbara are, aside from Gertrude, most likely to use the words oh dear in a conversation.
No. Wow.
Bless
Did
her heart.
anything during the court case lead you to any sort of conclusion that would support his theories that he is wanted for another reason other than international parental kidnapping?
No.
Is that like a certainly no? Like some weird things happen?
Absolutely no. I didn't hear anything ever along that line.
Does that just seem totally out
That
of
would
nowhere?
really be awesome. I mean, what I do now is I'm a novelist, and I would love to write that up.
Barbara, from my perspective, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that Chad also sees this as a story, and it's a story that millions, hundreds of millions of people have bought into online.
Now, unfortunately, there are way too many people who will buy that. As far as I'm concerned, it seems very far-fetched.
I'm not trying to come for this guy, but it seems like what he's doing is somewhat dangerous.
I come at you with a true story. No.
That's Oh, my goat is on OAN. Let's go. OAN is so sick. It's just like, it's so funny that they just look like a fake network. Like, it just looks like the network of a child's imagination. They're playing dress up. Every night they get together and they do a fake SNL style set. Okay. And they don't have any money for the real deal.
No tinfoil whatsoever. Purely provable. And people are like, he's crazy.
Chad really wants press on his story, and reporters have been interested, but he says without fail, they all stop responding.
I'm quite sure it's the FBI.
Chad is convinced that that is proof that the FBI is intimidating journalists not to tell his story.
3 extraditions, can't get him on by the FBI, and yet nothing because the FBI keeps squishing the stories.
All I know is the FBI sure as hell hasn't come for me. So here's what we end on. I couldn't figure out where Chad's ex-wife is. From what I do know, it seems this situation has torn her life apart. She declared bankruptcy, her house foreclosed, she went off the grid. So for as much as I wanted to hear her side of the story, it seems that she wants privacy, and I'll respect that. Alex is now 27. He still lives in St. Kitts, doesn't talk to press, but he also doesn't really talk to Chad.
You mentioned contact with Alex is off limits.
He's not even talking to me much anymore because I pushed. There was a journalist. I pushed on that, and he's basically told me leave him alone.
The only real winner here is Chad. With Russian asylum, the chances of him going to an American prison are slim to none. And he's gained a remarkably large following online. Some of those followers joined Chad's Telegram group. There, they become one of his minions and often dedicate countless hours of their life to Chad and his story.
Whenever like a new reporter like reached out to him for interest in the story, Chad would just have me, since I had this understanding through interviewing him, talk to new journalists that sort of came on the scene because he sees a third party as lending legitimacy. Chad knows that, like, it sounds crazy coming from him.
I'm curious how you feel about that. Being in that role, it seems like you didn't even really sign up for it.
Yeah, I would agree that I didn't really sign up for it.
I found some stuff that I'm just curious what your response is. So we found a computer store in St. Kitts. Seems to be yours.
Well, I ran it. It wasn't mine, but yeah.
Do you see why that's a little bit concerning? You've kind of been telling us repeatedly that you haven't worked a day since Bulgaria.
Well, I haven't been working on the software side.
Couldn't work?
No, I have not. Basically, since 2009 forward, I haven't been able to do crap.
To be clear, we've been told by you that you haven't worked a day in any capacity since Bulgaria. And from our perspective, we see this computer store and it's relatively concerning to us.
Yeah. No, then, yeah, I see where you're coming from there.
It plays into the health thing, too, a little bit, where you were saying you have been so sick that you weren't able to really leave your house during those years.
I got sick in
Okay, I feel good about my deductive skills here. Immediately clocking this dude as like a pathological liar from the jump.
2011, 2012, and I was critically ill for over 10 years. I was unable to leave my house most of the time. I was in excruciating pain.
Ignored us. Patches, useless patches ignored.
I was basically slowly dying.
Have you ever played up your story for the purpose of like PR?
So, I mean, as far as have I hyped things? Yes. Have I lied? Have I faked? No. But TikTok, I have to do that. I have to get attention. That's the only way things work.
But he's got pen and paper. Oh my God, it must be fake.
I'm sorry if you felt I misled you on the work part. I don't have to make things up. But I understand why you asked me that question, because the things they have done to me are so absurd. But if you look at all the absurd things that I can prove that they did, once I found those July emails, that's good enough for me. The FBI does not get involved in a case like this in a matter of weeks. There's no way. Department of State, Department of Justice. In fact,
I mean, yeah, I told you, it's just like the kidnapping charges are I guess somewhat normal for custody disagreements. But I don't even get it. Like did I miss a part of this? Like, I feel like, is the FBI after him still? Like, that part doesn't make any sense.
Been doing a lot more.
And like, why did his son say like, oh, I'm not kidnapped, please, like, stop going after him?
Research lately. Look at the Newburgh 4. Listen, I got all the dots here.
paint the picture.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. If media attention could help open up some doors to eventually save this man's life, why wouldn't I tell his story? All right, Chad, I mean, that's all I've got.
I'm probably the most honest dude you're ever gonna find. I mean, I like, you know, I've just, honesty is just an integral part of my core.
Though I've talked to attorneys about this case, I am no expert in the law. Destiny, the controversial and now banned Twitch streamer, hosted Chad and 3 attorneys on his stream. While playing Diablo 4, Chad's narrative got torn apart.
Oh, that's why he posted him. I was like, what the fuck?
And Chad reacted as expected, with a TikTok playlist.
Flat out lied about several things in my case.
I'm sure you'll see CHUPPL up there soon.
It's a shame because Destiny could be covering a true story.
So, in lieu of a happy ending, enjoy the comment section. And thanks for watching.
What a crossover. That's like divorced dad Olympics, when divorced dad against divorced dad. You know what I mean? Yeah, no. This guy's dope. Love the video. Pretty sick. Max Fosh responded, whilst we're seeing mass layoffs in the journalism industry, see a lot of people in the industry worry about how proper investigative journalism is going to fall by the wayside. It's like videos like this that show incredible journalism is alive and well. Yeah, this is like, this, I will say this much. I think this channel and what they did, wait, I already subscribed to them. I don't know why it's not showing up. But what they did
The question
here,
is, aren't you?
what they did here with this video is literally like, is what Johnny Harris sometimes claims he's doing with his own videos. But this was great. M-HUD, it was a banger. How Simpsons predict the future? I have an easy answer for this. It is. Oh, Chad's response. We're gonna watch Chad's response. Here it is. CHUPPL doctored the videos that make claims, says the TikTok fugitive with 1.35K subscribers.
He presented it.
It's where he documents his road rage incidents.
Then fine, f off, lady.
Not only did he speed up the videos to make it look like there was more action and cut them very short. Did you hear the audio of me swearing? He pulled that from a completely separate video, which you did not see, and I'm going to show it to you.
Wait, that's it? That's what he did? That's... I thought he was going to say, like, he cut it and chopped it to make it seem like, what? To make his statements look different. Not that, like, he has videos of him doing road rage shit.
That one's a lot as exciting as Slow Speed 2. Not to mention, oh wait, there was not me swearing at anybody. Remember, he inserted some audio of me swearing at the lady in the car. Heads up on his next clip. Came around a corner on a back road, dark area. Dude's lying in the road. Now, I'm a former first responder and firefighter, so I blocked off the road to
I'm a former first responder and firefighter.
prevent him from getting run over. And so she pulled up and I said, I'm trying to call an ambulance. Do you know the man, whatever? And she started yelling at me. So yeah, I did swear at her because I wanted her out of there because I want to deal with this gentleman.
Wait, show the video.
And this is the video where Jack took the audio from out of context and applied it to a completely unrelated video, which he also modified.
I'm asking if you need help. Dude, you need an ambulance or what do you need?
I need an ambulance.
You need an ambulance. Hey, what kind of help do you need? He's laying in the road.
He's
Do
laying
you
in
know
the-
him? He's laying in, I'm trying to see if he needs an ambulance. A man's laying in the road. Then fine, f off, lady. If you can't help a man held in the road, do whatever you want.
That video I posted on Facebook and I received a lot of praise from the locals and even the police for at best helping that man because I gave him a ride up to the bus and gave him some money to get home. Or possibly even saved his life, because where he was laying was in a dark shadow, you could barely see him. Jack decided to complete...
I don't think him, like... Wait. I don't understand. I don't think him cursing in that video is all that important. Nobody remembers that. What? I feel like he just lied about, like, the cops celebrated me as a hero. I'm telling you, he's like so... He didn't even disprove anything. What the fuck? Like, he has an entire channel dedicated to, like, documenting his road rage incidents. True. Some of the footage some of the footage was used off of that. Wait, okay, let's see his other one.
CHUPPL is a fraud, part 1, doctored video.
Dude, this is 5 minutes long. I can't watch this guy for 5 minutes. I can't watch. Is the only part he could disprove, so he focused on that. and then the and then the cops came up and they gave me a high five, and then they gave me a little medal, and then they said, "You're a cop now. I'm now the chief of police at St. Kitts Island." And and CHUPPL did not mention that in his video. And it's really fucked up. And the woman that actually passed me, well, she came back and she found where I live and she had sex with me because she was very impressed with my skills of saving people. Him and Herschel Walker could get along so well. I mean, he is very thumb-coded. He's been the chief of police for 25 years. Yeah, the race for most divorced man is starting strong this year. It's awesome. Anyway. DJ Demon and El Mama Guebos. Thank you for the 15 gifted subs, and DJ Demon or DJ Dermo. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing a total of 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, folks. Yeah, this guy's giving a run for Johnny Sins for his money. Okay, we'll watch the chiropractor video that CHUPPL made, because I also love making fun of chiropractors. And I am assuming that this guy's not going to. Did you see the Charger social media used a part of Caleb from Pal's Obama video yesterday, but had to immediately delete it because people are posting the whole thing and the replies so good? Wait, what?
I'd like to address this video to former president and current homosexual Barack Hussein Obama.
Wait, what part did they use?
What's up, you pussy bitch? How you like this?
Show
it's a
'em.
hamburger.
Tell him.
You recognize it, you un-American fuck? That's right.
This was like was this during COVID? Yeah, I remember watching this at the time.
Meat. Red meat. Aw, does that hurt your feelings? Are you gonna cry? I don't care. And guess what? I got another one.
Oh, dude, no, not another one. No!
I got 2 of these just to piss you off.
Fuck!
Just to fucking make you mad, you Muslim bastard. Man, those are good. You freak bitch. You little alien. God damn, dude. You suck, man. You Hawaiian pussy. They don't have this where you're from, do they?
He's right.
In Hawaii, that's good. Oh my God, that's good.
Chatters, this is Caleb from Pod About Liz. He's a podcaster, comedian. This is a fucking joke. I can't believe I have to like telegraph that. I guess partially because like we do watch a lot of hogs that do say things like this. You know?
Man, that's good. Anyway, Barack, hope you're doing okay.
I make the same video and tweet it at you anonymously every time I eat Greek food. What part of the video did they use in the Charger social media? Are you going to cover the TikTok hearing? I already did. I covered it like extensively yesterday, including the best parts. Like, for example, the parts where Tom Cotton is like, what part of China are you from, boy? Singapore seems Chinese to me. That part was my favorite. Okay. Speaking of not a joke, okay. I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break. Wait, or did I? Did I actually run it? Oh yeah, I did. I told you I was gonna run it, but then I forgot to run it. I'm gonna run it now. Do you still want the TikTok channel in Discord? We're making it right now. Yeah. We could, I wonder if we could do like a voting process too, to like elevate it like a comrade board style situation. Holy shit, Reddit is so anti-HasanAbi. I just saw a post there and anything pro Hasan was downvoted to hell. Jesus. Oh no, dude. Oh no.
Slaves worked all the hours they were awake for their entire lives. In American history, in Egyptian history, in the rest of the world that had slaves, which is most of the world at some given point. I think, like, if they can do it, so can I. Now you're like, well, did they have a happy existence? Well, they didn't get to pick the work they did, but it means that you can work. That's if you have the cap behind you. You can work every hour of the day. I'm like, well, if you get to have the cheese and you get to eat the cheese the whole way you're going, then, I mean, there's the famous quote, you know, the person who loves walking walks further than the person who loves the destination.
He's so right, dude. God. We need more of this. We need more of this. We need to make podcasting America's only industry in the same way that like dash cam footage is Russia's only industry. You know what I mean? I will not stop until every man is a podcaster. Okay? Your worst take? No, it's my best take. More podcasts, please. Did anyone send you this Tekken clip yesterday? Oh, the Tekken 8 customization?
Oh my god.
That's insane. I have been looking at a lot of the Tekken customizations. There are so many good ones. There's the One Piece one too. Why are you fucking making TikToks, bitch? Go back out to the field? No. Greek MAGA chud?
At some point, you know, maybe there needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members.
My name is Damon, and I'm about to get deprogrammed from the mega cult. I don't think Trump is racist.
Come on, man. What is this? Why are you sending me this stuff? I said TikToks that are funny, they get upvoted, okay? I didn't mean any TikTok you've seen with 33 likes. Come on. So, what was I going to show you? Oh, this is what I was going to say. This is what I was going to say. Look at this. Look, look, look. I cannot believe I'm suing Peter Thiel. I am suing Peter Thiel for stealing my idea. I have long maintained the position that the Olympics would be way sicker if everybody was doing steroids. Any sport competition, as a matter of fact, would be way sicker if they were allowed to do steroids openly. And I think Peter Thiel stole my idea. Yes, I'm the only man who came up with this idea. Thoughts on Anna Kasparian's latest meltdown? No thoughts. I don't watch any of the Anna Kasparian or Cenk Uygur meltdowns. I don't care. To be fair, it was an old Daniel Tosh. No, it was not an old Daniel Tosh joke from 2009. I came up with it alone, by myself, on my lonesome. Okay, don't even try, dude. Combat sports included. All right, let's watch the chiropractor video that CHUPPL made.
It's a scam that's become so normalized that we don't even realize it's a scam anymore.
Literally 99% of my profession. Let me explain.
This is Trevor. He studied to be a chiropractor and found major flaws. Trevor posts his criticisms on TikTok and feels a
Damn, bro. He fucking, this is like his life's work. That's kind of shitty. Imagine you study to become a Well, you study to become a chiropractor, and then it's just you're like, well, this shit sucks. Actually, it's all
burning
a lie.
heat of backlash.
It's almost like I'm attacking their religion.
Trevor is just one of many critics of chiropractic.
It's Chiropractors 2022.
Are chiropractors even doctors? Is it safe?
Are chiropractors real doctors?
Her neck was tight, so she went to a chiropractor.
Oh my God, dude. I'm terrified of this shit, okay? I'm so scared of chiropractors, and I literally think it's bullshit, and I say it all the time. Obviously, chiropractors are real doctors because they're all anti-vaxxers, okay? That's it. Chiropractors are not real doctors, but somehow they make up 100% of the doctors you see on social media and all over that are anti-vaxxers.
The debate has reached a boiling point, and with the help of an unlikely friend...
You've probably heard of Scientology.
Chiropractors are winning. But should they be?
And restoring patients to a pleasurable state of mental and physical well-being.
Once you start digging in, it's crazy. I forget how big of a shit pile it is.
Prince Charles come to pay you a visit.
I work in medical negligence law. We call them snappers. Do not go to one. Snappers.
Yeah, sure.
He's related to this story as well.
The British Chiropractic Association sued me for libel.
I don't believe in chiropractors at all.
The vast majority.
Dude, when you lost Joe Rogan, who is also the #1 disseminator of medical misinformation, like, goddamn. Unless he actually went back on that. But goddamn.
People do not understand what chiropractic is or what it's for.
Usually localized blunt force trauma is called an injury. In chiropractic, it's called medicine. Yeah, well, sometimes you need a swift kick in the fucking ass, okay? Yeah, I'll just say it. Don't do any of this shit, okay? Don't do this stuff. Medical degrees are overrated. Yeah, no. Okay? My mom had a neck adjustment and died 13 years ago tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Don't do any of this shit. These guys are crazy. They will break you, and it will not be good. I don't understand why people go to chiropractors. Physical therapy is real, okay? It's a real science. It's real medicine, and it's actually really important that you do that if you have an injury. Chiropractors, on the other hand, absolutely not. I also have I've never actually like met someone that's been like, I went to a chiropractor and it changed my life. I've only heard bad stories of people that have gone to chiropractors. Maybe because all the good experiences people are just ashamed of.
I'm telling you, be careful of these chiropractors, man.
Right down the road. Look at this.
We have to go.
Okay, let's do it.
Why do they all have mullets? All the homies got mullets in the CHUPPL franchise.
All right. You ready?
See you guys. Today I have irritable bowel syndrome. We'll see if they can treat it.
Some chiropractor offices do scams.
So I have a variety of health issues, just like ongoing chronic stuff. Maybe I should be talking to a doctor. Irritable bowel syndrome? Is that something that you guys do here? Is there a doctor around I could talk to?
Yeah, of course.
Chiropractic help with asthma, allergies, you name it.
Sorry, you said asthma.
He's gonna crack his lungs, man. Yo, hey, yo, he said he can fucking help with asthma? What's he cracking? Bro, what are you cracking that you're treating asthma? What the
asthma,
fuck?
allergies, you name it.
It does help.
High blood pressure. What I do is...
Did you just say that it helps with high blood pressure?
Yeah, you can.
Well, I have low blood pressure. Does it work the other way?
It has the potential to make everything better. No matter what goes inside the body, it has the potential to make it better. That's just the bottom line. How it makes it better, I can't tell you.
I've seen a couple different...
Bro, I'm sorry. That is not trustworthy, okay? If that guy comes out and he's like, hell yeah, brother, let me tell you, I'll crack the shit out of you. Oh, listen, you got cancer, dick cancer? Let me crack it. I'll crack it so fucking hard, cancer comes right out of your dick. do not. If someone comes out like that, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, I'm leaving and never actually returning and never looking back. Honestly, this is the thank you for the service that you just gave me. I will avoid chiropractors permanently.
Common scams that places like this do.
Chiropractic is the process.
They'll offer a free consult.
You will get 3 free ones.
And then they'll rope you in to doing prepaid treatments.
You know, you're gonna have to keep coming in more constantly.
Someone already posted my reaction to FBI vid. Listen, HasanAbi reacts too. I hope you get taken down, okay? I told you guys not to fucking post this. I told you guys not to post my reaction to this fucking video, and you immediately posted it. This is one of those botted channels too, I think. That's the bot farm, right? Take it down, motherfucker. Bro's Discord sounds in all of his videos, lol. Wait, what? Right-wing guy that beheaded father? What do you mean by that?
Because we have a plan and package.
So you sell a package and then I come in repeatedly to get that?
We need to see you 3 times a week for 3 months.
You should come in 2 times a week for the next couple of weeks, 3 times a week maybe.
That's a plan that we're going to set up now.
Just today?
Yeah, today. You have to do it today. Because
see.
Otherwise you're just slapping us in the face saying like, no, I'm not interested in y'all.
We need to do prepaid treatment plans. A common way to spot that scam is that like it's always the same treatment plan.
I see 6, 10, 20 visits for packages.
No matter who it is, no matter what problem they have, it's always however many adjustments a week.
Weird shit, man.
It has the potential to make everything better.
Here's a survey that was done in 2003 of conditions that chiropractors encounter in their office. High blood pressure, sinus conditions, allergies, dizziness, diabetes, MS, ear infection, pregnancy, asthma, ALS.
Diabetes? Bro, this is why we need regulation, man. Because everyone is so fucking stupid. I'm sorry, this is not like victim blaming, but it kind of is victim blaming, I guess. But if you have diabetes and you go to the chiropractor for your diabetes, like, you're too stupid. This is why we need laws. This is why we need regulations, because you're too dumb to figure it out on your own, okay? This is why I stress this point all the time, chatters, that, like, rules and regulations are written for the dumbest person in mind. Some of you probably are like, I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. Who the fuck cares? Like, what do you mean? If I have diabetes, I'm not going to the fucking chiropractor. That's dumb as fuck. Yeah, well, guess what, dude? Think about the dumbest person you know, okay? Now imagine how much dumber people can get from that person, okay? In your group of friends, the person with the average intellect is still the average guy. It goes way dumber than that. There's millions of motherfuckers that are way dumber than the dumber person you know. Think about that. Way dumber. There are people out there, okay, who will openly be like, who I saw in the comments of the dude that whose video, Omar's video I showed you yesterday, okay, being like, guess what? I know you made this 9-minute video where you basically proved that there was misinformation being spread in this conversation, but you still lost because you lost the debate, which is basically an open fucking admission that you do not care about, like, the truth at all. Like this guy, look, this is my favorite. Maybe stick to debunking with days of editing, since you can't hold a conversation and actually educate people on the spot. There's a reason people look up to Destiny who could actually debate. Brother, this entire video shows that you were misinformed. What do you mean? Like, doesn't that make you upset where you're like, oh, fuck, I was led astray? Like, that's what you're supposed to normally do. So yeah, remember, there's always a bunch of dumbasses out there, is my point. Debates are useless when the audience cares more about the sport than the facts. No, because most people do only care about the sport, of it all. No matter how hard they try to act like they care about the facts. They care about the sports. That's it. And you are, but my point is, listen, the funniest part about that is you're openly admitting that, like, you don't care about the facts because it sounded good in the moment. What? Why would you voluntarily reveal this information about yourself while simultaneously trying to maintain the position that, like, you do actually hail debates as, like, an important way to arrive at the truth? Who watches debates for the facts, bro? That's not how you research.
Acne, incontinence, fracture, BPH, anemia, murmurs, thoracic outlet syndrome, spinal stenosis, kidney stones, and hemorrhoids. Folks, I will tell you flat out, without question, there's not a shred of scientific evidence that says that chiropractic can help in any way with any of these conditions. It just can't.
Fuck. Turns out chiropractors aren't medical doctors. For sure scammy, but like, tip me off. This is bigger than just like scams, like one or two bad chiropractors doing scams.
Okay.
This seems to be like an institutional problem.
Just a bunch of quackery and voodoo and nonsense. If I'm right, how is it possible the chiropractors practicing a bunch of nonsense have...
The YouTuber's name is CHUPPL. CHUPPL.
achieved the degree of legitimacy that they've achieved today, because there's no argument that they have achieved a relatively high level of respect and legitimacy.
This isn't some inflated niche debate about odd happenings in the medical field. This is possibly the craziest story we've ever reported on. We interviewed the world's experts.
I'm certainly an expert as far as the evidence is concerned.
Read hundreds of pages of books, legal documents, and diaries. And the answer to all of this is the one that I didn't want to accept. This story has factions, disputes, spies, betrayal, murder, and cults.
If you're on the pro-chiropractor side of the debate, then you believe there's a nationwide, organized militia putting a target on the back of anyone who disagrees with that militia's authority. That medical industry giants have illegally suppressed a cheaper alternative to pharmaceuticals.
I just gotta say this again. This is why you need regulations. This is why you need rules and regulations. Okay? It is so insane. This is why you need rules and regulations. Oh my fucking God, brother. People are too stupid. A chiropractor in my area used to have a cult and would only hire people who would join his cult. The Stasio Chiro?
Pharmaceutical medicine. If chiropractic is all a sham, then why does almost every insurance company pay for it, including Medicare?
Those that are against chiropractic believe that in 1895, a delusional and dangerous man took his shot at starting a cult, not in ancient Asia as the branding would imply, but right here on the border of Illinois and Iowa.
Dude, worst place, okay? Let me tell you. Dude, fuck, dude. America is we are this dumbest country. We're the dumbest country on the planet. We literally take scammers from other countries, ship them out to the United States of America, and offer them phenomenal employment opportunities just so they can fuck our people over. Okay? I'm telling you, dog. It's like Andrew Wakefield is a perfect example. The fact that he is Canadian, by the way, what you're describing, the fact that he's Canadian, okay, and then he came to the United States and did this, it's the exact same thing as Andrew Wakefield. Okay? It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. Andrew Wakefield did this exact same thing. He got banished from the UK. He got disdoctored, whatever the fuck it's called. And then he came to America and now has an incredible life out here, just continuously lying about how like vaccines make you autistic. He's the guy. That's where it comes from. Yeah, he's no longer a doctor. He's a doctored, don't doctored. Snake oil salesman, always.
They believe that that man's cult grew to great numbers, and after his death, his murderer turned his cult from a spiritual one into a capitalist one. After all, The American Medical Association says, "It is the opinion of the medical profession that chiropractic is an unscientific cult."
Why is this still allowed? This is what I don't understand. Why is this still allowed? If it's so dangerous, if it is still so fucking dangerous, which it is, okay? And these guys basically like present themselves as like medical professionals, which they're not. Why is this allowed? What the fuck is going on? It makes no fucking sense.
And shockingly, both sides are right. All of that is true.
Let me tell you how I ended up in the ER after going to the chiropractor.
No clinical value at all.
Chiropractors are good people. They're good doctors, and they help you.
Chiropractors are not doctors.
I think most of the time it's just popping your neck and it just feels good.
It's the 1880s. A con man who couldn't hold a...
Medicare doesn't even pay for dental, but they pay for chiropractors. God, I fucking got this country. Oh my God. How are we so dominant? How are we dominating the world? The world is dominated by the stupidest, the nation full of fucking absolute monkey-brained idiots. I swear to God, we are so dumb.
Steady job rotated occupations. A beekeeper, a school teacher, a magnetic healer. Magnetic healing was a pseudoscientific medical practice based on the spiritual realm. Magnetic healers believed that the human body has a divine magnetic energy and that they could use their personal magnetism to heal other people's ailments just by waving their hands above the person's body. But there was a problem. This thing called modern medical science came along, and the government started cracking down on those practicing medicine without a license.
Wow, that's fucked up, brother. They're coming after us, but they're actually coming after you. I'm just in the way. You know what I'm saying? Classic, dude. Look at that. Fucked up. 1984, brother.
The man,
but this time 1884.
D.D. Palmer, knew this. A local newspaper even published a hit piece on him. Dr. Palmer, a crank on magnetism, has a crazy notion that he can cure the sick and crippled with his magnetic hands. His victims are the weak-minded, ignorant, and superstitious. Those foolish people who have been sick for years and have become tired of the regular physician. Reportedly, D.D. Palmer held a seance. The 19th century was a great time for cults. They were popping up in like all corners of America. His spiritual mentor, who had died 50 years prior, appeared to him and gave him an idea.
He learned this shit from
Down the block from his office, Palmer found a man who claimed to be deaf.
I reasoned that if that vertebra was replaced, the man's hearing should be restored.
So Palmer, for some reason, cracked this deaf man's back.
And lo and behold, the man could hear.
It's not stupid people. It's the sick and the poor that fall for this. My mom has MS, and when I had to explain that homeopathy wasn't real without giving her a new solution, the placebo wore off, and she got worse. The problem of fake cures of the desire is still real. Okay. I think there is definitely stupidity involved, but you're right. There's also desperation, especially because in a lot of instances, like, one, a lot of people don't have the money to like go to an actual fucking medical facility, okay? Or they don't want to take like the massive financial L due to the fact that we have paywalled and gatekept medicine in general. Still doesn't mean that there isn't stupidity involved, okay? And the issue, however, is that's precisely the reason why I'm saying, like, the issue is regulation. Like, the fact that there isn't regulation surrounding this sort of thing, and the fact that the government also literally gives in by allowing this to be, like, covered by insurance and not, like, the other shit, okay? How many people know someone, at least, that has had a hard time getting, like, real life-saving treatments be covered entirely by their insurance? These motherfuckers are actually allowing, they're covering something that doesn't even heal you while simultaneously denying coverage for things that actually do heal you. It is nutty. It makes no sense. But what the fuck is going on? Simply, this is what I'm saying. Simply put, this is what I'm frustrated by. I hope that makes a little bit more sense for you.
Spoiler alert, there's a problem with this story.
I just don't remember the 8th cranial nerve, the nerve that supplies the sensation of hearing, going anywhere near the spine. Is it possible that I'm wrong? I don't think so. Well, not long.
Over 2,000 years ago, Hippocrates popularized a theory that is all diseases come from one singular cause.
If you think this is bad, there's a Botox lady in Louisiana that injects Botox in people's dicks, claiming it cures erectile dysfunction and operates there because it's unregulated. Botoxing your dick for thousands. Wait, what? Isn't Botox literally just poison? So your dick will never work if you get hit with Botox in your dick. You just have venom. You just have venom cock. You got that poison dick. You got botulism on your dick.
And that if we can identify like what that cause is, we can cure all illness. He thought this thing called night air was the cause of all illness. Chiropractic, in the same vein, isn't about back pain. It's the cure to all disease.
The founding belief of
Stop taking
chiropractic
drugs.
is this. A subluxated vertebra, a vertebral bone, is the cause of 95% of all diseases.
And that the other 5% is caused by displaced bones as well, just not in your vertebral column. Your back. I'm not telling you the archaic origins of chiropractic. This is still what they believe to this day.
In my practice, identifying vertebral subluxations is done completely by manual palpation. That is, feeling your spine with my hands.
We've batted around this word subluxation quite a bit already, and I have yet to define it. It's easier for me to tell you what it's not, because quite frankly, it's not anything. It's never been demonstrated during surgery. It's never been identified at autopsy. It has never been visualized with any type of imaging, not X-ray, not CT, not MRI. It just flat out doesn't exist.
But on that day, when Harvey Lillard's hearing was restored, a child of magnetic healing was born. They called it hand practice. Wait, in Greek, hold on.
Chiropracticos.
Chiropractic. D.D. Palmer created a school to teach others how to perform chiropractic.
Wait, what?
To this day,
Brian Johnson? Oh my God, he did it. Wait, what? Is this for real? Is this actually Brian Johnson, the fucking billionaire? I injected Botox into my penis. It increases penis length by 1 centimeter. It also improves 1, erection hardness, peak systolic velocity, and diastolic velocity, sexual health satisfaction. Therapy was built on a double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled, prospective comparative study conducted involving 70 patients with ED refractory to PDE5IS. My penile function is optimal. We are testing whether an intervention that showed positive outcomes with ED will enhance performance. This therapy is normally reserved for those that do not respond to PDE5Is and shockwave. However, there's some theoretical basis that it may enhance the tissue rejuvenation effects of shockwave therapy. Otherwise, by itself, it has unclear long-term safety or efficacy. First of all, 1 centimeter is nothing. Like, that's like, what? Like, potentially ruining your fucking cock for 1 centimeter is insane. Okay. Process. A tourniquet was applied to the base of the penis. The treatment dose, 100 units of BONTA in 2 milliliters of saline, was distributed along 4 points, right and left distal and proximal shaft, using a 23G insulin syringe. The solution was injected into 4 different injection sites, 1 inch proximal to corona and 1 inch distal to pubopenile function at right and left cavernosa, respectively. Following injection, a fine massage was applied to the injection sites for 5 minutes and the band was removed after 20. He tourniqueted his cock for 20 minutes, okay? And then he got a massage on his cock for 5. Dude, his penis is gonna fall off due to gangrene. This guy is so fucked up. You may be telling us more than you mean to tell when you tell us that an extra centimeter is worth all this trouble. Yeah. Bro, a 23 G needle is what I use for doing tests. That's huge on your dick. Yeah, except this guy is a fucking fat one, dude. That's what he's trying to say. One centimeter is massive? No, it's not. What are you talking about? What the fuck? I work in mental health, and to get people long-term residential treatment approved by their insurance, they have to attempt and fail multiple levels of acute care, i.e. outpatient short-term hospitalization. No, you don't understand. It was 5 minutes per site. No, he's saying a Thai massager was applied to the injection sites for 5 minutes, and then the band was removed. Wait, is this for real? Cristiano Ronaldo actually got a dick? No, this website seems fake as fuck. This seems fake. The fuck is Marcha.com? Yeah, dude. Why would we know about this? Okay, come on.
It is the largest in the world. Dee Palmer was charged with practicing medicine without a license. A newspaper reported that he said, "I will pay no fine and will serve out the entire sentence if required to do so." I mean, every good cult has to have a persecution story, right? He said, "I am not in this cell for a lack of principle, but for an abundance of principle." But less than a month later, he pays his fine and is freed from jail. The homie can't hang. He can't hang. Just not fit to be a cult leader. That's fine, okay? Like, there's no problem with that. I would say that's a good thing.
Marca is a huge website in Spain. Okay, well, I don't care if it's like The Sun or so. New York Post is a huge website in the United States of America and a very important newspaper for New York. If I saw that exact same fucking newspaper article in the New York Post, I'd be like, that's fake. Sometimes big newspapers that are reputable make fake fucking stories, especially if they're like kind of paparazzi adjacent or if they're like kind of tabloidy. Yeah, there's no shot.
I would argue that, but he didn't stop there. Dee Palmer's son, BJ Palmer, took over the business, the Palmer School of Chiropractic. Dee was not happy about it. Speed run. Here's how things went. Dee Palmer opens a new chiropractic school in Oklahoma City. Didn't go well. So he opens a new chiropractor school in Portland, Oregon. It also didn't go well. So he moves back to Iowa and opens a competing chiropractor school just 2 blocks from BJ's, the one that he actually started. All the while, local, state, and like the federal government are like, what the fuck? Well, like, what is this? Like, we just started doing this thing called germ theory, and it's like working out really well. We know that diseases don't come from subluxations. Full stop. Right there. So laws were popping up all around the US trying to regulate this pseudoscientific nonsense. But there's one thing that the government can't regulate. I think you know what it is. Dee Palmer, when asked by a chiropractor how the profession would survive, said this: "We will have to build a boat similar to Christian Science and hoist a religious..."
Oh my God, just like Scientology. Oh my God. No shot.
Flag. Don't try to legalize chiropractic. There's an easier way. Exemption clauses instead of chiro laws by all means. And
no, this is what Scientology did too. No, Scientology did this too. Christian Science did it, but so did Scientology. No, Scientology also did this. Yeah, dude, all the cults get a boat at some point.
And let that exemption be the right to practice our religion. Followed by my favorite part, but we must have a religious head, one who is the founder, as did Christ, Muhammad, Joseph Smith, Martin Luther, and
Mrs. Eddie? What the fuck is
those who have founded religions. I'm kidding with you. This is my favorite part. I am the only
Scientology also kind of started like this. L. Ron Hubbard was like super duper anti-psychiatry. Okay? So like they basically were like, we're gonna do our own version of Mrs. Eddie started Christian Science. Oh, wait, really? Christian Science was founded by a motherfucker named Mrs. Eddie? Like, that's the name? Bro, you can't, like, at least Joseph Smith or L. Ron Hubbard, like, these names kind of sound like they're coming from a position of authority. Like, God was like, yeah, maybe I'll make you the prophet. Ain't no fucking God is going, hey, Mrs. Eddie, you're my prophet. That's crazy. Mary Baker Eddy. Oh my Lord. Yeah, this is chalk this up for no, I don't support all women. Some of you bitches are dumb as hell. This is one of those moments, okay? Jesus Christ. How? God forbid a woman has a hobby. I mean, are you kidding me? Do you know what this is? Christian Science is like praying the illness away. It's some straight nutty nonsense. To be fair, it's probably one of the more valid ones in comparison to all these other weird cults and shit like that. Because like at the time, they just thought women were like witches and shit. So it's a little bit more valid that a woman was like, actually, I figured out a new way to cure our illnesses. Is neither Christian nor science. Knowing Better has a great vid on Christian Science. Yeah, the cult industry is very male dominated. This is marginally progressive. Yeah, actually, when you think about it, why do a lot of cults start? Because some dude is really horny and he wants to fuck like 11 women at the same time and like cuck a bunch of people, right? So it's kind of cool because like women usually don't, even if they have the sex drive, they just don't have the intensity. Like they don't have the tenacity. They don't want to go, yeah, you know what? I also want to fuck like 11 dudes, right? So she was a baddie in the 1840s. I mean, she does look kind of like a bad bitch. I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't know. She's giving goth mommy here. This is my video. What? Jack Juice. This is my vid. Thanks for watching. I'm going to keep spamming till Hasan sees his Lamau. This is my vid. This is my video. Are you a part of the mustache? Oh my God, I'm right. It was him. Oh my God. Oh my God, I was right. Chat. Fuck. Dude. I fucking told you, motherfuckers. I told you. I never forget a chatter. I never forget. Fuck. Dude. That's crazy. This motherfucker said this in 2022. Okay? In 2022, he said this. And he linked his own video, but he got deleted by Fossabot because he wasn't subscribed to the glitter one. Dude, oh my God, what kind of fucking formative memories have I forgotten? Jesus Christ. Okay, Jack Juice, you weren't in here earlier, but we found out after watching your original video, the last video that you made, which, by the way, we told this motherfucker to take this video down, by the way. This is one of those bot channels that immediately uploaded the react, even though I said don't upload this react. But while we were watching your first video, not the chiropractor one, but the first video that you that we watched of your channel was why the FBI wants a TikToker, which is very good. During that process, we were like, damn, this dude's got real fucking Johnny Harris vibes. This is what Johnny Harris wishes he was like. This is actual real investigative journalism. Then I remembered that there was a dude in the chat a long time ago who had said that he was Johnny Harris's editor because we were trying to figure out if you were a HasanAbi head or not. And I said that way back in the day, there was a Johnny Harris editor that was in the chat that would be like, yo, this is like my video. Turns out I was fucking right. I never forget a chatter. I fucking never forget a chatter, okay? And you say the average Twitch chatter is brain broken? Motherfuckers out here remembering messages from chatters from 2 years ago? Exactly. Also, you're very talented. There's something wrong with my brain. That the fact that I remembered that this dude was Johnny Harris's video editor and animator, and we were able to put that together by just his editing style on his videos is insane.
Only one in chiropractic who can do so. And then, of course, I have received chiropractic from the other world. No one has laid claim to that. Not even BJ. No! Dude hates his son. He hates him. And then BJ ran over DD with a car.
What?
And DD died.
Damn, dude. He should have fucking... He was trying to crack his back.
Yes, seriously.
He ran him over with a car to crack him.
On his deathbed, DD blamed BJ. BJ denied the whole thing, but it doesn't matter because BJ's running the show now. Hold on. And BJ's like, fuck this religion thing. We're a business. Boom, boom, boom. Homie is pumping.
For the record, much like what we talked about earlier with chiropractors, technically when you're dead, you are cured of all of your problems. Guess what? Not feeling any pain any longer when you're fucking dead. That's all I'm saying.
Out new chiropractors from his school. And the thing that's like so sick for BJ is that he's all these new chiropractors coming to him for all the newest innovations in chiropractic. So BJ invents a bunch of new tools that he can sell. This one finds those pesky subluxations that cause all disease.
Bottom line is there's no such thing as a subluxation. It just flat out doesn't exist.
It's really just a thermometer.
The ideas that form the basis of chiropractic in 2008 are virtually unchanged from the ideas that were spouted forth by Daniel David Palmer. Chiropractic, again, is nothing more than a philosophical belief system. In fact, it much more closely resembles a religion or a cult than it does a healthcare profession.
Well, it's official. YouTube has just now banned anything related to health that doesn't align with the general medical consensus.
Dr. Berg is a doctor of chiropractic. He has 11.1 million subscribers on YouTube and runs a nutritional health company.
My name is Ian Rafalco, formerly Ian Berg. I exposed my dad, Dr. Eric Berg, for being a Scientologist and donating millions of dollars to Scientology.
What the fuck?
Now, I want to be clear. This isn't a takedown of Scientology. Frankly,
which is valid. It's a valid and real religion, and we love Scientology, don't we, folks?
Not qualified to do that. I'm just not the guy. But connecting the dots here really solidified for me something that I wasn't seeing on the online debates.
The casual thinker is obliged to admit that the universe is composed of intelligence and matter, while the former is omnipresent, filling all space. The spiritual intelligence controls unintelligent matter. The universe is composed of spirit and matter.
That's from D.D. Palmer's book, The Chiropractor. It was written half a century before L. Ron Hubbard founded the Church of Scientology.
MEST is a term in Scientology.
For the record, like I was saying, fairly certain that Scientology's inception is not dissimilar. I don't know if this video touches on it, but not dissimilar to what chiropractors, how they started apparently. I didn't know that. But like L. Ron Hubbard very much was anti-psychiatry. Okay? He hated it. And he was like what they were basically doing with, what is it called? Dianetics or whatever was like an alternative to psychiatry. What about the thing with the needles in the back? That's acupuncture, which I still think is like fucked up too and don't really believe in it, but Dianetics. I think acupuncture is also fake, but people get very mad when I say that. There's academic evidence that, well, what the fuck? There's academic evidence that, what is happening? What's happening with my fucking, what the fuck? What?
Mass is a term that stands for matter, energy, space, and time. It's essentially what you describe as the universe in which we live, as distinct from something like a spiritual universe that exists between people.
Is it pretty central to the faith?
The fuck?
Yeah.
Intelligence and material, spirit and matter. Energy is the life force, the force existing in.
What is happening? Anytime I scroll over chat, it just gets cooked. Nothing is touching my keyboard. Okay, it's fixed, I think. That was weird. What is happening? What the fuck? Oh my God. Do you think it's because I spilled that sauce? Do you think it's the sauce that I spilled? On the keyboard yesterday? Do you think that's what's going on? It's because I spilled the sauce on the keyboard, so it's like automatically pressing up or something on the keyboard?
That's weird.
Probably unrelated.
Inventions like BJ Palmer's became a staple of the chiropractic profession. Other chiropractors jumped in and they sold other pseudoscientific tools of their own making.
The foot vibrator works wonders not only for those poor abused pedal extremities, but aids circulation and relaxation of the whole body. Midriff vibrator.
To this day, tools like this are still a big part of chiropractic.
So this is a nervous scope.
Yeah, they have a lot of weird contraptions and devices.
Acupuncture works. I can swear by it. It's the one thing that gives me pain relief for the condition I've had in my arms. Dude, yeah, my keyboard needs an acupuncture or chiropractor. Acupuncture is like sound therapy, right? It can be nice for therapeutic reasons, but not physical health benefits. No, acupuncture is like straight up fucking like darting your body and like hitting your chakra points or some shit. I think acupuncture is also a kind of a scam. Yeah, I'm scared of that too. I feel like it's also pseudoscientific.
Devices and such. Our basement was full of like pressure point machines for the feet that were all geeked.
All you need to know is that Steven Seagal is an acupuncture fan. Okay, that for me, it's like when I see a guy like Steven Seagal advocate for it, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and not believe that. That's enough said. You know what I mean? But I feel like acupuncture actually does come from like Asia or some shit, like some part of Asia. So like white people are like, no, this is real. That's my take. People are going to get mad at me for saying it, but I do feel like it's one of those situations like, or maybe it's kind of like yoga. You know what I mean? Like it makes sense. But like people have bastardized it. Acupuncture is backed by scientific evidence in peer-reviewed journals. Confucianism and Taoism, such ideas as yin yang, qi, qi, dampness, wind, represent East Asian conceptual frameworks. Acupuncture is used during surgery, dude. Wait, what? The American Medical Association is one of the very few addiction therapies proven to work as acupuncture in the ears. Wait, what? John Hopkins recognizes it as valid. It's also safe. It won't stroke you out like chiropractic shit. That's not true. It can. If you get darted in the wrong spot, you can absolutely stroke out. You're completely wrong on that. That's actually not even true. Acupuncture is not for everyone. If you choose to see an acupuncturist, discuss it with your doctor first and find a practitioner who is licensed as having proper training and credentials. Studies have shown that it can be effective for a variety of conditions. What does acupuncture feel like? Yeah, I don't care about that. How does it affect the body? What conditions may benefit? I don't really understand. No. Have chatters not seen Kiss of a Dragon? Jet Li made a dude bleed out of all of his orifices by sticking a needle in his neck. Bruh, it's tens of thousands of years of Chinese healthcare practices. It's not some century-old quack job to make a buck. It helped me. So does dry needling. What I'm hearing is Hasan being racist because acupuncture is Chinese, like how Singapore is Chinese, as is Japan and Vietnam. True. But also, I'm a dick rider for China, as you guys know, so I don't understand. It's from China. Take it back or you won't be able to ride those trains. Fuck. Okay, I love acupuncture. Thousands of papers have been published on the efficacy of acupuncture for the treatment of various health conditions, but there was no robust evidence it was beneficial for anything except for shoulder pain and fibromyalgia. Isn't fibromyalgia that thing that people think they have where their body is like growing fiber inside of it? And that one is also like maybe not a real... I don't want to get mad. I don't want people to get mad at me, but... No, that's Morgellons. Oh. I'm thinking of something else. It's got fucking fiber in it. That's why I thought it was Yeah, no, that one is real. It's the right? Wait, no. Fibromyalgia is another one where people don't know if it's real or not. Scientists don't understand it. But I was confusing it with another one. I was confusing it with the other thing. But yeah, fibromyalgia is also debated. It is debated among scientists that don't understand what causes it. But people have a heightened sensitivity to pain. That one is the real one that is still something that people or scientists still don't understand how it happens. The one that I was talking about is the other one where what is it called? Where you're like you have like what is it called? Morgellons or something, where you think you're like, oh yeah, here it is. Morgellons disease is a condition characterized by the belief that parasites or fibers are emerging from the skin. People with this condition often report feeling as if something is crawling on their skin. History of Morgellons disease from delusion to definition. That's what I was mistaking it with, because I was mistaking it with Morgellons because it was because it has the word fiber in it, so I thought it was the fiber one, because this is like little, the Morgellons one is like little baby fibers. Hasan, please stop discussing these types of disabilities. You are naively ableist. Wait, what? I use acupuncture for chronic muscle spasms in my neck and multiple spinal injuries in my neck. Acupuncture can be particularly effective because it can reset trigger points of muscles. The other effects of placebo, but for things like chronic pain, placebo works. Guys, the one I'm talking about is not fibromyalgia. Please understand that I got it confused with motherfucking Morgellons disease because it has the word fiber in it. Okay. Fibromyalgia sounds like the other thing. Okay. Yeah. How about the Margiela Tabby disease? Anyway. I think it's because Chad is saying it's fake. A chiropractor let me walk again after 2 sessions, but I think there are fake ones and real ones. No, they're all fake, brother. That's crazy. The only real thing is the top of the hour ad break. Okay. That's real. Unless you subscribe, in which case you won't see it and you will think that it's fake, but it's still real. Also, yo, I'm going to go along with this, but Mary Baker, kind of a baddie. Okay. Miss Eddie, Mary Baker G. Eddie, kind of a baddie, dude. Kind of a bad bitch. Christian Science for life. How about you pray not only the gay away, but you pray the top of the hour ad break away? Just kidding. It's not going away unless you subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Gear operated, and like the little gun had a bunch of like wavelength readers. I don't know if they're like heart machines or what, but they were all like wooden and they print out little papers. They never really had direct uses.
Something that you may not know is that the e-meter itself was invented by a chiropractor and was adopted by L. Ron Hubbard.
That doesn't surprise me. In Scientology, it's, I'm sure for legal reasons, described as a machine that does nothing.
The e-meter, infamously at the center of Scientology's evangelist efforts, is a byproduct of the chiropractic profession. Scientology saw the government trying to regulate chiropractic, and in fear of being the next target, they trained select members into a secret group of elite spies and sent them to the Department of Justice, the DEA, the BBB, the IRS, and the AMA. And what they found was a top secret conspiracy aggressively unfolding at the national level.
The American Medical Association engaged in a nationwide, lengthy, widespread, illegal conspiracy.
A conspiracy targeting Scientology's friend. The American Medical Association had a secret group executing a plan to contain and eliminate the entire chiropractic profession.
We insist that the practice of medicine.
Yeah, and they fucking failed, dude. What an L for the AMA.
Is a doctor's problem.
They're too busy fucking limiting the number of doctors so that they can limit the supply and not have enough fucking doctors out there. Nice, dude.
The doctor is the only one entitled by training, by experience, and by law to take care of the sick.
Sore throat was the pseudonym for the guy that found the plan to contain and eliminate the chiropractic profession at the AMA. Sore throat pushed and guided a chiropractor by the name of Chester Wilk to sue the AMA. And this wasn't that long ago. Chester Wilk had a YouTube channel before he passed away.
The devil is influencing President Obama. Hello, I'm Dr. Chester Wilk. I'm the chiropractor who sued the American Medical Association.
Okay, anyway, he sues the AMA. Wilk and his chiropractor friends alleged that the AMA's plan to eliminate the chiropractic profession violated antitrust law.
Every contract.
Are you for fucking real? God, we are such a brain broken nation. Oh my God, of course he did.
Combination in the form of trust or otherwise, or conspiracy in restraint of trade or commerce within the several states, or with foreign nations is declared to be illegal.
Which, you know, I see where they're coming from. So the jury was like, this is medicine. We want it to work.
Medical science had come a long way since the day of D.D. Palmer.
Germ theory was totally accepted by this point. Vaccines were saving lives.
Yeah, fake. Also fake. Vaccines making people gay and autistic. Duh.
Medical science was having its heyday. So the jury was like, we're really not that upset about this. And Wilk lost. But there's a technicality in the law. The Sherman Antitrust Act was made to like protect us from monopolies and corporate greed.
There's no exception for what's scientific and what is hocus pocus nonsense. It just says
don't restrict trade. And so 7 years later, when Blockbuster was probably waiting on Home Alone to leave the theaters, Wilkes appealed. And he won the case against the American Medical Association.
The very first premise of chiropractic.
That's awesome. It's awesome that our fucking antitrust laws only work in the direction of fucking people. Okay, it's sick. So cool. So cool that you can't use it against like AT&T. Okay, you can't use it against fucking Amazon. But guess what, dude? We'll use it against the big bad scary American Medical Association. Fuck.
Is mistaken.
And then over the next 100 years, you have chiropractic spreading around the world.
Science writer Simon Singh is being sued by the British Chiropractic Association for questioning their treatments.
Smartest thing in the world would have been to have backed down. I think settlement would have meant a payment of a few £1,000s, nothing big, but the problem then is that any other science journalist who wants to write about these kind of things realizes that if you do write about it, then somebody threatens you with libel, you have to back down.
Bro. I have to pee really bad. So I'm going to give you guys a good one here.
And I'm crazy enough to pretty much work on any animal.
I'm going to pee.
I've worked on dogs and cats and skunks, foxes, llamas, donkeys, zebras, a bunch of different kinds of snakes.
Listen.
And quadrumundis. The only animal I haven't worked on was a porcupine, and that was because my arm was getting poked with needles, and I was thinking, if I make one wrong move, I'm getting a needle through the arm, and so I backed out of that one gracefully. When I first saw Eddie, I wasn't really sure if we were going to be able to help him. He had no use of his back legs. Within the first visit or two, you could see that the lights were turning back on, that somebody was home again. He went from not being able to use his legs to pulling him up underneath him a little bit. He had this little waggle to him. And then we got to the point where he was running. I'm so excited that what I do can completely change his entire world. There is no placebo effect when it comes to animals. I can take an animal and I can work on it, and I can show that he can walk better. I can see the difference.
I really love my job.
I love being able to help animals live their best lives. What I don't like about my job is that I find all the spots that hurt.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy that this dude is just straight snapping motherfucking animal necks and shit. What the fuck? This is pure evil. Why is the dodo promoting this? I'm actually kind of disappointed in the ethics. This is supposed to be an ethical channel. How could the dodo lead us astray like this, man? Wait, did he do snakes? Stop.
No.
Yeah, that was my head. When I work on them, they might be in a little bit of pain, but it's necessary to get the adjustment done so that they can immediately feel the relief of that.
How can you fart? And you still break.
Oh my gosh, so excited. The biggest struggle with working on a wide variety of animals like I do is that every anatomy.
Do you think, like, I don't think chiropractors should be allowed to wear those. Like, I don't think you should be allowed to wear those if you're a chiropractor. The scrubs. Because, like, the scrubs automatically give you, like, a sense of authority. Okay? And I feel like that's misleading. Like, you're just going to a Goodwill to get the scrubs. It's like you're like impersonating a medical professional. Wait, they're not allowed to call themselves doctors, are they? They shouldn't be allowed to call. Wait, chiropractors can call themselves doctors? Oh my God, it says doctor on his scrub. they are a doctor of chiropractic is all a sham. Dude, I am so vindicated on my opinions on chiropractors, okay? In the US, you can literally go to med school to become a chiro. No, you can't. It's an MD? Excuse me? There is no fucking way chiropractic is a MD. Yeah, I'm Dr. Snap a Dog Neck. What's the issue? Back again, baby. Dr. Snap a Dog Neck. A lot of anti-vaccine videos were done by chiros and mostly tricked and gained legitimacy because of scrubs that are doctors. I know, that's why I'm saying it's like fucked up. That's what I mean. There's so many of these fucking dog chiros out there too. This guy's the most insane. First of all, if my doctor is dressed like this, see, I'm doing it. I'm calling him a fucking doctor. If the guy I go to for any medical healing is dressed like this, you can't. What? Vet
This
reaction
is not
to
a thing.
animal chiropractic?
And it's so
Stop. Oh, this is... I'm sorry. This is the most unserious man of all time, okay? Look at those pants, brother. There's no fucking way. I would never let my baby, my daughter, who has a pseudo pregnancy right now, go to a goddamn chiropractor, especially not one that has pants like that. You can't have skinny jeans while you're working, dog. I know it seems like I'm being very restrictive. I first said you can't have scrubs when you're a chiropractor, and now I'm saying you can't wear skinny jeans when you're a chiropractor. But like, honestly, I guess this is more valid because it's so obvious that he's a phony. Every time the dog's like, what the fuck did you just do to me, you fucking piece of shit? That's
good. Okay, good. Yeah.
Alles gut. Alles gut.
Hat weh?
You found a dog chiropractor that talks about pseudo pregnancies? Stop. She's a holistic veterinarian. As the founder of Sea to Sky Holistic Vet, she's privileged to help pet parents in the comfort of their homes, providing integrative house call veterinary services. False pregnancy in dogs. These hormones changes, symptoms, false pregnancy, same behavioral, physical changes. A dog is actually pregnant. Most common phantom is restlessness and nesting. Your dog might bring blankets or other objects to their bed to create a nest. They may be reluctant to leave this area. They may also have mother objects like toys carrying them around, putting them in their nest and protecting them. Cause them to be anxious, even reactive or defensive if their nests or puppies are disturbed or moved. Some dogs become so intense in these behaviors that they might not eat much. Where do you find a shirt like this, M-HUD? I cannot stress this enough. They do this, baby. Stop.
I'm just kind of feeling for tightness and restriction.
Chiropractic is great for babies? No, it's not. Bro, jail.
On the top of her neck, and then just putting a little bit of pressure there to try and release it. There we go. Good job.
That's jail, bro. Don't babies have like the soft spot on their head and stuff? Like, you're accidentally gonna fuck up the baby permanently. Why does the baby need a chiropractor? He said it's great for babies. He didn't say it's good. He said it's great for babies, which blows my mind because Okay, let's just get back to the video, please.
What's the point? It has a chilling effect on journalism.
Simon was sued because of an article he wrote in The Guardian, but he partnered with Edzard Ernst on this book. Edzard has been called the world's foremost expert on the claims and evidence, or lack thereof, for complementary and alternative medicine.
Prince Charles come to pay you a visit? King Charles, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
He's related to this story as well.
He has promoted chiropractic in all sorts of ways. It's not only chiropractic that he promotes anything that is bonkers.
No, that's not fair.
Charles one day decided to commission a report. As I was the only professor of alternative or complementary medicine, I was recruited to help. I saw a draft report which was so incredibly biased and full of mistakes that I said to the chap in charge, I can help you with that. I do a correction. And he said, no, thank you. I asked my name to be dropped from it. The next day, that was the title story of the Times, first page. Next, I get an email from Mr. Smallwood, who was the lead author of the report, saying, I will make sure that you regret that. A little while later, I get information from my peers at the university that they start an investigation into my wrongdoings. They had received a complaint from Charles's office. At the end, the Vice Chancellor wrote a letter to me that I was innocent of the allegations, but during these 13 months, everything had broken down, and I was told there's no money to carry on. I was so cheesed off that I then went into early retirement. Charles managed to close down the...
You think a fake practice would exist and expand across the country over years if it was really totally fake? Yes. Like 1,000,000%. Yeah, actually. 1,000%. Hello? Scientology? Christian Science? All the other fucking cults that have like popped off in like the late, or I mean early, I don't know, fucking 19th century. Yes. Especially in the United States of America, we're like a particularly stupid country. That's apples and oranges. Brother, we live in the United States of America. You're a 29-month subscriber. You've been through this process. You know how much people were writing for ivermectin and even, what was it? Hydrochloroquine or whatever. Like, earning doctor level money without having to study on doctor level, but just do some course to crack bones. Of course, it spreads. Hydroxychloroquine. Sorry. Colloidal silver. There's hella people that sell that shit too. Oh my God. Eugenics is another one. Yeah. Shungite. There's so many different things. There are so many different things that people like, skinny tea, fit tea. People that are like legitimately, genuinely super harmful. Like things that are legitimately very, very, very harmful. Scams all around. We are a nation that thrives on multi-level marketing schemes. So many MLMs pop up here. Like, it's unimaginable.
The only worldwide research unit that critically and systematically looked into alternative medicine.
I talked to a lot of people for this story.
It is so hard to have chronic pain. It is so hard to have any chronic condition.
You just want that pain to go away, and you're willing to do whatever they say to do.
Their words are a direct result of Chester Wilkes' successful lawsuit in 1990.
They're preying on that hope of a cure.
Every time I've talked about that topic is less on the side of me coming at chiropractic, but more so to the defense of people who've been harmed by chiropractic.
I think part of what chiropractic does is that it preys on vulnerable and desperate people.
I feel bad for those patients because they're getting ineffective treatment.
Every workers' compensation insurance carrier in the United States of America pays for chiropractic. Medicare pays for it.
Did they decide to do that voluntarily, or did you ram laws through the state legislatures to get them to do it?
I think somehow chiropractic has found a way to manipulate the system.
Really? They have like a really strong lobbying arm. What politicians are involved?
Both sides.
Really?
Both sides.
It's bad enough.
Always, baby.
When you're exploiting people for their money, I think it's even worse when you're exploiting them for their money and their health.
Have you ever been unfortunate enough to have gone to a chiro appointment? No. Like, I've been in a situation where, like, I think it was like one of the cons that we went to where there was like a dude who was a PT who like cracked some of my shit, but I made sure that they were like an actual PT first. He's like, yeah, I know like chiro stuff too, but I'm like a physical therapist first and foremost. So like, that's very different. Yeah, it was the massage gun guy. You guys remember? It was on camera. So that is very, very different than, you know, a person who is doing chiropractic shit. I am a firm believer in physical therapy. It's really, 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 really important and very good. And I would even go so far as to say much better than like trying to medicate the pain away, even though there are obviously instances where you have to do the medication thing. Obviously, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about like chronic pain and shit like that, but like in most circumstances, if you're talking about like muscle, like issues caused by some kind of muscular imbalance or like a strain or anything like that, PT's a grift. That's crazy. My man said PT is a grift. It's like saying insulin is a grift. PT, very much not a grift. Very good and very real. Physical therapy is how people... Wait, what? Physical therapy is how people start walking again. What are you talking about? You got motherfuckers that like get into car accidents and shit that are like paralyzed, and through physical therapy, they are able to rehab their injuries and unironically start walking again. That's crazy that you said that's a grift. There's no way that you can imagine you're in a fucking massive car accident. You can't walk anymore, paralyzed on the leg down. You go to the chiropractor, he just like snaps your shit. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I can walk again. Oh, Jesus Christ. So many more people would be permanently disabled if it wasn't for physical therapy.
Totally fucking always misaligned. So am I like doomed?
Alignment is just realistic. It kind of falls in with that the subluxation thing. I would say that's like the new branch, because I think the term subluxations, I think people have kind of found out that it's...
There's also a real risk.
With certain chiropractic manipulations, particularly of the upper spine, you can do a lot of injury.
Here's how you know PT is actually better. Chiropractic covered by insurance. PT not usually covered by insurance. It's like takes a while to get covered by insurance. Therefore, that's how you know one is a real thing and the other one is bullshit. Okay? Fuck this country. Oh my God, our healthcare system is so busted.
A 28-year-old woman lies paralyzed. The result, her family says, of a neck adjustment by a chiropractor.
What happens most frequently is that an artery breaks up that supplies the brain, and then you have a stroke, and of a stroke you can die.
4 arteries were ruptured. She suffered a stroke and cardiac arrest.
About 100 fatalities have been reported in the medical literature.
After a model died just days after visiting the chiropractor.
That sounds very, very little, but we know that underreporting is almost 100%. The true figure is anybody's guess.
She was on a photo shoot when she hurt her neck, and now we're learning treatment for that injury ended up costing her her life.
If you go to a scientific conference, it's full of people arguing and debating and so on. And it's really important we do that. Whereas in alternative medicine, they were given a free pass. Oh, it's traditional. Oh, it's natural. It must be safe.
So why did this happen?
Today I have irritable bowel syndrome. Is there a doctor around I could talk to?
Yeah, of course. It has the potential to make everything better. No matter what goes inside the body, it has the potential to make it better. That's just the bottom line. How it makes it better, I can't tell you.
It's because one day, D.D. Palmer had an idea.
When I got to chiropractic school, that's when I realized there's a whole other world. A lot of people are based in sort of that deep sort of philosophy-based style. I would say my journey as a student didn't involve a whole lot of that, especially right away.
You know, they're decent people. A lot of them are decent people. They want to help people. They go into medicine because they want to be healers and so on. But they really are misguided. Many of them are hugely misguided.
Yeah, dude, they went into medicine like I went into medicine, okay? I didn't. That's the whole point, I think.
Their understanding of basic biology.
You start to notice it and you're like, oh, that's, you know, interesting. That doesn't sound like logical, for lack of better words. You look into it and you'd be like, oh, that's way behind in research or it's not supported.
In recent history, some chiropractors have rejected D.D. Palmer's theories. Some even started an organization. As a chiropractor, if you want to get into the NACM, you have to reject Palmer's theories. But in 2010, the NACM sent out an email. It said this: all good things come to an end. We tried and we failed. Chiropractic is a failed profession. And officially, the NACM ceased to exist.
This is the story of America, is a misrepresentation of what it takes to get wealthy. It's bad enough when you're exploiting people for their money. I think it's even worse when you're exploiting them for their money and their health.
Being cared for, being talked to, inevitably has a very powerful placebo effect. Back pain is one of the conditions most amenable to placebo effects.
Huge disclaimer here. This is not medical advice. Talk to your doctors. Your medical doctors.
What conditions do you treat here?
We treat most all illnesses here, Ms. Martin, both acute and chronic.
This is the password that childhood me used for everything. Sir Nibliton was the name of my childhood hamster. Laugh all you want. I know you did it too. In May of 2016, my password was leaked from Neopets, of all places, meaning that all of my other accounts using that same password.
Okay. Guys, go check out this channel. Okay. HasanAbi Head, backed channel, Ethical Reacts. This is a 3-month-old video, so I don't think this one works any longer, but here. Jack Juice, thanks, homie. Appreciate you. No, it's great. I appreciate you, man. Without you, what would I do? Without the likes of the brave souls out there who are toiling and making content left and right, what would I do? My chair would have nothing to react to, as according to what my haters say online. But no, this was a phenomenal video, man. It's great. Your investigative reporting is actually pretty solid. Pretty dope. Without him, you'd just be sitting around jelking. I'd be mewing. Yeah. RIP or Neopets password. More gaming. Oh yeah, gaming is coming up in a second, everybody. Here. Bro, you aren't tugging to get your foreskin back? No. New breed of HasanAbi.
1 million homeless people.
New breed of HasanAbi watchers just dropped. When I'm watching Hasan Piker because he's sexy and he starts talking about politics or something.
America. The average age being 9 years old, and I don't give a fuck. I don't care about fucking homeless people.
Let's go.
1 million homeless people in America.
The thirst talks are working. The thirst talks are working, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm talking about, dude. I'll take it. I'll take it. Quick break. Gay Soviet propaganda posters. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I've seen this before. Is this actually gay? I don't think this is gay. I think it's like this is like supposed to be like Sino-Soviet cooperation or something, right? Yeah, no, it's like I mean, I like thinking about it as being gay, but I think it's like about like brotherhood or something. Yeah. It's sick though. It's no Diamat, no homo posters. What? I don't think it's supposed to be gay, but it sure as fuck feels like it. There's another one that surpassed your recent post in just 2 days.
Baby, you get me so. This heat is getting to me. I want you all over me.
What is happening? What is happening with the thirst talk? What's going on, dude? It's got 86,000 likes. Bro, the thirst trap TikToks that you guys post, that people post on TikTok, literally do better than my own personal TikToks. Like, look at this.
Georgie.
Oh, it's so cool.
This is an African.
She's right and she should say it. They added Jon Snow. I mean, I respect it. I know damn well this ain't who I think it is on Fox. Oh my God. He's back. He's back. Random acts of violence rock American cities. Commander Dale Brown is back to teach you about urban survival training. Please stop looking at thirst edits of you I've already favorited. No, I have to keep. They're posting what people want to see. You're posting what you want people to see. When are you recreating this for Thirst Talk? What? He has a winged scapula. I have the same issue. This is literally this is like not, it doesn't show strength. It's more so that you are actually, it shows weakness. Yeah, I can do that too. I think there's a video of me doing that actually somewhere out there that I've posted. It just means that your joints are weak. Yeah. It shows that you're a freak of nature. No, it just literally means that your joints are weak. And also the muscles that you would have under there inside of, it means your joints are weak, and the muscles that you would normally have inside of the like in, you're hypermobile, and the muscles that you would normally have in here that supposedly keep it stable are not working at all. Someone, I'm sure, I think someone has the, I have that video. Like I've definitely posted that video somewhere. Subscapular muscles, yeah. Yeah, here, look. I mean, I'm not trying to do that. I'm actually, the thing is, like, I'm actually holding it here. Like, I'm actually holding it in place, and it's still. What is, let me see what it looks like.
Dude, that's winging scaps. What do you, that's, with actually very good motor control.
Wait, let me. Your shit ain't farting, though? Got a nice back pussy. I already like this one. You're ruining your thirst talk with this? No, it's fine, I think. I think it'll be fine. You got to train your rotator cuffs, big dog. Your delts are extremely large in comparison. Yeah. How many pull-ups can you do in a row? I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the eagle has landed, and nobody is as bald as Tom.
I'm surprised this guy has not been canceled yet.
Tom Segura, finally here in Hong Kong. Oh, Jesus.
When they do you like this?
Feel it from you. Hey, woo. Don't be afraid to catch feels.
White. This is from 2021, chat. What the fuck? I've never even seen this before. He said white.
Ride your cup and chase thrills.
My current fave thirst talks. Okay, we've already seen these. Don't give me the ones I've seen and liked already. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. Cutie Hasanrella. Take fucking 30 minutes off with that. Come on, come on, come on. You send me one that is like... Okay, you don't have to send me only thirst
I
talks,
am going
chatters.
to shove your ass down your throat and make you eat your own.
This guy.
European mind
That guy is Emma's favorite HasanAbi head.
will never comprehend hauling 27,577 pounds of big-ass tires from Santa Cruz to Tampa Bay in a Peterbilt 389 big rig with 20,000 horsepower of American muscle under the hood, going 184 miles per hour. You see, we Americans are just built different. When they tell me to pay attention to the road, have they ever thought that maybe the road needs to pay attention to me?
It's true,
I
fair.
am the main character of this story. Queen of the fucking highway. Gas maxed and lane pilled. Getting 0.9 miles per gallon the whole way. Day or night, rain or shine. Whether it's Flagstaff, Albuquerque, Dallas, New Orleans, Tallahassee, nothing stands in the way of a true American legend. I once spent an afternoon in the IHOP drive-thru in Wichita Falls. That was a sticky situation. You see, sometimes you've just got to take the road less traveled and blaze your own trail, as just-on-time delivery waits for nobody. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, it all kind of looks the same. Like God's country. Europeans will never get to experience the simple pleasure of speed-running Interstate 40 from
Lane pilled, brother. I'm gas maxing. Oh, it's so gross.
Barstow to Amarillo in under 6 hours. I almost feel sorry for the endless trail of wrecked vehicles I left in my wake. Almost. Getting these Floridian lifted pickups their custom tires on time is worthy of a few casualties every now and then.
What is the name of this game? Gen Z lawyers?
Your Honor, my client was simply standing on business.
Your Honor, my client didn't know that was illegal.
Your Honor, my client was rapping the lyrics as the artist intended.
Your Honor, respectfully, you weren't fucking there, okay?
Your Honor, my client was hitting them folks.
Your Honor, my client did not do that shit.
Your Honor, my client's the powerhouse of the cell.
Your Honor, my client would like to plead Gemini.
Your Honor, my client was thinking of that one girl from 2019.
Your Honor, my client was simply going goblin mode.
Your Honor, my client's Mexican. He can say it.
Your Honor, my client turned himself into a fucking pickle.
Your Honor, my client thought the Xbox mic was muted.
Your Honor, if drinking bathwater is illegal, you can lock me up too.
Your Honor, my client would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for these meddling kids.
Your Honor, who am I? Oh, guilty, guilty, dumb fuck.
Your Honor, what does convicted mean?
Your Honor, my client is the most innocent client.
Your Honor, you're a great honor. You're the best honor.
Some would say the most innocent. I walked in here, I said, wow, he looks innocent.
Okay, but that's like literally, that's not a joke. That's not funny. That's not a joke. That's a very valid legal defense that Trump is applying, and he's going to be found innocent of all wrongdoing. So that's not, yeah, sorry to bring the vibes down a little bit, but like,
Your Honor, that's cap. Your Honor, you're kind of being a D-bag right now.
Your Honor, what the fuck?
Your Honor, my client was hitting the Dougie.
do fucking Zoomers know the Dougie? What the fuck? I feel like the Dougie's a millennial shit. Dude, yes. Here's an update. Lingering showers with a slight CHC of thunderstorms through tonight with a focus now on Sunday, Tuesday storm system. Heavy rain expected with potential for damaging, life-threatening flooding. Prepare now. California's rain intensity is going to be massive, ladies and gentlemen. Rain in LA is news? Yes. Start building your ark. I do not have sandbags, and it's gonna be fine, I think. My big problem with rain is that I can't take Kaya out. That's the worst part. Everything's gonna crawl to a halt. San Diego already got wrecked. I mean, it came out of freaking nowhere. It came out of nowhere, really. The rain, I mean. I did not realize that it was gonna rain. I did not realize it was gonna rain last night. The fuck? The DualSense controller isn't supported by this game. Steam will translate the device so you'll be able to play the game, but you might not see the glyphs that match your device. What the fuck? Why did I get that? I didn't get that last time. How much did FD teach you? Nothing. He said he's currently doing some shit, so he can't yet, but he will eventually. He will educate me on matters of Tekken. Bandai Namco. I have a controller connected. FD is gonna coach me. Yes, he must. Oh my god, I got hella rewards. Let's freaking go, dude. Wait, is it gonna start me from the jump? Oh. Okay, we're on chapter 7, Despair. For those of you who don't know, we're fighting Devil Dick.
Jin Kazama, la tua forza non basta per sconfiggere quel demone.
Italiano.
Ascoltami, devi seguire le parole di Zafina. È importante che tu torni all'origine.
Chapter 7, Despair. Yes. Yes.
お前だけがなせることがある。君はもう一人じゃない。我々にも花を持たせてくれたまえ。わかった。あとは頼む。
A high five. Excelente. Isn't she Chinese? Why is she speaking in Japanese? They made the Chinese characters speak Japanese, which is fucked up. Tom Cotton wrote this game, yeah, but instead of thinking everyone's Chinese, they're all Japanese.
Ho ancora un asso nella manica. Puoi farmi guadagnare tempo?
Puis-je compter sur toi?
He's got Pope powers.
Osserva! Ora inizierò il rituale per esorcizzare il demone. Rilascio del sigillo!
Yeah, she's Chinese, Japanese, like all the Yakuza games. There's always like a guy who's like Korean secretly, and he turns out to be the villain. Yeah, he has Pope powers. I wasn't lying. It won't work though. That's the devil, dog. This is my least favorite character. Not the devil. The devil's sick, but this is the girl.
Fight.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get my ass whipped. Dunzo. I'm not button spamming. I'm doing combos. Very different.
Mishima Ryu da to.
Mishima
Izure ni se. Ore ni wa tsujin.
I'm doing combos, chat. Chill. Oh, did the bitrate drop? What happened?
Fight.
Oh shit. Oh my god. He is fucking my ass up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's fucking my ass up. Double dick. He's double dicking me. He's double dicking me. He's double dicking me. Oh god. Oh my god. I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. Okay, I need to try my best here. Domain expansion. Blocked it. Oh fuck. Fuck you, bitch! Oh no, he's getting tired. Don't get tired of this. Don't do it. Oh my god, every direction. Devil dick crybaby. She's gonna need to go to a chiropractor after that one. She's gonna need a realignment. Here, I'll lower the audio a little bit so you guys can hear me. There. Okay, there you go.
Hey, est-ce que tout va bien?
Oh god, the fucking French dub is like kind of weak.
Allez, arrête de traîner.
Gli anziani non dovrebbero essere così insistenti. La barriera di contenimento è già pronta.
Oh my god, it worked. Italiano.
Tu e I tuoi peccati sprofonderete nell'oscurità per sempre.
Oh, c'est la lance de Céphalus.
Risplendi, mia stella.
Oh, he fucking dodged it. Oh, it's over. It's over. His Italian powers. The Pope is woke and gay. That's why it didn't work. If the Pope was still straight and based and red-pilled, it would have worked. The power of a Christ compels you.
Ho provato a usarti. Questa è la mia punizione. Ormai sono pronto da molto tempo. Tuttavia, non mi sacrificherò in vano.
E tutti frutti.
Adesso tocca.
Wait, is he killing himself? What the fuck? Wait, why did he do that? He just killed the Pope. Killed himself, but it didn't even work. It didn't even work. He just killed himself. It didn't even get to kill him. Wait, his shoulder's on fire though. Uh-oh. Oh, he's doing a tactical retreat. Claudio, you fucking did it.
Claudio qui nous sauve tous. Je ne l'aurais jamais imaginé.
Damn, dude. So the Italian guy is dead? That's kind of fucked. He tried to invade the Greece in the Axis, and he failed. What the fuck are you doing, Claudio?
All available troops have been dispatched and are moving to Yakushima. We'll slow down Jin Kazuma and draw out the rebel army. Then take them all out at Yakushima. I assume that's the plan.
She's hot. I'll say it. It's a brave take.
I've scouted a few fighters from the tournament who could prove useful.
So what? He just like casually went back and is like a CEO again? Like he's like the devil, but also...
So groß ist Kazuya Mishimas Kraft, dass sie selbst Azazel, seinen Schöpfer, zu verzehren vermochte. Seine Macht muss weitaus größer sein als die Azazels.
ジンが力を取り戻しても一筋縄ではいかないだろうね。
ザフィーナさんが言っていた魔を清めるための道しるべ、そこにかけるしかないのでしょうか。
そういえばクラウディオさんも悪魔を払う力を持っているんでしたよね。
Vielleicht könnten solche Kräfte jene von Devil bändigen oder gar bannen. Und wenn Jin diese Kraft zu finden vermag...
This guy's outfit bothers me. Is it like paladin armor or is it a suit? His hair is also insane too. I think he's my least favorite guy in the crew. She's my fave. She's great.
これうちの家系図やん。あんたいつの間に？狭い。
パンダが仲間外れはかわいそうでしょ。
わかったからあんま詰めてくんな。で、このジュンってのがジンのお母さんやな。
Oui, mais il y a 7 ans, la lignée principale de la famille Kazama a été exterminée par quelqu'un qui a attaqué Yakushima. Jun Kazama a disparu.
鬼だ。母を殺し、森を焼き、俺から全てを奪っていった。
お前はマシンだる。Dude, they are so horned up for him, which, to be fair, is, you know, who isn't, right?
Écoutez tous, nous sommes sur le point d'atterrir à Yakushima.
How does the panda fly, if not private?
Oui, Asuka et moi observerons l'armée de la G Corporation.
Xiaoyuとパンダちゃんはジンのお守りを頼むで。
In business class? No, I mean, I guess they did fly a panda to China. Like the American panda was flown back to China or something.
ねえ、ジンは小さい頃になりたかったものとかある？私はね、自分の遊園地を作って園長になるのが夢だったよ。
She's getting a little bit of one-on-one time with Jin.
幸せにしたかったんだ。
世界中か。随分と欲張りだな。だが悪くはない。
どうだったの？
夢は特になかった。母さんや屋久島の自然を守れればそれでいいと、それだけを願っていた。
He's such a bad boy, dude. You can tell from his motorcycle jacket that he wears.
いつもここで母さんと手合わせしていた。稽古の後、母さんが作った弁当を一緒に食べて。
That's the dream, dude. I want to eat some bento after practice in my beautiful Japanese forest. Hot take: the jacket is the worst part of his fit. Yeah, I don't like it.
原点をたどれってザフィーナさんも言ってたでしょ。だから
Didn't he used to wear like a gi or something? Like that was better, I think.
拳を交えて分かることもある。
Oh, she said, "Let me beat that ass, Jin. While we're here alone, let your hands do the talking."
Fight.
Oh my God! She said, "I let my legs do the talking." The air combos are so devastating, it's crazy. You really get to punish hard, dude. Oh shit. Oh, am I dead? Wait, did she? I thought I killed her. What the fuck?
Yaruna, Ciao.
No, winning this fight is not making me misogynistic, because if I don't beat her ass, that means I don't respect her. And she's a respectable foe. That's why I need to keep doing air combos on her. Like that. Oh shit. Oh fuck! Look at that reverse. How do you do that? Like, how do you do that? I'm actually beating her in a feminist way when you think about it.
でもジンは私の好きなジンのままだった。守りたいものを見失わないでね。
Ciao.
Is that mom? Is that mommy?
Jin? あの木に何かあるの?
Where are you going? Men are so susceptible to ghosts. I just don't understand why you would follow that.
G社軍の狙いはおそらく2つ。一つは風間陣。
Our Ferrari boy is back.
もう一つは ジンを守ろうと動く我々の殲滅だ。
これが G 社の戦力展開予想図だ。俺たちは小隊に分かれ、各エリアの主力部隊を叩く。
一人当たり10人くらいですね。
ですが、ジンさんを失うわけにはいきません。
G 社は大会に出場した格闘家た
It
ち
is about to get nuts. Yeah, because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break.
必ずジンを守り抜く。それに心強い助っ人もいる。
He just fell asleep.
今度は言ってくれたもんね。
That's so funny. Like, yeah, I'll be back. Hold on, let me take a little nappy poo.
この音は
Let me take a little nappy poo, shall you? Oh my God, it's Frankie. Super. It's Russian Frankie.
Jin Kazama will have to face great difficulties. When the time comes, you must protect him.
はい、必ず。ジンは私が守る。
Fight.
Fuck. It's a good thing that they're coming at me one at a time, you know what I mean? Oh fuck, this guy's fucking me up. Rage art! I twisted your fucking shit like a goddamn pretzel, dog. How many of them do I have to beat in a row before I die? Because I feel like they're gonna kill me eventually. If this continues, I'm gonna lose my health. Okay, come on.
ジンのところへは行かせない。
I did a chiropractic on his fucking guts.
なに、母さん。いいジン。風間の拳は大事な人を守るためにあるのよ。わかった。じゃあ僕、母さんを守るよ。
This is a classic. This is basically Death Stranding. I'm just saying. Hideo Kojima did it first. He's in the beach, dude. He's in the beach that makes you old.
The newest suppression weapon is nearly ready.
Understood.
The suppression weapon. This part takes forever? Wait, why? Wait, this guy's a good guy, I thought. Oh, he is. Yeah, he's gonna fuck him up.
You've had it.
I can't let Kazuya go about doing whatever he wants.
God, I hate his hair. The Americans are so swagless, dude. This is a gross depiction of America.
国連軍も到着済みだ。
juste à temps pour la fête.
King is not American, he's Mexican, he's
これ
Flexican.
より我々は G 社兵力との戦闘に突入する。戦力差は圧倒的だ。苦戦を強いられるのは間違いない。だが我々は悪魔に
Dude, what the
支配される
fuck?
未来を
What the
望まな
fuck
い。
are the UN? What is the UN gonna do, bro? We got the blue helmets.
Repose sur vos épaules.
全軍突撃。
Tekken UN more useful than in real life UN? Yeah, they're gonna pass another fucking resolution. Another non-binding resolution, folks. Oh, what the fuck? Operation Rebellion. This is a multi-person battle. Route the incoming G-Corp forces and try to secure the area. Area security suppression gauge is increased. Change targets to L2 or R. L2 target closest opponent. Oh, these are one tapping. Oh fuck, I did that. I wasted that.
Commander Lars is fighting for us.
Follow the commander's lead.
Oh fuck.
Partons pour l'objectif, bravo. Commandant Lars, je vous laisse vous charger de ça.
Resistance is futile. Surrender at once. Show everyone what we're made of. You're completely outnumbered. Great.
Whoa. This is literally like.
このエリアは抑えた。次へ進め。
This is such an arcade-ass game. Like that fight sequence is so arcade. I don't know how else to describe it.
新兵装バイオレットスーツの力を。
Violet! Oh, it's Ferrari time, baby. Let's go. Wait, this guy is not as strong as the other one. Holy shit. You can attempt to sidestep to successful dodge. Oh, he has like a shooter. He's got a gun. Oh shit. He's got shooters. I feel like jumping every time is kind of crazy. Jumping every time you put jumping every time you need to kick is kind of crazy. I thought this was a fighting game. Spamming R1 does AoE in this mode. Someone said triple spamming the triangle also does it, but it doesn't do it. I'm excited to see this guy.
Seriously.
This is the most swagged out American guy, I think.
Of course.
Oh my god. Okay, what the fuck is
ninja in their ranks? A ninja? You gotta be kidding me.
Why are they American? They're I love the shooter is also stanced up like he's gonna fucking fight me with his arms.
Of course, you've been through worse than this countless times.
Fais attention, Raven. Des renforts ennemis arrivent sur toi. Bien. Je ne me fais pas trop de soucis pour ta position.
Yes, sir. See the results of my training and abandon all hope.
Down! been hit.
Wow, such a great game. Press triangle 1,000 times. This is just the 3-hour story mode. How about you calm down? It's supposed to be goofy and silly and fun. Just enjoy the show.
Resuming mission.
Like, it's a goofy ass anime, dude. Wait, what the fuck? Why?
Du bist doch Azucena von der Ortiz Farm.
From the Ortiz Farm. Wait.
Stehst du jetzt auf der Seite der G Corporation?
En fin. Si estás con la corporación G, será una excelente publicidad para mi café. Además, ¿no crees que el café ayudará a alcanzar la paz mundial?
Bitte was?
I'm sorry. This is the dumbest. This is the dumbest character. I refuse. It's like offensive. Okay. She's like, I love Peruvian coffee. And let me tell you, I am joining the devil. I'm joining the side of the devil just so I can sell my Peruvian coffee at Ortiz Farms. That's crazy.
Te interpones entre la paz mundial y yo.
That's how I know no one in the chat chose the game. Because yeah, you guys all made me play her, by the way. Instead of my them per Leo. Well, I guess it's the first time I get to play Leo, but.
Es gibt keinen Grund für uns zu kämpfen.
Oops, I missed that one. Oh, come on. No. Oh, shit. She fucked me up. Yo, she is so strong, dude.
Arriba. No está mal. Por cierto, ¿cómo me conoces?
Es gibt auf der ganzen Welt keinen Kaffeeliebhaber, der dich nicht kennt.
Your coffee is so globally renowned.
¿Amante del café? Claro,
A
lo
Java
suponía.
file? Oh my god.
Por cierto, ¿de dónde eres? Espera, déjame adivinar. Tu cara me dice Kilimanjaro. ¿Alemania? Tal vez no.
Deutschland.
Deutschland, ja.
Entonces, el nuevo producto será la mezcla matutina de Azucena. Lo pondré a la venta en Alemania. Hasta luego.
Alemania.
Was hat sie nur vor?
I'm pretty sure she said what she's after, dog. She said she's after selling you coffee.
Law. Why are you with G Corporation?
It's your fault I'm standing here right now.
Wait, what?
What are you talking about?
You promised we'd split the tournament prize, remember? Paul, I expect you
That's
to
a
keep your
whack-ass
promise
reason
now that
to
you
work.
beat me.
Hmm? Yeah, I won't let him go unchecked. Oh.
Pay up, jerk.
Shut up. There's none left.
Fight.
Money. Shut up with all the talk about money.
I'll never pay you. Now I'm beating your ass. Dude, that is the weakest reason to join the side of the devil, okay? That's like, these guys are just basically begging for it at this point. If that's your goal, if you're like, I'm joining the side of the battle of the world, on the side of the devil because you didn't pay me the tournament winnings that you were gonna give me. It's like you didn't really need that much. You know what I mean? There wasn't like too much holding you back. You said money is justice. Oh my God, he beat it. Oh God, he's so strong. I want to play as Law actually because I feel like he's way stronger. Fuck.
I'll show you.
Get his ass. Oh no, I missed it. No!
I'll kick your ass!
Oh my God, barely. I missed it. For the record, chat, it's not just that they speak English or Russian or Japanese or Korean. They also speak bear. And for some reason, King does not speak Spanish, but instead speaks fucking... King speaks the language of leopards, I think. Or jaguar, sorry. Damn, we just ate that. That's Kaya.
Kuma! You saved me. إذن سيرجي دراغونوف يقودهم. Laissez-moi m'en charger. Nous avons des affaires à régler.
I can cause a commotion and try to distract them.
Hey, Yabina.
I'm just glad that they made the Arab guy also be a part of the allies instead of the fucking evil guys. You know what I mean? That's good representation, you know?
Watch out for artillery fire! Ah! Fire!
Hey, watch it! Those G-Corps guys. Who brings a tank to a fight?
Who brings a tank to a fight? Who brings a fucking tank to a fight, yeah?
Compris. Je vous laisse vous en occuper.
Where's all the other jacks, huh? Jack 7? Where's 1 through 6?
Are you talking about those red ones?
Say Bismillah, you got this? Bismillah. Oh, let's go. My goat. My goat. My goat.
Let's fight.
Oh shit, he dodged it.
They just keep coming no matter how many we take down.
Just our luck. They're all elite. This isn't gonna be easy. King. Yeah, that's right. We got the one and only king on our side. Yeah!
The one and only, baby. Except for the fact that there's an armored version of him, too. Oh, fucking hell, Steve. He's dodging the bullets, yeah? It's time for a fucking shanking. They made the Englishman so corny, too. I mean, he's a good fighter, but... Yeah, a little 1-2, a proper 1-2 in it. It's how we do it in a fucking UBRWA land. Right? Proper fucking shanking. And a proper 1-2.
Don't let them surround you.
Where the hell did they come from? Someone take the sniper down ASAP!
Yeah, where's the fucking sniper then? I'll fight him. I'll shank him.
They're all going down.
Damn it! Our unit's getting wiped out!
Requesting reinforcements.
A proper wallop. Fucking hell, a 1-2 in it. Dude, they're all so impossibly jacked. I have to pee, chat. Sorry. Lauren, Tekken 8 is also not even the original. Oh, the king in Tekken 8 is not the original king? Kaya is not eating the cables, but she did go underneath
I'll
my...
leave the rest to you.
This guy is... I don't know. I don't really...
Ange blanc de la mort.
Ange blanc de la mort. Wait, what the fuck? Did he just crawl up?
Toujours sur notre chemin.
Oh shit, he's fucking me up. Oh my god, I am sick. Oh shit, no. Fuck me up. Fuck! I bring the weapon to it. I bring the weapon to a gunfight. Why is it brings it? Wait, oh wait, what? Why did it work? I bring the gun and the knife to the fistical father.
Le lien qui unissait nos destins.
He blocked the super.
Il est très fort pour s'enfuir. Ici Victor, mission accomplie. Quelle est votre situation, Lars?
こちらラス、増援部隊が多く苦戦中だ。
Mission accomplie. Accompli. Accompli.
ジンたちの居場所は分かったか？
はい。シャオヨウさんが G 社
This dude's name is
ジンさんを
Kyle.
守ってる。
This dude named Kyle Hanma in the chat asking if Israel just attacked Syria a couple hours ago. How the fuck would I know that? But also, secondly, if your name is Kyle Hanma, why do you care about what's going on in Israel right now while we're playing the most Baki Hanma ass video game of all time?
ただ、ジンさんの意識レベルが異常値を示しています。何か胸騒ぎがします。
アリサ、リー、 ここで敵の排除に当たってもらえるか。預かろう。アリサ、ジンの居場所を端末に送ってくれ。
そう言うと思って送信済みです。
You should be worried about G Corp attacking Syria. I'm assuming this is Syria. And the UN forces defending against G Corp's attack. Wait.
Why do you seek your own destruction?
力量方是至高无上之根本。
I think I've played Fang, maybe? I don't know.
I have no choice. Beat this.
Leroy is sick. I take it back.
The wrong goal will lead to destruction.
He doesn't just beat ass, he also like gives you wise lessons.
吾将成为龙神。
Two masters of their craft. They're both Wing Chun, right? Wing Chun. No? Fang is tempo. Dude, my power, dude, my hits are doing nothing to this fucking guy.
Witness the essence of Wing Chun.
No! Wait, we double raged. How does that work? I Ip-Man his ass. One-inch fist is sick. Hell yeah.
Suppression weapon Jack 8 ready for deployment.
Roger that. Deploy it once.
まだこの島に残っていて大丈夫なのか。ニーナ・ウィリアムズ。
Nina ignoring her son? She has a son?
It
She's a
seems you're
MILF?
very well informed. So, tell me more about yourself.
Steve is her son? Wait, which one is Steve? Wait, her son is British? How is that possible? She's American. God damn, she is mother. She's literally mother. She's cunt mother. She's doing a cunt quake. Oh, she loves the headbutts. Oh fuck, she dodged that. God damn it, no! Oh my god! Cooking my ass, dude. Fuck. Oh, it's over. Domain expansion, domain expansion, domain expansion. Domain expansion. Cause the category 10 cunt quick from the extreme levels of mothering she served. I think her fit is ass. If she had like a better, cooler fit, I would like her more.
I see. You're Mishima's.
It's the jacket. The jacket is so ugly and so
My
boring.
job with G Corporation is finished. I'm done here.
どうだ私の下で働かないか
I'm willing to negotiate. If it's after my vacation.
Flunky! Oh, it's robot on robot violence.
Fight.
Oh, this is kind of thick, dude. Have you guys noticed that? Cheese. What? That was insane. I just gave him my decapitated head as a gift and blew it up. That's my grab, Chad. Here. I love that one. That's so dumb. Cheese. Oh no, her articles of clothing have been fucked up. He just hit the Ziz pose. Yes, Lily. Now that's the girl who went to Slate University to major in cuntology.
On dirait que nous arrivons à temps. Anta, 大丈夫か? はい、お二人ともありがとうございます。これでエリア一帯の従者兵力を相当しました。この反応は
Girl power, dude. Okay, well, what good is the UN forces now? Now that just God shows up, that's fucked up. And he just nuked them? That's like cheating.
今度こそ私を殺してみせろ!
Oh no. Well, what's her face will save me? Shall you? Xiaoma! Wait, she has the devil power as well. She just ate that beam. Wait, there's literally like 3 chapters left, I think. It's about to get nuts? Are you kidding me? It's already nuts. Wakata. Wait, how did he get there so fast? I thought Jin was at a totally separate location. It gets nuttier than this? Dude, what do you mean? It's like devil dick.
Fight.
True Devil Kazuya. Wait, he's not like anywhere near as strong as. Oh fuck, he is. Never mind. I take it back. There we go. Get some combos in there. You know what I mean? Fuck me, dude. Holy shit. Oh, come on. How do you dodge that? Why does the devil have a bisexual nose ring? What do you mean? Because he's bi.
Fight.
Fuck, dude. I'm like, I'm literally, I'm fighting the shit out of him and nothing. It's just nothing. I feel like I'm hitting him so much. And it doesn't do shit. Kazuya has permanent bisexual lighting because the devil is bi. It's bi visibility. Devilman, cry baby. Bro, this guy he takes no L's. He just keeps getting his ass beat and they're just like nuking everybody. Did you watch the light skin edit to Tekken? Yes, I did. It's fucking sick. Oh shit. It's Granddad. Sorry, you missed it. But it's Granddad. Fuck. Hey, Hachi! This dude is just napping. This dude is napping while the devil and his half brother are fighting each other right next door. I mean, classic. Eepy. Lars is Jin's half uncle, so that means he's half brothers with Kazuya, right? Kazuya is his dad, right? Is Kazuya Jin's dad, or is Heihachi? Okay, Devil Jin is way sexier. Dark Triad Jin. He should give in so that he could be the devil all the time. It's so dumb. I should lose to him so he will like beat my ass, and then I'll be like. Oh fuck! I couldn't dodge. I was trying to. Oh no, he's on the ground. It's not gonna count. It's not gonna count. Fuck. I did the rage art too soon. But it don't matter. Yeah, I want Devil Jin to beat my ass so I can beat the devil all the time. What do you mean? That's like way more powerful. Devil Jin is so much more powerful, dude. It's all about power. I want to be the Yujiro Hama. Someone said that Baki and Yujiro are in this game, and I don't know if that's real or not, but I hope it is. It's fake, right? Okay, he's only getting sicker, dude. Oh, I remember this. This is an old fit, no? I feel like I've seen him in this shit before. Yeah, this is like... Tekken 6? I feel like that's the fit I know him from. Oh fuck, he's gonna fuck me up. Oh my god, he's so sick. Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god, he beat my fucking ass in the QRTs, baby. I think I did play Tekken 5 maybe. I think I played it on the PSP as well. One of the Tekken games. I don't know if I'm misremembering. See? Strand type game. Strand type game. Death Stranding. It's Death Stranding. Yeah. He's in the beach. He's gonna find a BB. Oh, now. Dude, it's so... Me as the Devil is so sick. Me as the Devil is just... Oh my god, he's clapping. Punish Jin, punish Jin. Oh, fuck, I thought I caught it. I was trying to do a grab. There it is. Oh my god. Yes. Wait, what the fuck? What is happening? He's just tanking it, dude. Men will beat their ass in devil form instead of going to therapy, dude.
心を縛る鎖はもうない。お前の本当の望みは何だ？俺の望みは。
This is what therapy is like when you think about it.
Jin 俺は命に変えても大事な人たちを守りたい。そのためにはお前の力が必要だ。デビルよ、もう一度共に戦ってくれ。
戦ってくれ。
もちろんだ。俺は決してお前を否定しない。それがお前の望みだ。
Devil Jin is so agreeable all of a sudden. All I needed to do was fist his ass. Chat, this game is about the power of self-love and the power of friendship. All he needed to do was press X to believe in himself, and since then, things have been going really good for him. Just wait till the final act. Oh, wake up, Jin. Wake up, Devil Jin.
大した執念だが、ここまでのようだな。
ジン。遅いぞ。 切り札。長い間すまなかった。
ジン。
ジン。
待たせた。シャオ。
不思議だね。今のジンはデビルなのに怖くないよ。
Yeah, she's not even scared because she's in love, dude. She's about to throw it back like Lil Nas X did for the devil. I mean, they're hooking up, right? Her entire story is she wants to screw him. That's fucking awesome. Jin is a cum retainer, but oh shit.
Fight.
Oh my god. I refuse to submit, baby. Oh shit. Bouncing off your son's dick, dude. That's what he's doing. That's some devil shit right there. Don't hum me. It's what's happening. Don't even, hey, don't say it's weird because that's what's happening currently. Why are you like this? That's what it is. Nani? I'm pounding Dad's ass. Giving him that devil dick.
デビルの血を否定していた貴様がどういうわけだ。貴様には分かりまい。今の俺にとってデビルの力は呪いではない。
This guy literally had to go find a devil and like steal the devil's devilman powers and shit. Meanwhile, I'm over here just doing the power of self-actualization, and already am I more powerful than he is. He had to literally bring in the devil to the field. All I needed to do was cum retention, and boom, blammo. Dad's the one that's seeing. Dad's the one that's getting the dick now. Shit. Oh my god, sauced them. Wait, what the fuck? What is he doing? This is the power of NoFap.
以前の俺には届いていたかもしれんな。だが今の俺には遠く及ばん。
Oh, he's gonna blast him again. This guy, he's a one-trick pony. Oh yeah, he's the Frieza death ball in me. He pulled the Samson option. He's pulling at Israel. He's like, oh, dude, you're killing me? Okay, well, guess what? I'm nuking the planet. Fucked up. He is IDF coded. Canonically, Jin drone strike the Mexican wedding? That is some real Americoded shit right there. I guess I died. I'm in heaven with my mommy. He's mewing. You see that? You see his jaw maxing? You know he's doing Jawser size. He's chewing on the Kong toys. Oh my god, he's no longer a Deviru, he's an Enjuru. That's sick. This is so sick. He just swatted the nuke away. That is destroying an entire ecosystem. He pulled a fucking Nord Stream pipeline over there. Call me Ukraine the way I'm blowing up these pipelines, okay? I like that it also gives something for the foot fetishes too. Like his armor has feet. No politics, please. My immersion. Tekken is political, dog. It's literally about global powers fighting one another and destroying the UN specifically. The CEO is literally the devil, okay? That's political. Oh my god, they're in space. Oh my god, they're fighting in fucking space. That's crazy. They're fighting in space.
Fight.
Oh my lord. Do I get any new moves or is it the same moveset? I don't even know who I am now because we're both doubled out. Oh, this just is a specialty move is just a grab and toss now, which is crazy. Wait, what? Oh god. That was QTE'd out the wazoo. I was not expecting that.
Fight.
Oh no! Devil-sama! The music goes nutty. Oh no. Is there more QTE? I don't know, I keep beating your ass, Dad. Damn, I tanked that nuke. That's crazy. He's got a little Raiden vibe to him in this fit, no? Oh my god, I have a fucking nuke too. This asteroid is Jover. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, dude, that was kind of bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. He's upgraded his powers dramatically. This thing is so good. Wait, what? How did he gain health then? Bro, this guy keeps fucking gaining health. How is that even possible? Oh, fuck. it's done. It's over. Wait, what? What the fuck? Okay, stop! No! How is that possible? He just keeps healing! How many fucking heals does he have? Combo godding your father, but he has infinite heal. I can't even imagine what this goes like on hard. I assume it's impossible to defeat. This is some real RRR shit. I feel like Earth is fucking cooked, right? I mean, we're dropping a nuclear asteroid on the planet. There ain't no way Earth recovers from that. We need an Earth 2 at that point. Yeah, Hawaii is destroyed. Damn, no more devil power. Don't feel powerless at the top of the hour though. Subscribe. I hope I have that body at that age, at Kazuya's age. You know what I mean? TRT. Oh fuck, he's gonna beat my ass, dude. He's like, even without the devil power, I can still fuck you up. That's gotta be underwhelming as hell, dude. Imagine you're the devil and then all of a sudden you're human again and you're fighting your bitch ass son after he whooped your ass on a fucking asteroid. God damn. He's so much cooler without his jacket on. This combo is so sick. Apparently the devil gene gets rid of male pattern baldness. It's so sick. I would do it. I would suck off the devil for that. I'd fist the devil for that, for sure. Beautiful QTE right there. This is the real Trent twin. Messuzi B. The lightest Trend twin spar.
Fight.
Dude, there's a straight up, what the fuck? Oh, there's like a tanker in the background. Oh my God, we're in Yemen. Oh my God, I just realized we're in Yemen. Jin is a Houthi. Jin said no more genocide in Israel. No more genocide in Gaza. International commerce will be irreparably damaged if the genocide continues. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I don't hesitate to use it no more.
Fight.
Dude, that kick is so funny. It's just like right in your fucking face. Oh no! Wait, what? What is that fuck? With those spin moves? How many times do I beat my dad's ass? Until like it's over. Oh wait, what the fuck? My movements changed. Oh my God, now my dad's beating my ass though. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm fucking finally dead. He did it. He got my ass. That's crazy. Use the elements? What elements?
Fight.
Wait, how did he eat that? Okay, that's fucking bullshit. Wait, ow! Fuck you, Dad. What? busting my ass in the cutscene.
俺を支配しようとする者は何者も許さん。
This is what it's like when you're fighting your father. This is a real Baki Yujiro Hanma situation. For sure.
最後にどちらが立っているか。それだけだ。
It's so beautiful. This game is so beautiful.
Be a shining star of hope.
Tu devi vivere. Believe in yourself and look to the future.
이걸로 끝은 아니겠지?
All I gotta do is press X again to believe in myself, and then is Joe over.
生きることそのものだ。
しぶといやつめ。
ジンさんの誰より強い意志と覚悟をみんなが知っています。
我々にも花を持たせてくれたまえ。
Halte deine tiefsten Wünsche in Ehren.
Leo seems so out of place, like they're from a different franchise. They are literally from Kingdom Hearts. I don't know what their ass is doing here. Grab the motherfucking keyblade, Leo. What the fuck are you doing in the Tekken universe?
守りたいものを見失わないでね。
みんなと共に生きるため、俺は何度でも立ち上がる。
So dumb.
諦めの悪さは認めてやる。だが勝つのは俺だ。
Oh, I missed the QTE?
俺はもう仲間とつながることを否定しない。
Fuck.
Fight. どれ。
I denied the pass. I denied the pass, Chad. I'm sorry. I denied my pass. Oh my god, the combos are so stupid. They go extra hard, dude. Yes. Launch his ass, launch his ass, launch his ass, launch his ass, launch his ass. Domain explosion. I will not deny my existence. Just like Nico Robin. Jin Kozoa also wants to live. Oh, I pressed that X, dude. He's gonna fuck me up. He's gonna fuck me up. Oh shit. Get his ass. Oh fuck. No. falling. It was like fitting. Oh no, I missed the rage art. I thought he was in the air when I pressed the rage art. I thought he was in the air. Fuck you, Dad. I'll beat your ass as many times as it takes. A lot of you don't understand, but this is how men actually go through therapy. Kind of like punching drywall, yes, except instead of drywall, it's your dad's face. It's like putting your face through your dad's drywall ass fist. Oni-chan. There's someone with devil's blood still. That's someone? Reina. But I guess that's for a different game. Unless chapter 15 is like a secret chapter where you beat Reina's ass too. It's hailing in LA, really? I don't know what the fuck's going on, dude. Hasan, when are we ever gonna be as ripped as this guy? Dude, I think I have to do a shit ton of steroids for that, honestly. Oh my god, they are so fucking really? That's like who the fuck goes to Arizona to fuck Ciao you? He's gay? I think he's bisexual. That's it? What a beautiful game, dude. What an incredible masterpiece, dude. What a cool story. Another one for the books, boys. Hasan completed a game for the first time in his entire life. Yeah, this one's for the books. Mesuzi B, thank you for another 5 gifted subs. I'm a W gamer, and this is a W gamer stream. DC Baller, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. White Grizzly, thank you for the 5 gifted. Winter Rose 96, thank you for the 5 gifted. Goddamn. Oh, after credits, Marvel style. After credit sequence. I called it. I called it. That's it. Wait, there's an ending before. There's an ending if you lose. All right, that's for another day. We'll watch it later. All right. On that note, that's gonna be all from me for this day, dude. Variety is happening. Okay, whether you like it or not, variety is happening. Chat. We got games. We got fun reacts. We didn't do enough. We didn't do a lot of. We didn't do a lot of TikToks and whatnot, but it's fine. We're back. We're freaking back, baby. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, everybody? Stay safe. Be kind to one another. And don't beat up your dad. Don't fuck up your devil dad. No matter how powerful the devil powers might be. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is dreaming. Hasan is dreaming. There he is again. Hasan is dreaming. Hasan is dreaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQF force. The whole left at your fingertips, on it at your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3-4 fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mess riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is dreaming. Hasan is dreaming. There he is again, Hasan is dreaming. Hasan is dreaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat fights. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our life. JCS react, law frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mess, pandemic, monsters streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Ready, everyone? Ready, chat? This is the new and improved bridge. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute act is through, but he'll play no pixel soon. Can't wait. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll 90 days soon. Can't wait. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. Can't wait. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll stop with the ad break soon. Can't wait.